Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Natalie. The familiar stretch of Highway 35 gives way to Main Street, and suddenly, I'm 17 again, driving home from dates that ended too early and dreams that felt too big for this place. Except now I've got a 6-year-old in the back seat, asking if we're there yet for the 100th time, and my dreams have been downsized to hoping I can afford groceries next week. Mama, look, there's a big church. Harry presses his nose against the window, his breath fogging the glass. That's St. Mark's Baptist, where I got baptized when I was 8. The words come out automatically like muscle memory. Everything here triggers something. A flash of Sunday mornings in scratchy dresses, youth group meetings where we planned elaborate schemes to sneak out. The weight of expectations I couldn't carry. Eagle Point hasn't changed much. Same weathered storefronts with their hand-painted signs. Same cracked sidewalks where I learned to ride my bike. Same feeling that everyone knows your business before you've even decided what it is. Are we gonna live here forever? Harry's question hits different than his usual chatter. For a while, baby? Until we figure things out. Until I figure things out. Until I stop feeling like I'm drowning every time I look at my bank account. Until I can give him something better than ramen noodles 3 nights a week and the constant anxiety that radiates off me like heat. The house sits at the end of Maple Street, exactly where I left it 6 years ago. White clapboard siding that needs a fresh coat, green shutters that hang slightly askew, and the porch swing where I spent countless hours reading romance novels and believing in happy endings. The oak tree in the front yard has grown taller, its branches now reaching the second-story windows, but everything else feels frozen in time. It's bigger than our apartment, Harry observes, unbuckling his seatbelt before I've even turned off the engine. Everything's bigger than our apartment. Our apartment. Past tense now. The place where I tried so hard to build something stable, only to watch it crumble when my hours got cut and the rent kept climbing. Where Harry's laughter echoed off thin walls, and I pretended not to hear our neighbors arguing through the floor. Where I lay awake, calculating and recalculating, always coming up short. The front door opens before we reach the porch steps. Mama emerges wearing her favorite floral apron, the one with tiny roses that she's had since I was Harry's age. And her arms are already extended. There's my grandbaby. She scoops Harry into a hug that lifts him clean off his feet. Lord, you've grown a foot since Christmas. Grandma Rose, can I see my room? Mama said I get the room with the window seat. That's right, sugar. Your mama's old room, though we might need to redecorate since it's still got boy band posters on the walls. I follow them up the front steps, each board creaking in the same familiar pattern. The smell hits me as soon as we cross the threshold. Lavender and vanilla candles, the faint trace of whatever she's been cooking, and something indefinable that just smells like home, like safety, like the place where someone else was responsible for making sure the bills got paid and the refrigerator stayed full. You hungry, baby girl? Mama's eyes sweep over me with that maternal radar that never misses anything. You look too thin. I'm fine. The automatic response of someone who's been carrying everything alone for too long. Uh-huh. Well, fine or not, I've got a pot roast in the oven and cornbread cooling on the counter. Real food, not microwaved mac and cheese or whatever I could grab during my 15-minute break at work. My stomach responds with an embarrassing rumble. Harry has already disappeared upstairs, his footsteps pounding across the hardwood as he explores. The sound of his excitement echoes through the house, filling spaces that have been too quiet for too long. He sounds happy, Mama says, reading my thoughts like she always could. He is. Kids are resilient like that. I set our bags down in the entryway, next to the same brass umbrella stand that's been there since I was born. Thanks for letting us stay. I know it's not ideal. Stop. She holds up a hand. This is your home. Always has been. Always will be. Besides, this old house has been too quiet without little feet running around. The guilt sits heavy in my chest anyway. 28 years old, and moving back in with my mother because I couldn't make it work on my own. Mama, come see. Harry's voice carries down the stairs, pure joy wrapped in 6-year-old enthusiasm. You go ahead, Mama says, already heading toward the kitchen. I'll get lunch ready. I climb the stairs slowly, running my hand along the banister I used to slide down when no one was looking. The family photos lining the stairway wall tell the story in reverse. Recent pictures of Harry from our video calls. Then older ones of me in cap and gown, prom dress, school plays. The progression of a life that was supposed to go differently. Harry's bouncing on the window seat when I reach my old room, his face pressed against the glass. Look, Mama, I can see the whole street. And there's a kid across the street with a bike. The room looks exactly the same. Same purple walls I begged for when I turned 13. Same white furniture that seemed so sophisticated then. Same corkboard covered with ribbons from track meets and photos of friends who've all moved on to bigger and better things. The twin bed I spent countless nights in, dreaming about my future. College, career, marriage to someone who understood that love meant showing up every day, not just when it was convenient. A house with a yard where my children could play. Stability, security, the kind of life where you don't have to choose between paying the electric bill and buying groceries. This used to be my room, I tell Harry, sitting beside him on the window seat. Really? Did you put up all these pictures? I follow his gaze to the bulletin board where teenage me had pinned photos of friends at football games, ticket stubs from movies, dried flowers from my first real date. Evidence of a girl who believed the world was full of possibilities. I did. A long time ago. Can I put up pictures too? Of course, baby. This is your room now. He slides off the window seat and starts exploring, opening dresser drawers and checking out the closet. His energy fills the space with something it's been missing. Hope. Purpose. The sound of someone who belongs here. I remain on the window seat, looking out at the neighborhood I know by heart. Mrs. Dana's rose garden next door, still perfectly manicured. The corner house where the Martinez family used to live, now sporting different curtains and a new mailbox. The street where I learned to drive, had my first kiss, made plans that seemed so certain. Coming back feels like admitting defeat. Like accepting that I couldn't make it in the real world, that I needed rescuing. But watching Harry discover his new space, hearing his excitement about simple things like a window seat and hardwood floors, maybe it's not about failure. Maybe it's about giving him what I never had to question. The security of knowing there's always somewhere to land. Mama. Harry appears at my side, sliding back onto the window seat. Are you sad? No, sweetheart, just thinking. About what? How do you explain to a 6-year-old that sometimes life doesn't go according to plan? That sometimes the people you trust most let you down? That sometimes coming home feels like starting over and giving up all at once? About how nice it'll be for you to have more space to play, and how Grandma Rose is gonna spoil you rotten. He grins at that, the same dimpled smile that got me through every difficult day of the past 2 years. Will I go to school here? Yes. You'll start at Eagle Point Elementary next month. Will there be kids to play with? Lots of kids. This is a good place to grow up, Harry. Safe. Friendly. He nods, satisfied with my answers in the way only children can be. Everything simple and straightforward in his world. New room equals adventure. New school equals new friends. New start equals possibility. If only it felt that easy for me. Lunch is ready? Mama's voice drifts up from the kitchen. Come on. I stand and extend my hand to Harry. Let's go eat some real food. What's real food? Food that doesn't come from a microwave or a drive-through window. He laughs and takes my hand, and we head downstairs together. As we walk, I catch our reflection in the mirror at the top of the stairs, mother and son, starting over, carrying everything we own in 2 suitcases and a heart full of uncertainty. But for the first time in months, that uncertainty doesn't feel quite so heavy. Maybe it's the smell of pot roast. Maybe it's the sound of Harry's laughter echoing through rooms that remember mine. Maybe it's the simple comfort of being somewhere that knows my story, even the parts I wish I could rewrite. Or maybe it's just the relief of finally stopping, of putting down the weight I've been carrying and admitting I can't do everything alone. Later, after Harry falls asleep in his new room, I find myself back at the window seat. The street is quiet now, porch lights glowing like scattered stars, familiar and foreign all at once. The neighborhood where I learned to ride a bike and dream big dreams. Where I'll now teach my son to do the same. Tomorrow I'll start looking for work. Tomorrow I'll figure out how to rebuild from here. Tomorrow I'll begin the process of becoming whoever I'm supposed to be next. But tonight, I'm just a woman looking out at a street that holds all her memories, wondering who she'll be when the dust settles, wondering if coming home means moving backward or finally moving forward, wondering if it's possible to build something new from the pieces of what broke.
Chapter 2. Paul. The marble floors of Montgomery Industries echo with the click of my shoes as I stride through the lobby, past the bronze plaques commemorating 3 generations of oil barons. My great-grandfather's stern face stares down from his portrait, judging every decision I've made and haven't made yet. My assistant, Rebecca, falls into step beside me, iPad in hand, and that look on her face that means my day is about to get worse. Your 10 o'clock moved to 9:30, she says without preamble. The Hartwell Group wants to discuss the offshore drilling proposal. Then you've got the board meeting at 11, lunch with the investors from Dallas at 1, and... Christ, Rebecca, just email me the damn schedule. She doesn't even blink at my tone. 3 years of working for me has made her immune to my moods. Your mother also called, twice. She wants to see you before the board meeting. Of course she does. Mallory Montgomery doesn't make requests. She issues summons. And when she wants to see me before a board meeting, it's never to discuss quarterly projections. Anything else? Jocelyn stopped by earlier. She's waiting in your office. Perfect. The trifecta of pressure is now complete. I push through the double doors to the executive floor, where oil paintings of Texas landscapes try to mask the sterile corporate atmosphere. My office sits at the end of the hall, corner windows offering a view of Eagle Point that's supposed to remind me of everything I'm responsible for protecting. Jocelyn perches on the edge of my desk, her legs crossed at the ankle in that practiced pose she's perfected. Everything about her screams careful cultivation, the way her blonde hair catches the light, how her dress hugs every curve without being inappropriate for a business setting, the diamond tennis bracelet on her wrist. There's my handsome fiancé. She slides off the desk and moves toward me, her heels silent on the thick carpet. I brought coffee from that little place you like. The coffee cup sits on my desk, steam rising from the lid. A small gesture that should feel thoughtful, but somehow feels calculated instead, like everything else in my life these days. Thanks. I take a sip, noting she remembered I take it black. She's good at details like that, good at being the perfect fiancé for the heir to an oil empire. How are you feeling about the Hartwell presentation? Her green eyes study my face with the intensity of someone reading a financial report. Daddy thinks they're lowballing us on the offshore rights. Your father thinks everyone's lowballing us. Maybe because they usually are. She steps closer, adjusting my tie with fingers that smell like expensive lotion. You know how important this deal is, not just for the company, but for us. Once we're married, our families will control 60% of Gulf Coast drilling operations. There it is. The real reason she's here. Not to bring me coffee or wish me luck, but to remind me what's at stake. What I'm supposed to want. I'm aware of the implications. Are you? Her hands rest on my chest, and I can see the engagement ring I put on her finger 6 months ago. 2 carats, princess cut. The kind of ring that makes a statement about status and intention. Because sometimes I wonder if your heart is really in this. My heart. Right. That's the problem. My heart hasn't been in anything for the past 7 years. Not since the night Natalie vanished from my life without a word, taking with her the last piece of me that felt real. My heart is exactly where it needs to be. The lie comes easily. I've been practicing it for months. Good. She rises on her toes to kiss my cheek, leaving behind the faint scent of her perfume. Because I have big plans for us, Paul Montgomery. This wedding is going to be the social event of the year. She talks about the wedding like it's a business merger, which I suppose it is. 2 powerful families uniting their interests. A strategic alliance wrapped in white silk and promises that feel more like contracts. I should get ready for this meeting. Of course. She gathers her purse, checking her reflection in the black screen of my computer monitor. Dinner tonight? Mother wants to discuss the seating arrangements for the engagement party. Can't. Board meeting will run late. Tomorrow, then. Don't make me eat alone again. People will start to think you don't want to marry me. After she leaves, I sink into my leather chair and stare at the schedule Rebecca emailed. Meeting after meeting, each one designed to shape me into the leader this company needs. The leader my family expects me to be. But all I can think about is the summer I turned 21, when I worked construction just to piss off my father. How my hands were rough and dirty at the end of each day. How my back ached in a way that felt earned. How I'd pick up Natalie after her shift at the bookstore and we'd drive out to Miller's Lake with gas station sandwiches and cheap beer. She never cared that my truck was 8 years old or that I was rebelling against everything my last name represented. She laughed at my stupid jokes and called me out when I was being a jerk. With her, I wasn't the Montgomery heir. I was just Paul, some guy she happened to love. The intercom buzzes, yanking me back to reality. Mr. Montgomery, your mother is here. Send her in. My mother doesn't walk into rooms. She makes entrances. Today she's wearing a navy suit that probably cost more than my truck, her silver hair perfectly styled despite the Texas humidity. Everything about her project's authority and expectation. Paul. She settles into the chair across from my desk, crossing her legs with the precision of someone who's never made an unplanned movement. You look tired. It's been a long week. It's Monday. Point taken. I lean back in my chair, waiting for whatever lecture is coming. With my mother, there's always a lecture. I spoke with Margaret Whitaker this morning. She's concerned about the engagement party planning. Margaret Whitaker. Jocelyn's mother and my mother's partner in the campaign to orchestrate my life. Together, they've turned my engagement into a production that rivals Broadway. What's the problem now? There's no problem. Just details that need attention. The guest list, the venue, the announcement in the society pages. She pauses, studying me with eyes that miss nothing. This party isn't just about you and Jocelyn. It's about the future of both our families. Right. The merger. Don't be flippant, Paul. This marriage is important. Jocelyn is perfect for you. Beautiful, well-educated, from good family. She understands the responsibilities that come with our name. Perfect. That word again. Like we're discussing a business acquisition instead of the person I'm supposed to spend the rest of my life with. She'll make an excellent wife and mother. The kind of woman who can stand beside you as you take over this company. What if I don't want to take over the company? The words slip out before I can stop them. The question I've been avoiding for years, hanging in the air between us like smoke. My mother's expression doesn't change, but something hardens in her eyes. That's not an option, and you know it. Your father built this company for you. Your grandfather before him. 4 generations of Montgomerys have worked to give you this legacy. Maybe I want to build something of my own. Like what? You going to dig ditches for a living? Work construction like you did that summer you were trying to prove some ridiculous point? She leans forward, her voice sharp. You have obligations, Paul, to this family, to this company, to the hundreds of people who depend on us for their livelihoods. The weight of expectation settles on my shoulders like a lead blanket. Every decision mapped out, every path predetermined. Marry Jocelyn. Take over the company. Produce the next generation of Montgomery heirs. Rinse and repeat until I'm the one staring down from a portrait, judging my son's choices. The Hartwell meeting is crucial, she continues. If we land this contract, it positions us perfectly for the expansion into renewable energy. Clean, profitable, and exactly the kind of forward-thinking move that will secure our future. I understand the stakes. Do you? Because lately you seem distracted, distant. Margaret noticed it too, said Jocelyn. Mentioned you've been working late more often. Working late? That's what I call the nights I drive around town instead of going home to my empty mansion. The nights I find myself parked outside places that hold memories I should have forgotten years ago. I'm fine, Mother. Just focused on business. Good. Because I won't have you jeopardizing everything we've worked for because you're having some kind of quarter-life crisis. She stands, smoothing down her skirt. The engagement party is in 3 weeks. I expect you to be present, mentally and emotionally. Jocelyn deserves that much. After she leaves, I sit in the silence of my office, surrounded by the trappings of success I never asked for. The Hartwell presentation sits on my desk, full of charts and projections that should excite me. This deal could set us up for decades of growth. It's exactly the kind of opportunity my father dreamed of. So why does it feel like a prison sentence?
Chapter 3. Natalie. The Little Spoon Cafe hasn't changed a bit since high school. Same mismatched chairs, same chalkboard menu hanging crooked on the wall, same smell of cinnamon and coffee that makes me think of Saturday mornings when life was simpler. I slide into the corner booth, the one Maya and I claimed as ours, back when we'd spend hours here, gossiping about boys and planning our futures. Those futures looked a lot different in my imagination. Girl, you look good. Maya's voice cuts through my spiraling thoughts as she approaches the table, her arms already open for a hug. Like, really good? That California sun did you some favors. I stand to embrace her, breathing in the familiar scent of her vanilla perfume mixed with motor oil, a combination that's uniquely Maya. She's always been beautiful, but marriage and success have added a glow to her dark skin that makes her look like she stepped out of a magazine. Her natural hair is styled in perfectly defined coils, and her outfit, designer jeans and a silk blouse, screams money without being flashy, says the woman who looks like she belongs on somebody's magazine cover. I settle back into the booth, studying my oldest friend. Marriage agrees with you. Dylan spoils me rotten, what can I say? She grins, that same mischievous smile that got us in trouble countless times growing up. But let's talk about you. How does it feel being back in Eagle Point? The waitress appears before I can answer, pouring coffee without being asked. Small town perks. Everyone knows your order, whether you want them to or not. It feels, I pause, trying to find words that don't sound pathetic. Complicated. Complicated how? Because your mama's been talking you up to anyone who'll listen. Says you're doing great, Harry's smart as a whip, and you're ready to take on the world. Mama. Of course she's been putting on a brave face for the town gossips. Can't let anyone think her daughter came home defeated. even if that's exactly how I feel most days. Mama's good at painting pretty pictures. Reality's a bit messier. Maya reaches across the table, covering my hand with hers. Her wedding ring catches the light. Nothing too fancy, but solid and real in a way that makes my chest tight with something I can't name. Talk to me, Nat. What's really going on? Where do I even start? With the fact that I've been living paycheck to paycheck for months? That coming home feels like admitting failure? That every time I drive through town, I'm terrified I'll run into the one person I've been avoiding for 7 years. You remember how everyone used to say I'd be the first one to make it out of here? Get some big city job, travel the world, all that? And you did make it out. You built a life in California, raised an amazing kid, and came crawling back the minute things got tough. The words taste bitter on my tongue. Some success story, right? Maya's expression shifts, her eyebrows drawing together in that way they used to when she was about to call me out on my nonsense. Hold up. Since when is asking for help the same as crawling? You think I've never needed help? You think Dylan and I haven't had our struggles? That's different. Y'all are married. You're supposed to help each other. I'm a single mom who couldn't hack it on her own. Says who? The question hangs between us, simple but loaded. Says who? Society? The voices in my head? The imaginary tribunal of Eagle Point residents who I assume are judging my every move? I know what people are going to think. 28 years old, back home with a 6-year-old, and no husband in sight. They're going to want to know about Harry's father, why I left, why I came back, and I don't have good answers for any of that. The coffee tastes like comfort and regret, warming my hands but doing nothing for the cold knot in my stomach. Through the window, I can see Main Street stretching out in both directions, lined with shops and businesses that hold 1,000 memories I'm not ready to confront. You know what I think? Maya leans back, crossing her arms. I think you're scared of more than just small-town gossip. Damn her for knowing me so well. Even after years apart, she can read me like one of those romance novels we used to hide under our textbooks in study hall. I'm scared of a lot of things, including seeing Paul again. There it is. The name I've been dancing around, the elephant in every room I enter in this town. Paul Montgomery, Harry's father, the man who doesn't even know he has a son. He's engaged now. The words come out smaller than I intended. To Jocelyn Whitaker, I saw it in the society pages online. And nothing. It's good. He's moved on with his life, found someone appropriate, someone his family approves of. Someone who's not you, you mean? The truth hits like a slap. Someone who's not me, the girl from the wrong side of town who got pregnant and disappeared rather than face the consequences. Someone who fits into his world without requiring explanations or apologies. It's better this way, for everyone, including Harry. My heart clenches at the mention of my son. Sweet, curious Harry, who asks about his father sometimes, usually when he sees other kids with their dads. I've gotten good at changing the subject, distracting him with activities or treats, but I know those questions won't go away forever. Harry doesn't need the complications. He's got me, he's got Mama, he's got stability. That's enough. Is it, though? Is it enough for you? The question pierces through all my careful justifications, hitting the place where I keep all the things I don't want to examine. Is it enough? This half-life I've built? This story with missing chapters and characters who were written out before the plot could resolve? It has to be. I made my choice 7 years ago when I found out I was pregnant. I decided it was better to leave than to trap him in something he didn't want. Did you ever think maybe that choice should have been his to make? The familiar guilt rises in my throat, thick and choking. The same guilt that kept me awake nights during my pregnancy. wondering if I was being brave or cowardly. The guilt that followed me to California and back again, whispering that I stole something from both Paul and Harry that I had no right to take. He was 23, Maya, about to graduate, had his whole future mapped out. His parents already hated me. You remember how his mother looked at me that time she saw us together at the farmer's market? Like I was something she needed to scrape off her shoe. His parents aren't him. No, but they're his family, his world. And I was nobody. A girl who worked at the bookstore and lived in a rental house with a leaky roof. What could I offer him except complications? Maya's silence stretches between us, filled with the clatter of dishes and the low hum of conversation from other tables. The lunch crowd is starting to filter in, mostly older folks who probably remember me as the Watson girl who used to run around with that Montgomery boy. You know what you offered him? Maya finally says, her voice gentle but firm. Love. Real, honest love. I saw y'all together, remember? That boy was crazy about you, and you were crazy about him. That's not nothing, Nat. Love doesn't pay bills or bridge social gaps? Maybe not, but it's a hell of a foundation to build on. The waitress returns, topping off our coffee cups and eyeing us with the curiosity of someone who recognizes old drama when she sees it. This is another thing I'd forgotten about small towns. Privacy is a luxury, and secrets have expiration dates. What am I supposed to do now? The question comes out raw, exposing the fear I've been carrying like a stone in my chest. I can't avoid him forever. Eagle Point's not that big, and eventually, someone's going to notice that Harry has his eyes. Those blue eyes that startled me the first time I held my son. So familiar and heartbreaking that I cried for an hour in that hospital room. The eyes that grow more like Paul's every year. A daily reminder of the choice I made and the conversation I've been avoiding. Maybe it's time to stop avoiding things, stop running. I'm not running anymore. I'm here, aren't I? Being here isn't the same as being present, being engaged with your life instead of just surviving it. Her words sting because they're true. I've been in survival mode for so long, I've forgotten what it feels like to actually live, to make choices based on hope instead of fear, to believe I deserve good things instead of just settling for safe ones. The town's different now, Maya continues, her voice warming with encouragement. More accepting. Hell, the Johnson's daughter came back last year with twin boys and no husband, and nobody batted an eye. People are more concerned with helping than judging, especially when kids are involved. That's easy for you to say. You married your high school sweetheart and live happily ever after. I'm the cautionary tale mothers tell their daughters. Stop it. Her voice sharpens, cutting through my self-pity with surgical precision. You're not a cautionary tale. You're a survivor. You moved across the country, raised a beautiful child, worked so hard to build something from nothing. That's not failure, Nat. That's strength. I want to believe her. Want to see myself through her eyes instead of through the lens of my own disappointment and fear. But it's hard to shake 7 years of telling myself a different story. I'm scared, Maya. Scared of screwing up Harry's life worse than I already have. Scared of facing Paul and seeing disappointment or anger or worse, indifference. Scared that coming home was just another mistake in a long line of them. Fear's normal. Fear's human. But you can't let it make your decisions for you forever. She reaches across the table again, squeezing my hand with a strength that reminds me why we've been friends since we were 8 years old, building sandcastles, and swearing we'd be sisters forever. You've got people here who love you. Your mama, me, Harry. That's your foundation. Everything else is just noise. The warmth in her voice, the certainty, makes something tight in my chest begin to loosen. Maybe she's right. Maybe I've been so focused on all the ways this could go wrong that I've forgotten to consider how it might go right. Harry's been asking about making friends. He's excited about starting school here. See? Kids know things. They can sense when a place feels like home. He's been talking about wanting to learn how to fix cars. Says he wants to meet your dad. Maya laughs, the sound bright and familiar. Daddy would love that. He's been complaining that nobody appreciates good, honest work anymore. Harry sounds like his kind of kid. He is. He's the best thing I've ever done. Then trust that. Trust him. Trust yourself. You didn't come this far just to come this far, Nat. You came this far because you're strong enough to go further.
Chapter 4. Paul. The Montgomery estate gleams under the glow of 1,000 string lights, transformed into something that belongs more in a magazine spread than real life. Crystal chandeliers cast rainbows across the marble floors, and every surface holds an arrangement of white roses that probably cost more than most people make in a month. The whole damn place reeks of money and expectations, and I'm drowning in both. Paul, darling, you simply must meet the Worthingtons. They just returned from their place in the Hamptons. Jocelyn appears at my elbow, her smile bright enough to power the entire party. She's stunning tonight in a dress that costs a fortune, diamonds glittering at her throat like stars. Every inch the perfect society bride. So why does looking at her feel like staring at a beautiful painting behind glass? Admirable but untouchable, impressive but cold. Of course. I paste on the smile that's been my armor since childhood, the one that gets me through board meetings and charity galas and conversations about polo ponies. Lead the way. She threads her arm through mine, and we glide across the ballroom floor like we're performing for an audience. Which I suppose we are. Half of Texas society is here tonight, along with business associates, family friends, and anyone else my parents deemed worthy of witnessing the Montgomery heirs' engagement celebration. The Worthingtons own that shipping company I mentioned, Jocelyn murmurs as we approach a couple that looks like they stepped out of a country club advertisement. Thomas went to school with your father. Thomas Worthington grips my hand like he's trying to crush bones, his laugh booming across the conversation cluster we've joined. His wife, plastic surgery and pearls, simpers at Jocelyn like she's viewing a particularly promising racehorse. Montgomery! Hell of a party your folks threw. Hell of a girl you've got there, too. He claps me on the shoulder hard enough to rattle teeth. Smart move, son. Smart move. A man needs the right kind of wife if he's going to make his mark in this world. The right kind of wife. The phrase sits in my gut like spoiled meat. The right kind meaning wealthy, connected, socially acceptable. The kind who knows which fork to use and how to charm investors' wives at dinner parties. Jocelyn's certainly special, I manage, the words tasting like sawdust. Oh, Paul. Jocelyn's laugh tinkles like wind chimes. You're such a flatterer. Thomas, you should see the ring he chose. It's absolutely divine. She extends her hand, and the women in our circle descend like vultures on fresh roadkill, cooing over the 3-carat diamond that Mother insisted was appropriate for the family name. Jocelyn selected it herself from a catalog of pre-approved options. I might as well have let my accountant propose. Stunning choice, Mrs. Worthington breathes. Simply stunning. The cut is exquisite. It's a family tradition. Mother's voice cuts through the group as she materializes beside us, elegant and sharp as a blade in midnight blue silk. The Montgomery men have always known how to select the finest things. Finest things, like Jocelyn's a piece of jewelry or artwork to be acquired and displayed. The conversation swirls around me. Wedding venues, guest lists, honeymoon destinations, and I feel myself shrinking inward, disappearing into the role everyone expects me to play. We're thinking of a spring wedding, Jocelyn continues, her voice bright with excitement. Something elegant but not too ostentatious. Garden party theme, perhaps. What do you think, darling? All eyes turn to me, waiting for my input on a wedding that feels more like a merger than a celebration of love. I scan the faces around me, expectant, polished, empty, and wonder when my life became a performance I never auditioned for. Whatever makes you happy. The response is automatic, learned through years of practice. Oh, he's so accommodating. Jocelyn squeezes my arm. I'm the luckiest girl in Texas. The group laughs on cue, and I excuse myself to grab another drink, needing space to breathe. The bar stretches along one wall, manned by professionals who probably make more in tips tonight than some people see in a month. I order a whiskey, neat, and lean against the marble counter, watching the party swirl around me like I'm observing someone else's life. Paul Montgomery, as I live and breathe. I turn to find Bradley Hutchinson approaching, his face flushed with alcohol and self-importance. We went to prep school together, where he perfected the art of being aggressively mediocre while acting like he invented success. Bradley, good to see you. Congratulations, man. Jocelyn Whitaker, damn. You always did know how to pick 'em. He leans closer, his breath reeking of champagne and entitlement. Course, I heard you had quite the wild phase in high school. Something about a local girl. Watson, wasn't it? My blood turns to ice. The whiskey glass freezes halfway to my lips. Not sure what you're talking about. Come on, don't play coy. Everyone knew about you and that bookstore girl. What was her name? Natalie? Pretty little thing, but not exactly our crowd, if you know what I mean. He winks like we're sharing a dirty secret. Thank God you came to your senses. Can you imagine? A Montgomery slumming it with some nobody from the wrong side of town? The words hit like physical blows. The casual dismissal. The assumption that what Natalie and I had was somehow shameful or beneath me. I want to grab Bradley by his silk tie and explain exactly how wrong he is. But the training of a lifetime holds me back. That was a long time ago, I say instead, my voice carefully neutral. Course it was. We all have our experimental phases. Hell, I dated a teacher's daughter once. Thank Christ my parents set me straight before I did anything stupid. He laughs like he's told the funniest joke in the world. Good thing you found Jocelyn. Now that's a woman who knows how to be a proper wife. Beautiful, connected, knows her place. Your kids will be gorgeous and well-bred. Kids. The word twists something deep in my chest. I've tried not to think about children, about the family Jocelyn and I are expected to create. Perfect little heirs to carry on the Montgomery name, raised by nannies and tutors, shipped off to the same prep schools that molded me into this hollow version of myself. If you'll excuse me. I abandon Bradley mid-sentence and push through the crowd, past conversations about stock portfolios and yacht clubs, past groups of women comparing vacation homes and charity board positions. The words blur together into a symphony of superficiality that makes my skin crawl. Did you see Caroline's dress? 2 seasons old, poor thing. The Patterson boy got into Yale. Well, his father's donations got him into Yale. I heard the Sinclair family lost half their fortune in that tech bubble. Tragic, really. Now they'll have to sell the place in Aspen. Every conversation confirms what I've always suspected, but never wanted to acknowledge, that my world is built on appearances and acquisition, on who you know and what you own rather than who you are. These people who've shaped my entire life, who I'm supposed to call friends and family, see everything through the lens of status and social climbing, including me, including Jocelyn, including the marriage everyone's so eager to celebrate. I find myself near the French doors that lead to the terrace, desperate for air that doesn't taste like expensive perfume and empty promises. The night beckons, cool and dark beyond the golden glow of the party, and I slip outside before anyone can corner me with another congratulation or business proposition. The terrace overlooks Mother's prize-winning gardens, now lit with subtle landscape lighting that probably cost more than most houses. The noise from the party fades to a distant hum, replaced by the rustle of wind through oak trees and the distant call of nightbirds. I lean against the stone balustrade and finally allow myself to breathe. Above me, stars pierce the darkness like diamonds scattered on black velvet, the same stars I used to watch with Natalie from the hood of my truck, parked on the hill overlooking Eagle Point Lake. We'd lie there for hours, her head on my shoulder, talking about everything and nothing while the world spun quietly around us. What do you think you'll be doing in 10 years? she'd asked one night, her voice soft with dreams and possibility. I don't know. Something that matters. Something real. Like what? I'd kissed her instead of answering, because the truth was too complicated and too frightening to speak aloud. The truth was that with her, I could imagine a different life. A life where I wasn't performing a role or living up to expectations, where I could just be Paul, not the Montgomery heir or the future CEO of an oil tycoon or the perfect society husband. Just Paul, who loved a girl who made him laugh and challenged him to think, and never once asked him to be anything other than himself. There you are. Jocelyn's voice cuts through my memories like a knife through silk. She steps onto the terrace, her heels clicking against the stone. People are asking where you've gone. Your father wants to make a toast. Just needed some air. The party's wonderful, don't you think? Everyone's having such a marvelous time. The Worthingtons were just telling me about their place in Martha's Vineyard. They've invited us for the summer after the wedding. After the wedding. The words hang between us like a death sentence. I should be excited. Should be planning our future together. Should feel something other than this hollow ache in my chest. That sounds nice. You've been quiet tonight. Distracted. Her voice carries a note of concern, but it feels calculated, like she's reading from a script about how caring fiancés should behave. Is everything all right? How do I explain that nothing's all right? That I feel like I'm drowning in a life that looks perfect from the outside but feels like a prison from within? That every smile I've worn tonight is a lie? Every congratulation I've accepted feels like another nail in my coffin? Just overwhelmed, I guess. Big night. It is, isn't it? The beginning of our real life together. She slides her hand along my arm, her touch cold despite the warmth of her skin. I know it's a lot to take in, but we're going to be so happy, Paul. We're perfect for each other. Perfect. The word echoes in my head like a bell tolling. Perfect on paper. Perfect for our families. Perfect for society's expectations. But perfection, I'm learning, can be its own kind of hell.
Chapter 5. Natalie. The fluorescent lights of Eagle Point Market buzz overhead like angry wasps as I navigate the narrow aisles with Harry bouncing beside me, his energy infectious despite my exhaustion. The grocery cart's wonky wheel squeaks with every turn, a soundtrack to our Tuesday evening routine that's become as familiar as breathing. Can we get the cereal with the dinosaurs on it? Harry tugs at my jacket, his eyes bright with hope. Please, Mama. It's got calcium for my bones. Since when do you care about calcium? I ruffle his curls, unable to suppress a smile despite the stack of bills waiting at home and the dwindling balance in my checking account. But yes, we can get the dinosaur cereal. He pumps his fist in victory, and I add the overpriced box to our modest collection of necessities. Milk, bread, peanut butter, the cheapest pasta I can find. The checkout line moves with small-town efficiency. Mrs. Trenton ahead of us, complaining about the weather to anyone within earshot, while her granddaughter texts furiously on her phone. Normal, predictable, safe. The kind of routine that's kept me grounded since we moved back to Eagle Point. Paper or plastic? The teenage cashier doesn't look up from scanning our items, her movements mechanical. Paper, please. Harry helps load the bags into the cart, his concentration intense as he arranges everything just so. He's always been particular about order, about making sure things fit properly. Maybe it's his way of controlling a world that probably feels chaotic and uncertain to a 6-year-old who's moved 3 times in the past year. The evening air hits us as we push through the automatic doors, carrying the scent of barbecue from somewhere down the street and the promise of rain. Harry skips ahead to the car, his dinosaur cereal clutched protectively against his chest like treasure. Careful in the parking lot, I call after him, fishing for my keys, while balancing 2 bags against my hip. The sun hangs low on the horizon, painting everything in shades of amber and gold that remind me why I loved this place once upon a time. before everything got complicated, before I learned that loving someone doesn't guarantee they'll choose you when it matters. I'm wrestling with the car door when Harry's voice stops me cold. "Mama, there's a really tall man looking at us." My heart performs some impossible acrobatic feat, launching itself somewhere into my throat while my stomach plummets toward my shoes. I know without looking. I know by the way the air suddenly feels charged, electric, like the moment before lightning strikes. I turn slowly, groceries forgotten, and there he is. Paul Montgomery stands 3 parking spaces away, frozen beside a sleek black truck that probably cost more than I'll make in 5 years. He looks exactly like he did in high school, and completely different at the same time. Taller somehow, broader through the shoulders, his light brown hair catching the dying sunlight. Those blue eyes that haunted my dreams for years meet mine across the asphalt, and the world tilts sideways. God, he's beautiful. Time has been kind to him in ways it rarely is to people from our old neighborhood. His clothes scream money as everything about him does. He's from a different world than us, always has been. Natalie. My name falls from his lips like a prayer or a curse, I can't tell which. Paul. The word scrapes against my throat, rusty from disuse. How many times did I practice saying his name in front of the bathroom mirror after Harry was born? How many conversations did I rehearse that will never happen now? He takes a step forward, then stops. Uncertainty flickering across features that used to be as familiar to me as my own reflection. The silence stretches between us, loaded with 7 years of questions and accusations and explanations that feel too big for a grocery store parking lot. "You look." He stops, runs a hand through his hair, a gesture so achingly familiar that my chest tightens. "You look good, really good." "Thanks." The word comes out sharper than I intended. Armor against the way his voice still does things to my insides that it has no right to do. "You too." Harry chooses that moment to abandon his dinosaur cereal and bound over to us with the fearless curiosity that makes him simultaneously my greatest joy and my biggest worry. "Hi, I'm Harry. Who are you?" Paul's eyes drop to my son, our son, and something shifts in his expression. Wonder, maybe, or recognition. Harry inherited my curls and my stubborn chin, but those eyes are pure Montgomery blue. "I'm Paul." He crouches down to Harry's level, his voice gentler than I've heard it since we were teenagers. "That's a pretty cool shirt you've got there. Is that a T-Rex?" "It's actually an Allosaurus," Harry corrects, with the serious authority only a 6-year-old can muster. They're different because of the horns above their eyes. Most people get them confused, but I know lots about dinosaurs. "An Allosaurus," Paul repeats, like he's filing away this crucial information. I stand corrected. What else do you know about dinosaurs? And just like that, Harry launches into an elaborate explanation of carnivores versus herbivores, complete with hand gestures and scientific terms he's picked up from library books. Paul listens with the kind of attention most adults reserve for tax attorneys or doctors delivering bad news, nodding at appropriate intervals and asking questions that make Harry's face light up like Christmas morning. I should interrupt. Should grab Harry and our groceries and escape before this scene gets any more dangerous. But watching them together, watching Paul's genuine interest in our son's passions, seeing Harry bloom under the attention of someone who isn't tired or stressed or worried about paying bills, something inside my chest cracks open, despite every self-preservation instinct screaming at me to run. "And that's why they think some dinosaurs might have had feathers," Harry concludes breathlessly. "Feathers on a dinosaur. That's pretty amazing." Paul glances up at me, and the smile playing at the corners of his mouth is so familiar it hurts. He's really smart. Yeah, he is. Pride wars with panic in my voice. Harry is smart, curious, wonderful. And he's Paul's son, even if he doesn't know it yet. Even if Paul doesn't know it yet. Mama's the smartest, though, Harry announces loyally. She knows everything, and she reads me stories with different voices for all the characters. Does she? Paul's gaze locks with mine, and suddenly we're 17 again, sitting in his truck while I read him passages from whatever book I'd checked out from the library that week. He used to say I should be an actress, the way I could make every character sound unique. I bet she's really good at that. The memory hangs between us like a bridge. Neither of us knows whether to cross. I can see it in his eyes. The same recollection, the same ache for something we lost before we even knew how to fight for it. We should go. The words tumble out too fast, too sharp. Come on, Harry, help me load the groceries. But I was talking to Paul about dinosaurs, Harry protests, looking between us with the perceptive confusion kids get when they sense undercurrents they can't understand. I know, baby, but it's getting late. Paul straightens slowly, and I can feel him watching me fumble with the grocery bags, my hands shaking slightly as I try to maintain some semblance of normalcy. Harry reluctantly helps, stealing glances at Paul like he's hoping for rescue from my sudden urgency to leave. Natalie. Paul's voice stops my frantic bag shuffling. How long have you been back in town? A few days now. I don't look at him, focusing instead on arranging cereal boxes and milk jugs like my life depends on their proper placement. Why didn't you? He stops, starts again. I mean, I would have liked to know you were back. Things have been busy. My voice carries a slight tremor I can't quite suppress. New job, getting Harry settled in school. You know how it is. But he doesn't know how it is. He can't possibly understand the exhaustion of single motherhood, the constant worry about money and stability, and whether I'm screwing up the most important job I'll ever have. He lives in a world of trust funds and family connections, where problems get solved with phone calls and check signatures. Right, of course. He shifts his weight, and I catch a glimpse of something that might be disappointment in his expression. Well, it's good to see you, both of you. Harry waves enthusiastically from the back seat, where I've buckled him in with perhaps more force than necessary. Bye, Paul. Maybe we can talk about dinosaurs again sometime. I'd like that. Paul calls back, and the sincerity in his voice makes my chest tight all over again. I climb into the driver's seat and start the engine, desperate to put distance between us before I do something stupid like cry or confess or demand answers to questions I gave up the right to ask years ago. Through the rearview mirror, I watch Paul standing beside his truck, hands shoved deep in his pockets, watching us drive away. Mama, why were you acting weird with Paul? Harry's question hits me like a slap. Out of the mouths of babes and all that. I wasn't acting weird, sweetheart. Yes, you were. You got all nervous and talked really fast and kept dropping things. His reflection in the mirror studies me with those too perceptive blue eyes. Do you know him from somewhere? From somewhere. If only it were that simple. We went to school together a long time ago. Were you friends? Friends. The word tastes like ash in my mouth. We were so much more than friends, and so much less. We were first love and heartbreak, and every stupid, wonderful, devastating thing that comes with being young and thinking forever is a promise instead of a hope. Something like that. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 6. Paul. The Whitaker mansion sprawls across 3 acres of manicured lawn like something out of a damn historical drama, all white columns and wraparound porches that scream old money and southern pride. I parked the truck between Jocelyn's BMW and her father's Cadillac, the gravel crunching under my boots as I walked toward the front door. The dinner invitation came with all the usual expectations. Show up, smile, discuss wedding plans, pretend I give a damn about flower arrangements and seating charts, while Jocelyn's mother prattles on about caterers and photographers. Mrs. Whitaker answers the door before I can knock, her smile as polished as the crystal chandelier hanging in the foyer behind her. "Paul, darling." Right on time, as always. "Mrs. Whitaker." I accept her air kiss with practiced ease, the scent of her expensive perfume cloying and overwhelming. "You look lovely tonight." "Oh, you charmer." She swats at my arm playfully, leading me through the marble-floored entryway toward the dining room. Jocelyn's been beside herself all day, planning every detail of tonight's menu. You know how she gets when she wants everything perfect. Perfect. There's that word again. It follows me everywhere these days, like a shadow I can't shake. The perfect wedding for the perfect couple in the perfect small town, where everyone knows everyone else's business and expectations run deeper than oil wells. Jocelyn appears in the doorway to the dining room, and I have to admit she looks stunning. Her blonde hair falls in perfectly styled waves over her shoulders, and the emerald green dress she's wearing fits her perfectly. She's everything a Montgomery heir should want in a wife, beautiful, intelligent, from the right family, with the right connections. So why does the sight of her make me feel absolutely nothing? There's my handsome fiancée. She glides toward me with practiced grace, rising on her toes to press a kiss to my cheek. Her lips are soft, warm, exactly what they should be. And I feel like I'm kissing a stranger. "Sorry I'm a few minutes late. Got held up at the office." It's a lie, but an easy one. The truth is, I've been driving around Eagle Point for the past hour, trying to process what happened in that grocery store parking lot. Trying to make sense of the way my world tilted sideways the moment I saw Natalie Watson loading groceries into a beat-up car with a little boy who has my eyes. "No worries at all, honey." Jocelyn links her arm through mine, steering me toward the dining room where her parents wait with cocktails and expectant smiles. "Daddy's been dying to tell you about the new development project. 300 acres on the east side of town, perfect for luxury homes." Mr. Whitaker stands as we enter, his handshake firm and his smile calculating in the way that only comes from decades of real estate deals and political connections. "Paul, good to see you, son. How's the oil business treating you?" "Can't complain." I accept the bourbon he offers, the crystal tumbler heavy in my hand. Prices are holding steady, demand strong. Dad's talking about expanding into renewable energy, diversifying the portfolio. Smart man, your father. Always thinking ahead. Whitaker settles back into his chair, swirling his own drink thoughtfully. "Speaking of thinking ahead, Jocelyn tells me you two have finally set a date for the wedding." Jocelyn's laugh tinkles like wind chimes, light and musical and completely rehearsed. "Well, we're still discussing the details, but we're thinking next spring. April, maybe. The weather should be perfect for an outdoor ceremony." "April sounds wonderful, sweetheart." Mrs. Whitaker beams at her daughter, then turns that same bright smile on me. "Paul, you must be so excited. Jocelyn's been planning this wedding since she was 12 years old. She has notebooks full of ideas. Notebooks full of ideas. Of course she does." Jocelyn approaches everything in her life with the same meticulous planning, from her daily schedule to her career goals to her choice in husbands. I'm not a person to her. I'm a checklist item. The right name, the right bank account, the right social connections. Actually, I wanted to discuss the guest list with you tonight. Jocelyn pulls out her phone, scrolling through what looks like a spreadsheet. I'm thinking around 300 people. The country club can accommodate that many, and it'll give us a chance to invite all the important families from both Houston and Dallas. 300 people, most of whom I barely know, and half of whom I actively dislike. Politicians and business associates and society wives who'll spend the entire reception gossiping about other people's marriages while pretending to care about ours. 300 seems like a lot, I say carefully, taking a sip of bourbon that tastes like smoke and regret. Oh, but darling, we have to invite everyone who matters. Jocelyn's green eyes widen with something that might be genuine concern. This isn't just our wedding. It's a statement about our families, our position in the community. People will expect a certain level of grandeur. Grandeur. Jesus Christ. The conversation flows around me like water around a stone, topics shifting from flower arrangements to catering options to the relative merits of different photographers. I nod at appropriate intervals, make the expected sounds of interest, but my mind keeps drifting back to a grocery store parking lot and a little boy with curly hair and blue eyes. Harry. Even his name fits somehow, solid and unpretentious in a way that cuts through all the nonsense surrounding me right now. He couldn't be more than 6 or 7 years old, which means math has never been my strong suit. But this equation is simple enough. 7 years ago, Natalie and I were together. 7 years ago, she left town without a word, disappeared like smoke, and I was too proud and too hurt to go after her. 7 years ago, I threw myself into college and business and everything else that would help me forget the way she laughed at my terrible jokes and read to me from whatever book she was obsessing over that week. Paul? Honey, are you listening? Jocelyn's voice cuts through my thoughts like a blade, bringing me back to the present where 3 sets of eyes are focused on me with varying degrees of concern and expectation. Sorry, just thinking about work stuff. I set down my bourbon, trying to look attentive. What were you saying? I was asking about your groomsmen. Have you given any thought to who you'd like to ask? Groomsmen. Right. More people to stand around and pretend this whole thing makes sense. I'll probably ask my cousins, maybe a few guys from college. What about local friends? Anyone from high school you'd want to include? The question hits closer to home than she probably intended. High school friends. Most of the guys I hung around with back then have scattered to the winds. College, military, bigger cities with better opportunities. The only person from high school I really want to see again is sitting somewhere in Eagle Point right now, probably reading bedtime stories to a little boy who might be my son. I'll have to think about it. Mrs. Whitaker chooses that moment to announce dinner, and we migrate to the formal dining room where the table is set with enough crystal and china to fund a small country's education budget. The meal is exactly what I expected. Expensive, elaborate, and completely devoid of soul, like everything else in my life these days. The conversation continues through multiple courses, touching on politics and business and social obligations. I respond when spoken to, laugh at Whitaker's terrible jokes, compliment the food that tastes like cardboard in my mouth. But my thoughts keep circling back to Natalie. She looked tired, I realize now. Stressed in a way that had nothing to do with running into an ex in a parking lot. Her clothes were nice, but not expensive, and that car she was driving has seen better days. The Natalie I remember came from a working-class family, but they were solid people. Her mother worked at the school district, her father at the plant before it closed down. Good people who believed in hard work and taking care of your own. What happened to bring her back to Eagle Point? And why did she look like she was carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders? And of course we'll need to coordinate with the florist about the centerpieces, Jocelyn is saying, her voice bright with enthusiasm that feels forced around the edges. I'm thinking something elegant, but not too overwhelming. White roses, maybe some baby's breath. Sounds perfect, sweetheart. I managed to inject the right amount of interest into my voice, even though I couldn't care less about centerpieces if my life depended on it. Oh, and Paul, I almost forgot. She reaches for her purse, pulling out what looks like fabric samples. I need you to choose between these 3 options for the napkins. The wedding planner says we need to decide by Friday. 3 shades of cream that look identical to my untrained eye. I point to one at random, earning a delighted smile that makes me feel like even more of a fraud. Excellent choice. I was leaning toward that one myself. Of course she was. Jocelyn has every detail of this wedding planned down to the thread count of the napkins, and my role is to show up and agree with whatever she's already decided. It's not a partnership, it's a performance, and I'm starting to forget my lines. Dessert arrives with fanfare, some elaborate creation involving chocolate and gold leaf that probably took 3 hours to prepare. I eat it mechanically, nodding along as Mrs. Whitaker regales us with stories about other society weddings and the disasters that befell couples who didn't plan properly. Remember the Morrison wedding? She shudders delicately. The caterer ran out of champagne halfway through the reception. Absolutely mortifying. That's why it's so important to plan for every contingency. Every contingency except the one where the groom realizes he's about to marry the wrong woman. The thought hits me like a punch to the gut, unexpected and devastating in its clarity. I'm about to marry Jocelyn Whitaker because it makes sense on paper, because our families expect it, because it's easier than admitting I've been drifting through my life without any real direction or purpose. But seeing Natalie again, even for those few minutes, reminded me what it feels like to actually want something, to feel that spark of recognition, that sense of coming home. With Jocelyn, I feel nothing. Comfortable, maybe. Familiar, but not alive. Paul, you're being awfully quiet tonight. Mr. Whitaker's observation carries just enough weight to feel like a gentle reprimand. Everything all right? Just tired. It's been a long week. Well, you'll have plenty of time to rest after the wedding. Jocelyn's hand finds mine across the table, her fingers cool and perfectly manicured. We're thinking about Greece for the honeymoon. 2 weeks on a private island. Just the 2 of us. 2 weeks on a private island with someone who feels like a stranger. 2 weeks of pretending this marriage is something more than a business merger with benefits. 2 weeks of lying to myself and to her about what I really want. That sounds great, I lie, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. The evening drags on with coffee and brandy and more wedding talk that feels increasingly surreal. I check my watch discreetly, calculating how much longer I need to stay before I can make polite excuses and escape. Finally, mercifully, Mrs. Whitaker begins clearing dessert plates, and Jocelyn starts gathering her wedding planning materials. The evening is winding down, and I can almost taste freedom. We should do this more often, Jocelyn says as she walks me to the door, her arm linked through mine in a gesture that feels more possessive than affectionate. I love having you here, seeing you get along so well with my parents. They're good people. Another lie, but a harmless one. The Whitakers aren't bad people exactly. They're just empty. All surface and no substance, like expensive furniture in a house nobody actually lives in. I'll call you tomorrow about the cake tasting, she continues, rising on her toes to kiss my cheek. The bakery can fit us in Saturday morning if you're free. I'll check my schedule. Perfect. Drive safe, honey. I love you. The words hang in the air between us, waiting for the expected response. 3 little words that should be automatic, reflexive, as easy as breathing. You too, I manage, and if she notices the deflection, she doesn't comment on it. The drive home through Eagle Point's quiet streets gives me time to think, to process the emotional whiplash of the evening. The Whitaker mansion fades in my rearview mirror, all its lights and luxury and perfectly planned future disappearing into darkness. I need to find Natalie. I need to ask her about Harry, about why she left, about why she's back. I need to know if that little boy with my eyes and her stubborn chin is my son. The thought terrifies and thrills me in equal measure. A son. My son. The possibility reshapes everything I thought I knew about my life, my choices, my future. If Harry is mine, then every decision I've made for the past 7 years has been built on incomplete information. I pull into my driveway but don't get out of the truck immediately. Instead, I sit in the darkness, planning. Natalie mentioned getting Harry settled in school, which means Eagle Point Elementary. There's only one elementary school in town, and everyone knows everyone else's business here. It shouldn't be hard to find out where she's living, where she's working. Tomorrow I'll start asking questions. Carefully, discreetly, but persistently. Because if Harry is my son, then everything changes. Everything. And if he's not, well, I still need to know why seeing Natalie again felt like waking up after 7 years of sleepwalking through my own life.
Chapter 7. Natalie. The kitchen of my childhood home smells like Maxwell House coffee and memories, the same linoleum floors creaking under my bare feet as I pad toward the counter where Mama's already started the morning ritual. She's standing at the window above the sink, her favorite mug, the one with the chipped handle that says, "World's Best Mom," cradled in her hands as she watches the sunrise paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. "Morning, baby girl." She doesn't turn around, but her voice carries that warm affection that's been my anchor since I was Harry's age. "Coffee's fresh. Made it strong, the way you like it." "You're an angel." I pour myself a generous cup, adding cream until it turns the color of caramel. The first sip is pure heaven, caffeine and comfort wrapped in ceramic warmth. Mama finally turns from the window, and I catch her studying my face with that maternal X-ray vision that can spot trouble from a mile away. At 52, she's still beautiful in that effortless way some women possess. Smooth, dark skin that barely shows her age. Eyes that sparkle with intelligence and humor. Silver threading through her natural hair like tinsel. "You look tired, Nat. Didn't sleep well?" That's putting it mildly. I spent most of the night staring at the ceiling, replaying every second of yesterday's encounter with Paul, the way his blue eyes widened with recognition, the careful distance he maintained, like I might bolt if he moved too quickly, the questions I could see forming behind his polite small talk. Harry had another nightmare about starting school. It's not entirely a lie. Harry did wake up around midnight, worried about making friends, but his anxiety isn't what kept me awake until dawn. That boy's been through a lot of changes lately. Mama settles into the chair across from me at the small kitchen table, the same one where I did homework and ate countless bowls of cereal and cried over teenage heartbreak. Give him time, he'll adjust. Time. Such a simple concept, but it feels like a luxury I can't afford. Every day we stay in Eagle Point increases the chances of Paul figuring out the truth about Harry. Every interaction, every shared glance, every moment his brilliant mind has to put the pieces together. "Mama, I ran into Paul yesterday at the grocery store." Her coffee cup pauses halfway to her lips, and I see understanding flash across her features. Mama knows. She's always known. She was the one who held me while I cried over the positive pregnancy test, the one who helped me plan my escape to California, the one who never once judged me for the choice I made. "How did that go?" "About as well as you'd expect." I wrap my hands around my mug, letting the heat seep into my palms. He was polite. Asked about Harry. "Did he see him?" "Yeah." Harry was being his usual charming self, asking a million questions. The memory of my son's bright curiosity makes me smile despite everything. Paul looked like he'd seen a ghost. Mama makes that non-committal sound that means she's processing, thinking, choosing her words carefully. "What did you tell him?" "Nothing." "What could I tell him?" The words come out sharper than I intended, frustration bleeding through my carefully maintained composure. "Oh, hey, Paul, by the way, this is your son that I never bothered to mention when I disappeared 7 years ago. Natalie." One word, but it carries enough gentle reproof to make me take a breath and check my tone. Mama has never been one for dramatics or self-pity, and she's not about to start indulging mine now. I know I need to tell him, but God, Mama, how do you even begin a conversation like that? She reaches across the table and covers my hand with hers, her touch warm and steady and completely without judgment. You start with the truth, baby girl. Same way you always have. The truth. Such a simple thing, but it feels impossibly complicated when filtered through 7 years of guilt and rationalization and fear. The truth is that I was 21 and terrified and convinced that telling Paul about the baby would trap him in a life he never chose. The truth is that I loved him enough to let him go, even if it meant carrying that secret alone. He's engaged, Mama, to Jocelyn Whitaker. I heard. There's disapproval in her voice, subtle but unmistakable. Mama never liked the Whitakers, thought they were all flash and no substance. Doesn't change the fact that Harry is his son. Doesn't it? I lean back in my chair, suddenly exhausted by the weight of this conversation. He's building a life with someone else. He's happy. What right do I have to blow that up? What right do you have to keep his child from him? The question hits like a physical blow, direct and uncompromising in the way only my mother can deliver. She's not wrong, and we both know it. Whatever mistakes I made 7 years ago, whatever justifications I used to convince myself I was doing the right thing, Harry deserves to know his father, and Paul deserves to know his son. I was scared. The admission comes out barely above a whisper, like saying it too loud might shatter something fragile. I was young and pregnant and scared out of my mind. Paul was this golden boy with this whole bright future mapped out, and I was just me, the girl from the wrong side of the tracks who was about to ruin everything for him. Oh, honey. Mama's voice carries a world of understanding, of love, of gentle exasperation at her daughter's stubborn pride. That boy loved you something fierce. Anyone with eyes could see it. He had plans, Mama. College, business school taking over his family's company. How was I supposed to tell him that all of that might have to change because I couldn't figure out birth control? Birth control fails, Natalie. Accidents happen. That doesn't make Harry a mistake. I didn't say he was a mistake. My voice rises slightly, defensive instincts kicking in. Harry is the best thing that ever happened to me. But that doesn't mean Paul would have seen it that way. You didn't give him the chance to prove you wrong. And there it is. The heart of the matter. The truth I've been avoiding for 7 years. I didn't give Paul a choice. I made the decision for both of us, convinced that I knew what was best for everyone involved. I played God with all our lives, and now I have to live with the consequences. What if he hates me for it? The fear I've been carrying around like a stone in my chest finally breaks free, raw and vulnerable in the morning light. What if he looks at me and sees someone who stole 7 years of his son's life from him? Then you deal with that too. Mama's response is matter of fact, practical in the way that only comes from decades of facing hard truths head on. But you can't undo the past, baby girl. All you can do is figure out how to move forward. Moving forward. It sounds so simple when she says it, like changing direction is as easy as turning a corner. But the path ahead feels tangled with complications and consequences I can barely imagine. He looked older yesterday, more serious. I find myself thinking out loud, remembering the way Paul carried himself in that parking lot. Gone was the easy confidence of the boy I fell in love with, replaced by something heavier, more guarded. Success suits him, I guess. Success or resignation? The question catches me off guard, sharp and perceptive in the way Mama's observations always are. What do you mean? I mean, I've seen that boy around town lately, and he doesn't look like someone who's happy with his life. Looks more like someone going through the motions. There's something in her tone that makes me study her face more carefully. You've been watching him? Hard not to notice when someone's driving around Eagle Point like they're looking for something they can't find. She shrugs, but there's intention behind the casual gesture. Makes a mother wonder what might be missing. Before I can respond to that loaded observation, a sharp knock echoes through the house. We both freeze, coffee cups suspended halfway to our lips, as the sound reverberates through the quiet morning air.
Chapter 8. Paul. My phone buzzes against my thigh, probably Jocelyn wondering where I am. I'm supposed to be at the country club in an hour for another wedding planning session, another discussion about flowers and centerpieces while my life implodes in slow motion. Instead, I'm sitting outside my ex-girlfriend's house like some kind of stalker, working up the courage to ask the question that's been eating at me since yesterday. The front door opens before I can lose my nerve, and Natalie steps onto the porch in bare feet and pajama pants, her hair pulled back in a messy bun that makes her look exactly like the girl I fell in love with at 16. "Paul, what are you doing here? We need to talk." I figured as much. She crosses her arms over her chest, a defensive gesture that puts even more distance between us. "About what?" "You know damn well about what." For a moment, neither of us moves. We stand there in the morning light, separated by 7 years of silence. Then Natalie's shoulders sag slightly, and I see the fight go out of her. "Come inside, Mama's already made coffee." The invitation surprises me. I expected resistance, deflection, maybe even the door slammed in my face. Instead, she's stepping aside and gesturing for me to follow her into the house where we spent so many stolen moments as teenagers. The living room looks smaller than I remember, crowded with the same mismatched furniture and family photos that have always made this place feel more like home than the Montgomery mansion ever did. The smell hits me immediately. Coffee and vanilla candles and something indefinably warm that I've carried in my memory for 7 years. "Paul Montgomery." Rose Watson appears in the kitchen doorway, wiping her hands on a dish towel, and her smile is genuine despite the circumstances. "Look at you, all grown up and handsome. Your mama must be proud." "Yes, ma'am." The response is automatic, ingrained by years of Southern manners and respect for my elders. "Mrs. Watson, you look well." "Oh, honey, call me Rose. You're not 17 anymore." She studies my face with the same penetrating gaze I remember from high school, the one that always made me feel like she could see straight through to my soul. "Though I have to say, you look like you could use some coffee and a good meal. Come on in the kitchen." I follow them both into the familiar space, accepting the mug Rose hands me and settling into the same chair I used to occupy during those rare occasions when Natalie's mama let me stay for dinner. The coffee is strong and bitter, exactly how I like it, and I wonder if Rose remembers that detail from all those years ago. "So," Natalie sits across from me, her own mug cradled between her palms like a shield. "What did you want to talk about?" Direct. No small talk, no easing into the conversation. Just straight to the heart of the matter, which is so perfectly Natalie that it makes my chest ache with something that feels dangerously close to nostalgia. "Harry." I meet her eyes, watching for any flicker of guilt or confirmation. "He's mine, isn't he?" The silence that follows feels heavy enough to crush the house. Rose sets down her coffee cup with deliberate care, the clink of ceramic against ceramic unnaturally loud in the sudden quiet. Natalie's face goes through a series of micro-expressions, panic, resignation, something that might be relief. "Yes." The word comes out barely above a whisper, but it lands like a bomb in the middle of the kitchen. "Yes, he's yours." I should feel vindicated. I should feel angry. Instead, I feel hollow, like someone has scooped out my insides and left nothing but empty space behind. 7 years. My voice sounds strange to my own ears, rough with emotions I can't quite name. 7 goddamn years, Natalie. You kept my son from me for 7 years. I know. Tears are gathering in her eyes, but she doesn't let them fall. Stubborn as always, even in the face of guilt that should be crushing her. I know, and I'm sorry, but you have to understand. Understand what? The words come out sharper than I intended, loud enough to make Rose flinch. Understand why you disappeared without a word? Understand why you let me think you just didn't give a damn about what we had? Because you had your whole life planned out. The dam breaks, and suddenly Natalie is on her feet, hands pressed flat against the table as she leans toward me. College, business school, taking over your family's company. You had this perfect future mapped out, and I was nobody, Paul. A girl from the wrong side of town who was about to ruin everything for you. That wasn't your decision to make. I stand too, my chair scraping against the linoleum as I move. It wasn't your choice whether or not I wanted to be a father. Wasn't it? Her laugh is bitter, broken. Your parents made it pretty clear what they thought of me. Your mother could barely stand to be in the same room with me, and your father acted like I was some kind of gold digger trying to trap their precious son. My parents don't get to decide who I love or what kind of man I am. You were 23 years old, Paul. You were their golden boy, their heir apparent. What did you think was going to happen when you told them you got your high school girlfriend pregnant? The question hits harder than I want to admit because she's not wrong. My parents would have been furious. There would have been ultimatums, threats to cut me off, pressure to handle the situation quietly and efficiently. But that doesn't excuse what she did. You should have told me. The words come out quieter now, weighed down by the exhaustion of carrying this anger for 7 years. Whatever happened after that, whatever we had to face together, you should have told me. I was scared. Natalie sinks back into her chair, and for the first time she looks as young as she was when she left. I was 21 and pregnant and terrified out of my mind. I couldn't even figure out how to tell my own mama, let alone you. So you ran. It's not a question. The facts speak for themselves. I ran. She nods, accepting the accusation without trying to defend herself. I packed a bag and got on a bus to California and convinced myself I was doing the right thing for everyone. Nonsense. Rose's voice cuts through the tension like a knife, and we both turn to stare at her in surprise. She's been so quiet I almost forgot she was there. Sorry, baby girl, but that's complete nonsense, and you know it. Mama... No, you listen to me. Rose stands, her small frame radiating authority despite her size. You were scared, yes. You were young and overwhelmed, absolutely. But you didn't leave because you thought it was best for Paul. You left because you thought you weren't good enough for him. The words land like a physical blow, and I watched Natalie flinch as if her mother had slapped her. That's not... It is exactly that. Rose's voice is gentle but implacable. You've been carrying around this idea since you were 17 years old that you don't deserve good things, that you're not worthy of love from someone like Paul. So when faced with the biggest decision of your life, you chose to run rather than risk being rejected. Maybe that's true. Natalie's voice is barely audible now, thick with unshed tears. Maybe I was a coward, but I can't change it now. I can't undo 7 years of Harry growing up without his father. No, you can't. I sit back down, suddenly feeling every one of my 30 years. But you can stop making decisions for all of us. Harry deserves to know who his father is. And what about Jocelyn? The question comes out like a challenge, sharp and pointed. What about your perfect fiancé and your perfect wedding and your perfect life? Perfect. The word tastes like ash in my mouth. Nothing about my life with Jocelyn feels perfect. It feels obligatory, expected, like following a script someone else wrote for me. That's my problem to figure out, is it? Natalie meets my eyes directly for the first time since I walked in here. Because last I checked, marriage was supposed to be a partnership. Decisions like this affect more than just you. She's right, and we both know it. Jocelyn has been planning our wedding for months, envisioning our life together, making assumptions about our future that are all about to be blown to hell. The engagement that felt like a logical next step now feels like a noose around my neck. I never loved her. The words slip out before I can stop them, raw and honest in a way that leaves me feeling exposed. Not the way I loved you. Natalie's intake of breath is sharp enough to cut glass. Paul, I know it doesn't matter now. I know too much has happened. Too much time has passed. But I need you to know that what we had was real for me. It mattered. It mattered to me too. Her voice breaks on the words, and finally, the tears she's been holding back start to fall. God, Paul, it mattered so much that it terrified me. I loved you so much I couldn't breathe sometimes, and that's exactly why I had to leave. That doesn't make any sense, doesn't it? She wipes her eyes with the back of her hand, leaving tracks through the tears. I was drowning in you, Paul. In us. I couldn't see a future where I was anything more than the girl who got lucky enough to catch the attention of Paul Montgomery. And when I found out I was pregnant, all I could think about was how I was about to trap you in a life you never chose. You would have been enough. The words come from somewhere deep in my chest, from a place I thought I'd buried years ago. You were always enough. Rose clears her throat softly, reminding us both that we're not alone in this kitchen, that this conversation is happening in front of an audience who has been watching this tragedy unfold for 7 years. What matters now, she says quietly, is Harry. That little boy deserves to know his father, and you deserve to know your son. Everything else, the hurt, the anger, the blame, that's all secondary to what's best for him. She's right. Whatever Natalie and I need to work through, whatever damage we've done to each other over the years, Harry is the priority now. He's innocent in all of this, a victim of decisions made before he was even born. I want to be part of his life. The statement comes out stronger than I feel, weighted with the certainty of finally knowing what I want. I want to be his father. Really be his father. Not just some stranger who shares his DNA. I want that too. Natalie nods, and for the first time since I walked in here, she looks genuinely hopeful. But Paul, we have to do this right. We have to think about how to tell him, how to help him understand why you weren't around before. He's going to have questions. Then we'll answer them, together. The word hangs in the air between us, loaded with possibility and terror in equal measure. Together. After 7 years of silence and separation, the idea feels both foreign and achingly.
Chapter 9. Natalie. The past 3 days have been a whirlwind of planning and second-guessing, of whispered conversations with Mama after Harry goes to bed, and sleepless nights staring at the ceiling, working out the logistics of how to tell a 6-year-old that his entire understanding of his family is about to change. Now, sitting in Mama's living room with Paul, perched awkwardly on the edge of the old floral sofa, I'm wondering if we're doing this right. Harry's in the kitchen with Mama, presumably helping her make his favorite chocolate chip cookies, though I can hear more giggling than actual baking happening. You sure about this? Paul's voice is low, meant just for me, and when I look at him, I can see the nerves he's trying so hard to hide. His hands are clasped between his knees, knuckles white with tension. No. The honesty slips out before I can soften it with false reassurance. I'm not sure about anything anymore, but he deserves to know. And you deserve to know him. Paul nods, his jaw working like he's chewing on words he can't quite bring himself to say. He's been different these past few days. Quieter, more thoughtful. The cocky confidence I remember from high school has been replaced by something more uncertain, more human. It suits him better than I want to admit. What if he hates me? The question comes out so quietly I almost miss it. What if he asks why I wasn't there and I don't have a good enough answer? My heart does something complicated in my chest, a twist of pain and sympathy that catches me off guard. For all his privilege and advantages, Paul looks genuinely terrified at the prospect of his son's rejection. It's the most vulnerable I've ever seen him, and it makes me want to reach out and offer comfort in a way that feels dangerous. He won't hate you. I keep my voice steady, certain. Harry doesn't have hate in him. He's curious about everything, asks a million questions, but he's not angry about not having a daddy around. He's just accepted it as normal. That almost makes it worse. I understand what he means. The idea that Harry has grown up thinking it's normal to not have a father, that he's never even questioned it enough to be upset about it, speaks to exactly how young he was when I made the decision to leave. He doesn't remember asking where his daddy was because he's never known a world where that was a possibility. "Mama, can we have cookies now?" Harry's voice carries from the kitchen, followed by the sound of his sneakers slapping against the linoleum as he runs toward us. He skids to a stop in the doorway, chocolate already smeared across his cheek, despite the cookies still being in the oven. His eyes land on Paul with the frank curiosity that only children possess, taking in this man who's been showing up at our house with increasing frequency. "Hi, Mr. Paul." Harry's greeting is polite but enthusiastic, the way Mama has taught him to address adults. "Are you staying for cookies? Grandma Rose says they'll be ready in 10 minutes. "If that's okay with you?" Paul's voice sounds rusty, like he's forgotten how to talk to children. Or maybe he's never really learned in the first place. "It's okay with me." Harry bounces on his toes, that endless 6-year-old energy making it impossible for him to stand still. "Do you like chocolate chip? They're my favorite. Grandma Rose makes the best ones in the whole world." "I do like chocolate chip." A smile tugs at the corner of Paul's mouth, the first genuine one I've seen from him all day. "They're actually my favorite too." "Really?" Harry's eyes light up like Paul has just revealed they share some incredible secret. "What else do you like? Do you like dinosaurs?" "I know everything about dinosaurs." "Did you know that T-Rex arms were actually really strong, even though they look tiny?" And just like that, Harry launches into one of his famous dinosaur monologues. Complete with hand gestures and sound effects, I watch Paul's face as my son rattles off facts about prehistoric creatures with the enthusiasm of a nature documentary narrator. And I see the exact moment something shifts in his expression. The nervousness doesn't disappear entirely, but underneath it, I catch a glimpse of wonder. This is his son. This brilliant, energetic, beautiful little boy is his child, and he's seeing it, really seeing it, for the first time. "Harry, baby, come sit down for a minute." I pat the cushion next to me on the couch, interrupting his dissertation on the hunting patterns of velociraptors. "Mr. Paul and I want to talk to you about something important." The word important gets Harry's attention in a way that nothing else can. He scrambles onto the couch beside me, his small body radiating the kind of focused energy that means he's preparing to listen with his whole being. Mama appears in the doorway, wiping her hands on a dish towel, and gives me an encouraging nod. We talked about this too, whether she should be here for the conversation. In the end, we decided that Harry might need the comfort of having all his favorite people around him when his world changes. You know how sometimes families look different from each other? I start carefully, using the words Paul and I rehearsed. Some kids live with their mommy and daddy, some live with just their mommy or just their daddy, and some live with their grandparents or aunts and uncles. Harry nods solemnly, his blue eyes fixed on my face with complete attention. "Well, you and I have been our own little family for your whole life, and that's been perfect. But there's something I never told you about your daddy." "I have a daddy?" The question comes out with such pure surprise that my heart cracks a little. Not upset, not confused, just genuinely startled by the possibility. "You do have a daddy." I reach over and take his small hand in mine, anchoring myself as much as him. And he's been wanting to meet you for a very long time. Harry's gaze shifts between Paul and me, and I can practically see the wheels turning in his head as he processes this information. He's always been frighteningly perceptive for his age, picking up on subtleties that most adults miss. Is it Mr. Paul? The question is so matter-of-fact, delivered with such casual certainty, that both Paul and I freeze. How did you... I start. But Harry interrupts me with the logic that only a 6-year-old can manage. He has the same eyes as me, and he keeps looking at me like Grandma Rose looks at the pictures of Grandpa when she thinks nobody's watching. Harry turns to face Paul directly, studying his face with the intense scrutiny of a child who's just solved a particularly interesting puzzle. Are you my daddy? Paul opens his mouth, then closes it again, looking like he's been punched in the chest. I can see him struggling with the magnitude of the moment, trying to find words that are big enough to match what's happening. Yes. The word comes out rough, weighted with 7 years of longing and regret. Yes, Harry, I'm your daddy. For a heartbeat, the room is completely silent. Harry stares at Paul with those impossibly blue eyes, processing this confirmation of what he'd already figured out for himself. Then, without warning, his face splits into the biggest smile I've ever seen him wear. Really, really, really? Really, really? Paul's voice is stronger now, more certain. I'm sorry it took me so long to find you, buddy, but I'm here now, and I'm not going anywhere. What happens next steals every breath from my lungs. Harry launches himself off the couch with the fearless abandon that only children possess, throwing his small body directly at Paul with complete trust that he'll be caught. Paul's reflexes kick in just in time, his arms coming up to catch Harry against his chest. And suddenly my son is wrapped around his father like a tiny monkey, arms around Paul's neck and legs around his waist. I knew it. Harry's voice is muffled against Paul's shoulder, but the joy in it is unmistakable. I knew you were special. I asked Grandma Rose if I could keep you. Paul's laugh is shaky, threaded with something that sounds dangerously close to tears. His arms tighten around Harry, holding him like he's afraid he might disappear if he lets go. Well, I definitely want to keep you too. Paul's voice is thick with emotion as he pulls back just enough to look at Harry's face. You're the most amazing kid I've ever met. Can I call you Daddy? Harry asks the question with the kind of hopeful uncertainty that makes my chest ache. Or do you want me to keep calling you Mr. Paul? I would love it if you called me Daddy. Paul's smile is so bright it could power the whole house. I've been waiting my whole life to hear someone call me that. Daddy. Harry tests the word out, rolling it around on his tongue like he's tasting something new and wonderful. Daddy, 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 I like how it sounds. I watch this moment unfold from my place on the couch, feeling like I'm witnessing something sacred and private and beautiful. Paul's face is a canvas of emotions, joy and amazement, and something that looks like relief so profound it's almost painful to see. His hand comes up to smooth Harry's hair, that same gentle gesture I've seen him make 100 times in my imagination, but never in reality. I like how it sounds too. Paul's voice breaks slightly on the words, and I have to look away before the tears I've been holding back start to fall. This is what I stole from them. This moment, this connection, this pure and uncomplicated love between a father and son. I stole 7 years of bedtime stories and scraped knees and little league games. 7 years of Harry asking about dinosaurs and Paul being there to answer. 7 years of Paul teaching his son to ride a bike and throw a football and be a good man. The guilt threatens to drown me, but then Harry's laughter cuts through my spiral of self-recrimination, bright and clear and completely in the present moment. Daddy, do you know about velociraptors? Harry has pulled back to look at Paul's face, his hand still gripping Paul's shoulders like he's afraid this might all be a dream. I know a little bit, Paul's smile is soft, natural in a way that suggests he's finally stopped overthinking every word. But I bet you know way more than I do. Will you teach me? I'll teach you everything. Harry's enthusiasm is infectious, and I can see it working its magic on Paul in real time. I have books and pictures, and I know all their names and what they ate and everything. I can't wait to learn. Paul glances over at me, and the expression on his face makes my heart do complicated things in my chest. There's gratitude there, and wonder, and something that looks dangerously like the way he used to look at me when we were 17, and the whole world felt full of possibilities. Natalie. Mama's voice is soft from the doorway, and when I look at her, I can see tears streaming down her cheeks. The cookies are ready, but none of us move to get up. Harry is still wrapped around Paul like he's never planning to let go, chattering away about dinosaur facts with the kind of enthusiasm that only comes from having someone's complete and undivided attention. Paul is listening like every word is the most important thing he's ever heard, asking questions and making the kind of impressed sounds that make Harry glow with pride. My heart swells watching them together, expanding until it feels too big for my chest. This is what love looks like. This easy, natural connection between father and son, like they've been waiting their whole lives to find each other. And maybe they have been.
Chapter 10. Paul. The past 2 weeks have been the best of my life, and I'm not even exaggerating. Every morning I wake up thinking about Harry's laugh, about the way his face lights up when he sees me coming up the front door, about how he started running to the door yelling, "Daddy's here!" Like I'm the best thing that's ever happened to him. Maybe I am. Hell, maybe he's the best thing that's ever happened to me. I've learned more about my son in 14 days than I thought possible. He loves dinosaurs, but he's terrified of spiders. He can recite the entire plot of every Pixar movie ever made, but he still sleeps with a stuffed elephant named Peanut. He thinks Brussels sprouts are green balls of sadness, but he'll eat broccoli if you tell him he's a dinosaur eating tiny trees. He's left-handed like his mother, but he throws a ball with his right hand like me. Every detail feels precious, like I'm collecting pieces of a puzzle I should have been putting together for years. Right now I'm sitting on Rose's back porch, watching Harry chase fireflies around the yard with a mason jar, his delighted shrieks echoing off the neighbor's fence. The kid has enough energy to power a small city, and somehow watching him run around in circles is the most entertaining thing I've ever witnessed. "You don't have to catch them all, baby," Natalie calls from her spot on the porch swing, amusement threading through her voice. "Save some for tomorrow night." "But Daddy said he's never caught fireflies before." Harry stops mid-chase, turning to look at us with the kind of scandalized expression reserved for truly shocking revelations. We have to teach him everything he missed. The casual way he says Daddy still hits me like a punch to the chest every damn time. This kid accepted me into his life with the kind of open-hearted trust that makes me want to be better than I've ever been before. Everything I missed, huh? I push myself up from the porch steps and jog over to where Harry's standing, his jar already containing 3 lazily blinking fireflies. That's a pretty big list, buddy. It's okay. Harry looks up at me with those blue eyes that mirror my own, completely serious. We have lots of time now. Lots of time. Christ, I hope so. My phone buzzes in my pocket for the 5th time in an hour, and I don't need to look to know it's either Jocelyn or my parents. They've been calling constantly since I started spending every free moment here instead of playing the dutiful fiancé or the obedient son. When they ask where I've been, I tell them I'm working. It's not technically a lie. I'm working on something. I'm working on being the father Harry deserves. I'm working on figuring out what the hell I want my life to look like. I'm working on not falling completely in love with Natalie all over again, though that particular project is failing spectacularly. "Daddy, look!" Harry holds up his jar, where a 4th firefly has just landed on the rim. "This one came right to me." Maybe he wanted to meet you. I crouch down to Harry's level, studying the firefly with the same serious attention he's giving it. What do you think his name is? Gerald. Harry answers without hesitation, like this is obviously the only possible name for a firefly. He looks like a Gerald. Gerald's a good name. I reach out and ruffle Harry's hair, still amazed that I'm allowed to do this, that this incredible kid is mine. You ready to let them go so they can find their families? Harry nods and carefully unscrews the lid of the jar, tilting it toward the darkening sky. The fireflies drift out one by one, blinking their way back into the Texas evening, and Harry waves at each one like he's saying goodbye to old friends. Bye, Gerald! Bye, other fireflies! Come on inside, baby. Natalie's voice carries across the yard, warm and fond. Bath time, then story time. Can Daddy read the story tonight? Harry's already running toward the house, his empty jar swinging at his side. Please, Mama. He hasn't read the dragon book yet. If Daddy wants to. Natalie's eyes meet mine across the porch, and something passes between us that makes my chest tight. But you have to actually get in the bathtub first. No negotiating. I don't negotiate, Harry protests, even though we all know he absolutely does. The kid could probably talk his way out of a speeding ticket. I follow them inside, through the familiar warmth of Rose's kitchen, where the smell of dinner still lingers in the air. This house has started to feel more like home than my own place, filled with Harry's laughter and Rose's gentle wisdom, and Natalie's presence in every room. Rose is already settling into her favorite armchair with her knitting, glasses perched on the end of her nose as she works on what looks like a tiny sweater. Another project? I ask, nodding toward the soft yellow yarn. Baby sweater for the church nursery. Rose's needles click in a steady rhythm. Always need more baby things. The word baby sends an unexpected jolt through me. I've been so focused on getting to know the son I already have that I haven't thought much about the future, about what it might look like if... I need to stop thinking like that. Natalie and I aren't together. We're just co-parenting. We're just figuring out how to give Harry what he needs. Even if the way she looks at me sometimes makes me think we could be something more. Bath time! Harry's voice echoes from upstairs, followed by the sound of running water. Daddy, are you coming? Go on. Natalie nudges my shoulder with hers, a casual touch that sends electricity shooting up my arm. He's been asking for you to see his bath toys all week. I take the stairs 2 at a time, following the sound of Harry's chatter to the bathroom where he's already stripped down and testing the water temperature with his toe. It's perfect, Daddy. Come feel. I stick my hand under the faucet, nodding seriously. Perfect temperature for dinosaur adventures. How did you know? Harry's eyes go wide with amazement like I've just performed magic. Lucky guess. I grin and ruffle his hair again. In you go, buddy. Harry splashes into the tub with enthusiasm, immediately launching into an elaborate storyline involving his collection of rubber dinosaurs and a soap bottle that's apparently a volcano. I settle onto the toilet seat lid, content to listen to his imagination run wild while he scrubs himself clean with minimal supervision. This is what I missed. These ordinary perfect moments that make up the fabric of a childhood. Bath time and bedtime stories and the casual intimacy of just being present for the daily rhythms of Harry's life. My phone buzzes again, and this time I actually look at the screen. Jocelyn. Again. I decline the call and shove the phone back in my pocket. Whatever she wants can wait. Everything can wait when I'm here. Daddy, do you think dinosaurs took baths? Harry's question pulls me back to the moment where it belongs. I bet they did. I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees. Probably in rivers and lakes. But they didn't have rubber duckies. That's sad. Harry considers this seriously while he makes his T-Rex chase his Triceratops around the tub. I would share my duckies with a dinosaur. You've got a good heart, buddy. Mama says that too. Harry looks up at me with those earnest blue eyes. She says I got it from both my parents. The simple statement hits me like a sledgehammer to the chest. The idea that some part of me, some good part, lives inside this incredible kid makes me want to be worthy of it. Your mama's pretty smart, The smartest, Harry nods emphatically, and the prettiest, and she makes the best pancakes in the whole world. She is pretty great. The words come out rougher than I intended, loaded with more truth than a conversation with a 6-year-old should probably contain. 20 minutes later, Harry's clean and dressed in pajamas covered in rockets, his damp hair sticking up in about 15 different directions. I follow him to his room, where Natalie's already waiting with a book in her hands. Dragon book! Harry launches himself onto his bed, with enough force to make the whole frame shake. Daddy hasn't heard about Sir Brave-a-Lot yet. Sir Brave-a-Lot? I settle onto the edge of the mattress while Harry burrows under his covers. He's the best knight ever. Harry's explanation is delivered with the authority of someone who clearly knows his medieval literature. He fights dragons, but he doesn't hurt them. He just asks them nicely to stop being mean. Sounds like a smart guy. Natalie hands me the book, our fingers brushing in the exchange. It's barely a touch, but it sends heat racing up my arm and makes me hyper-aware of how close she's sitting, how her perfume mingles with the lavender scent of Harry's bath soap. I open the book and start reading, doing my best to give Sir Brave-a-Lot the dramatic voice Harry clearly expects. But I'm distracted by Natalie's presence beside me, by the way she tucks Harry's blanket up under his chin and smooths his hair back from his forehead with such unconscious tenderness that it makes my chest ache. This is what a family looks like. This quiet intimacy, this shared routine, this sense of belonging somewhere that goes deeper than just sleeping in the same house. By the time Sir Brave-a-Lot has successfully negotiated peace with the dragon, Harry's eyes are drooping shut, his small body completely relaxed against his pillow. Good night, baby. Natalie leans down to kiss his forehead. Sweet dreams. Good night, Mama. Harry's voice is already thick with sleep. Good night, Daddy. Will you be here tomorrow? If that's okay with you. I smooth the blanket over his shoulders, this simple act of tucking my son into bed, feeling like the most important thing I've ever done. It's okay with me. Harry's smile is sleepy but genuine. I love you, Daddy. The words hit me like a freight train. 4 simple words from a 6-year-old, but they carry the weight of everything I never knew I wanted. I love you too, buddy. My voice comes out rough, thick with emotion I'm not even trying to hide. So much. Harry's eyes flutter closed, and within minutes his breathing has evened out into the deep rhythm of sleep. I sit there for a moment longer, just watching him, trying to memorize every detail of his peaceful face. Natalie touches my arm gently, nodding toward the door. We slip out of the room quietly, leaving the door cracked just enough to let in light from the hallway. He's incredible. I lean against the wall outside Harry's room, still reeling from those 3 words. I can't believe. I know. Natalie's voice is soft, understanding. He's been waiting his whole life for you, even if he didn't know it. We stand there in the hallway, the house quiet around us except for the distant sound of Rose's television downstairs. The space between us feels charged, electric with all the things we're not saying. I should probably head home. The words come out reluctantly because the truth is I don't want to leave. I want to stay here in this house that feels more like home than anywhere I've ever lived. I want to wake up tomorrow morning and make pancakes with Harry and listen to Natalie laugh at his terrible 6-year-old jokes. Probably. But Natalie doesn't move away from me. If anything, she seems to drift closer, her eyes searching my face in the dim light of the hallway. Natalie. Her name comes out like a prayer, like a question I don't know how to ask. Yeah? She's close enough now that I can see the gold flecks in her brown eyes, can count the freckles scattered across her nose. I start to say something, anything to fill the space between us. But the words die in my throat when she takes another step closer. We're standing so close now that I can feel the heat radiating from her skin. Can smell the vanilla scent of her shampoo. My hand comes up without conscious thought, fingers tracing the line of her jaw with a reverence that makes my chest tight. Paul. My name on her lips sounds like a warning and an invitation all at once. I lean closer, drawn by some invisible force that's been pulling me toward her since the moment I saw her again. Her eyes flutter shut, her lips parting slightly, and I can feel her breath warm against my mouth. This is insane. This is dangerous. This could ruin everything we've built for Harry. But I can't seem to care about any of that when she's this close, when 7 years of wanting her is crashing down on me all at once. My lips are maybe an inch from hers when she suddenly pulls back, her eyes snapping open with something that looks like panic. I can't! The words come out breathless, shaky. Paul, I can't do this. She takes a step back, then another, putting distance between us that feels like a physical blow. Her hands are trembling as she wraps her arms around herself, and I can see the war playing out across her face. Natalie, you're engaged. The words come out flat, final. You're engaged to someone else, and I can't be the other woman. I won't do that to myself. It's not... I start, but I don't know how to finish that sentence. Because she's right. I am engaged. I'm supposed to marry Jocelyn. And I have no idea how to untangle myself from that mess without destroying everything. I should go check on Mama. Natalie's voice is carefully controlled now, all the breathless vulnerability gone. Good night, Paul. She disappears down the stairs before I can say another word, leaving me standing alone in the hallway with the taste of almost on my lips and the weight of my own messed up choices pressing down on my chest.
Chapter 11. Natalie. I'm standing behind the espresso machine at the daily grind, watching the steam wand hiss and foam the milk for what feels like the 100th latte of the morning. The familiar rhythm of coffee shop work usually calms me, but today my hands are shaking slightly as I pour the steamed milk into the cup, creating a heart shape that's more wobbly than artistic. It's been 3 days since that moment in the hallway with Paul. 3 days since I almost kissed him, and then came to my senses at the last possible second. 3 days of replaying that scene over and over in my mind, wondering what would have happened if I hadn't pulled away. The bell above the door chimes, and I look up to see Maya pushing through the entrance with her son Caden in tow. Nat! Caden breaks free from Maya's hand and runs toward the counter, his little face lighting up when he sees me. Hey, baby boy. I lean over the counter to ruffle his hair, grateful for the distraction from my own spiraling thoughts. What are you doing here in the middle of the day? Mama said we could get hot chocolate. Caden bounces on his toes, his excitement infectious. The kind with the little marshmallows. One hot chocolate with extra marshmallows coming right up. I glance at Maya, who's approaching the counter with that knowing look she gets when she's about to interrogate me about something. And let me guess, large coffee with 2 shots of espresso and oat milk? You know me too well. Maya settles onto one of the stools at the counter, lifting Caden up to sit beside her. Slow morning? Thankfully. I start preparing their drinks, keeping my hands busy so I don't have to make eye contact. Tuesday mornings are usually pretty quiet. Good, because we need to talk. Maya's voice takes on that serious tone that means she's not leaving without getting some answers. You've been dodging my calls for 3 days. I haven't been dodging anything. I protest, though we both know that's a lie. I've just been busy. Busy with what? Or should I say, busy with who? Caden swivels his head between us like he's watching a tennis match, his eyes wide with interest, even though he probably doesn't understand what we're talking about. I slide the hot chocolate across the counter to him, making sure the temperature is perfect before adding a generous handful of mini marshmallows. Here you go, sweetheart. Be careful. It's still hot. Thank you, Nat. Caden wraps his small hands around the mug and takes a careful sip, leaving a foam mustache on his upper lip that makes me smile despite my mood. Don't think you can distract me with cute kid antics. Maya accepts her coffee, and takes a long sip, her eyes never leaving my face. Talk to me, Nat. What's going on with Paul? I glance around the coffee shop, making sure we're alone except for old Mr. Yeager in the corner with his newspaper and crossword puzzle. The last thing I need is for gossip about Paul Montgomery and me to start spreading through Eagle Point before I even figure out what's happening between us. Things are good. I start wiping down the already clean counter, needing something to do with my hands. Really good, actually. He's been coming over almost every day to spend time with Harry. And how's Harry handling all of this? He's amazing. The smile that crosses my face is genuine, warm with pride and love for my son. He's taken to calling Paul Daddy, like it's the most natural thing in the world. They play together, read bedtime stories, catch fireflies in the backyard. It's like Paul has always been part of his life. That's wonderful, honey. Maya reaches across the counter to squeeze my hand. I know how worried you were about how Harry would react. I was terrified, I admit, finally meeting her eyes. But Paul is so good with him. Patient and funny and present in a way that I trail off, not sure how to finish that sentence without revealing too much. In a way that what? In a way that makes me remember why I fell for him in the first place. The words slip out before I can stop them, and I immediately regret the admission. Maya's eyebrows shoot up, her expression shifting from casual interest to full attention. Oh, Natalie, it's not like that. I protest, but even I can hear how unconvincing I sound. We're just co-parenting. We're just figuring out how to give Harry what he needs. Uh-huh. Maya takes another sip of her coffee, her eyes sparkling with the kind of mischief that usually means trouble. And that's why you look like you haven't slept in 3 days? I've been sleeping fine. Another lie. But Maya doesn't need to know that I've been lying awake every night replaying that almost kiss, wondering what it would have felt like to close that last inch of distance between us. Mama, this is really good. Caden interrupts our conversation, holding up his mug with pride. Can you make hot chocolate like this? Not even close, baby. Maya grins and wipes the foam from his lip with a napkin. That's why we come to see Nat. She's magic with the coffee machine. Are you really magic? Caden asks me with the kind of serious curiosity that only 7-year-olds can manage. Maybe a little. I wink at him, grateful for the brief reprieve from Maya's questioning. But my best friend isn't easily distracted. So Paul's been spending time with Harry. You're remembering why you fell for him in the first place. And you look like an emotional wreck. What else? I turn away from her, busying myself with organizing the pastry display that's already perfectly organized. Nothing else. That's it. Natalie Watson. Maya's voice takes on the tone she uses when Caden is being particularly stubborn. I can tell when you're holding something back. Fine. I turn back to face her, crossing my arms defensively. Maybe there was a moment. Maybe we almost... I glance at Caden, who's completely absorbed in his hot chocolate, and lower my voice. Maybe we almost kissed. What? Maya's voice comes out so loud that Mr. Yeager looks up from his crossword puzzle with a frown. She immediately lowers her voice, leaning across the counter. When? Where? What happened? 3 nights ago, in the hallway outside Harry's room. We just put Harry to bed, and we were standing there talking. And suddenly what? Suddenly he was looking at me like... I struggle to find the words to describe the intensity in Paul's eyes, the way he looked at me like I was the only thing in the world that mattered. Like he used to look at me in high school. Like I was everything he wanted. Maya practically vibrates with excitement. Oh my God, Nat. This is huge. This is amazing. You're getting your second chance. No, I'm not. I shake my head firmly, trying to ignore the way my heart jumps at her words. I stopped it before anything happened. I pulled away. Why? Maya looks genuinely confused, like pulling away from Paul Montgomery is the most incomprehensible thing she's ever heard. Because it's complicated. I lean against the counter, suddenly feeling exhausted by the weight of everything I'm carrying. Because Harry's involved now, and I can't mess this up for him. Because I trail off, not sure how to voice the deeper fear that's been gnawing at me since that night. The fear that Paul is only here because of Harry, that any feelings he might have for me are just spillover from the overwhelming experience of discovering he's a father. Because what? Because I can't tell if he wants me or if he just wants the family we could have been. The admission comes out quieter than I intended, but Maya hears it anyway. Her expression softens with understanding. Honey, you can't know that unless you talk to him about it. I can't talk to him about it. I shake my head again, more firmly this time. It's too risky. What if I'm wrong? What if I tell him how I'm feeling and he doesn't feel the same way? What if it ruins everything we've built for Harry? But what if you're right? Maya counters. What if he does feel the same way? What if you're both walking around wanting the same thing but too scared to say it? Before I can answer, Caden finishes his hot chocolate and looks up at us with chocolate-stained lips and bright eyes. Mama, can we go to the park now? You said we could go to the park after hot chocolate. In a minute, baby. Maya touches his cheek gently. Nat and I are still talking. About what? About grown-up stuff that's very boring. Maya's response is automatic, the kind of deflection every parent masters. Oh? Caden swivels back to me. Nat, do you have any cookies? I might have something special just for you. I reach under the counter and pull out a sugar cookie shaped like a star, one of the few left from this morning's batch. But only if you promise to save room for lunch. I promise! Caden takes the cookie with reverence, like I've just handed him the crown jewels. Maya watches the interaction with a fond smile, but I can see she's not done with our conversation. Nat, I'm happy for you. I'm so happy that Paul stepped up and that Harry's getting to know his father. But what? Though I have a feeling I know exactly what she's about to say. But what about Jocelyn? The question hits me like a bucket of cold water. In all my internal agonizing about Paul and our almost kiss and what it might mean, I've been trying not to think about the blonde socialite who's supposedly going to marry him. What about her? I ask, though my voice lacks conviction. Nat, he's engaged. He's supposed to marry her. What happens if you two do get together? What happens to his engagement? I stare at her for a long moment, the weight of her question settling in my chest like a stone. It's the question I've been avoiding, the reality I don't want to face. I don't know. The words come out as barely more than a whisper. I honestly don't know.
Chapter 12. Paul. I'm staring at the quarterly reports spread across my mahogany desk, but the numbers blur together like they're written in a foreign language. All I can think about is the way Natalie looked 3 nights ago in that hallway, the way her breath caught when I leaned closer, the way her eyes went soft and vulnerable before she pulled away. Christ, I can't concentrate on anything anymore. The morning sun streams through the windows of my corner office at Montgomery Industries, illuminating the dust motes that dance in the air like tiny reminders of everything I should be focusing on instead of a woman I can't have. The oil refinery numbers need my attention. The new drilling permits require signatures. The board meeting this afternoon demands preparation. But all I can think about is Harry's laugh when I taught him how to skip stones at the creek behind Natalie's house yesterday. All I can think about is the way Natalie hummed while she made us sandwiches for our impromptu picnic, her natural curls catching the afternoon light like spun gold. I lean back in my leather chair and run both hands through my hair, trying to shake myself out of this mental fog. My phone buzzes with a text from Natalie. Harry wants to know if you can come over after work. He has something important to show you. The smile that crosses my face is automatic, genuine in a way that feels foreign after years of corporate meetings and social obligations. I type back immediately. Tell him I'll be there. Can't wait to see what it is. 3 dots appear and disappear several times before her response comes through. He's been working on it all morning. Fair warning, it involves glitter. I'm actually laughing out loud when my office door flies open without so much as a knock. Jocelyn storms in like a hurricane in designer heels, her perfectly styled blonde hair whipping around her shoulders as she marches across the Persian rug toward my desk. What the hell, Paul? Her green eyes are blazing with fury, and her voice carries that sharp edge it gets when she's about to unleash hell. 2 weeks. 2 weeks of radio silence. No calls, no texts, no showing up for dinner at my parents' house like we planned. I slip my phone into my desk drawer and lean back in my chair, trying to project a calm I don't feel. Jocelyn, I can explain. Explain what? How you've been avoiding me like I have some kind of contagious disease. She plants her perfectly manicured hands on my desk and leans forward, her designer perfume filling the space between us. Mother is beside herself trying to plan this wedding when the groom has apparently vanished into thin air. The word wedding hits me like a physical blow. Wedding. Right. The thing I'm supposed to want, supposed to be excited about, supposed to be planning with the woman standing in front of me who looks like she wants to murder me with her bare hands. We need to talk. I stand up, moving around the desk to put some distance between us, but Jocelyn follows me like a heat-seeking missile. Oh, now you want to talk? After ignoring me for 2 weeks, now you're ready to have a conversation? Her voice rises with each word, and I'm grateful my assistant had the good sense to close the door behind her when she left for lunch. Yes, now I want to talk. Sit down, Jocelyn. I'll stand. Thank you very much. She crosses her arms over her chest, her jaw set in that stubborn line I've seen 1,000 times before. Start talking, Paul. Where have you been? What's so important that you couldn't spare 5 minutes to return a phone call? I walk to the windows overlooking Eagle Point, needing the space to think, to figure out how to explain something I don't fully understand myself. The truth sits in my chest like a loaded gun, dangerous and necessary. I've been dealing with some unexpected family business. The words feel inadequate, like calling a tornado a little windy. Family business? Jocelyn's laugh is sharp, brittle. What family business could possibly be more important than your fiancé? More important than planning our future together? I turn to face her, and the words I've been avoiding for 2 weeks push their way up my throat. I found out I have a son. The silence that follows is deafening. Jocelyn's face goes through a series of expressions, confusion, disbelief, rage, before settling on something cold and calculating. Excuse me. I have a son, Harry. He's 6 years old. Each word feels like I'm confessing to a crime, but there's also relief in finally saying it out loud. His mother is someone I knew in high school. Someone you knew in high school. Jocelyn's voice is deadly quiet now, which is somehow more terrifying than when she was shouting. And when exactly did you find out about this alleged child? Weeks ago. The color drains from Jocelyn's face, then floods back in 2 bright red spots on her cheeks. Weeks ago. You've known about this for weeks, and you didn't think to mention it to the woman you're supposed to marry? It's complicated, Jocelyn. Complicated? She starts pacing in front of my desk like a caged animal. Complicated how? Either you have a child or you don't. Either you told me or you didn't. There's nothing complicated about that math, Paul. I watch her pace, her heels clicking against the hardwood floor with military precision. Part of me knows I should feel guilty for keeping this from her, should feel sorry for the pain I'm clearly causing. But all I can think about is Harry's face when he learned to tie his shoes last night, the pure joy and pride that lit him up from the inside. You're right. I should have told you sooner. I lean against the window frame, crossing my arms over my chest. But I needed time to process it, to figure out what it meant. What it meant. Jocelyn stops pacing and stares at me like I've grown a second head. It means you have a child, Paul. A child you'll need to support financially. It's not ideal, but it's manageable. We can work around it. Work around it. Like Harry is some kind of scheduling conflict to be managed rather than a person. Rather than my son. It's not that simple. The words come out harder than I intended, and Jocelyn's eyes narrow. Then make it simple for me. Spell it out. I take a deep breath, knowing that once I say what I'm about to say, there's no taking it back. I've been spending time with him. With Harry. Getting to know him. Okay. Jocelyn draws the word out, waiting for the other shoe to drop. And with his mother. The temperature in the room seems to drop 10 degrees. Jocelyn goes completely still, her green eyes fixed on my face with laser focus. His mother. Her voice is flat, emotionless. The someone you knew in high school. Natalie Watson. And you've been spending time with Natalie Watson. Each word is measured, precise, like she's building a case against me. For 2 weeks, while you've been ignoring me. Yes, I see. Jocelyn walks to one of the leather chairs in front of my desk and sits down with the careful precision of someone trying very hard to maintain control. And how much time, exactly, have you been spending with this woman and her child? The possessiveness in the way she says, her child, makes something hot and protective flare in my chest. His name is Harry, and he's my child too. How much time, Paul? Every day. The admission hangs in the air between us like a confession. I've been there every day since I found out about him. Jocelyn's perfectly composed facade cracks, just slightly. Every day. He's my son, Jocelyn. I've missed 6 years of his life. I want to be there for him now. Of course you do. She nods slowly, like she's working through a complicated equation in her head. Of course you want to be there for your child. That's admirable, Paul. That's the right thing to do. I should be relieved that she's taking this so well. But something in her tone sets off alarm bells in my head. This is too easy. Jocelyn doesn't do anything the easy way. But I have to ask. She stands up again, smoothing down her skirt with practiced elegance. How exactly does this affect our engagement? Our wedding plans? And there it is. The question I've been dreading. The one I don't have a good answer for. I don't know. The honesty feels like stepping off a cliff. You don't know. She repeats my words slowly, like she's tasting something bitter. You don't know if discovering you have a child affects your engagement to me. It's not just about Harry. The words come out before I can stop them, and I immediately regret the admission. Oh? Jocelyn's eyebrows arch in a way that usually means someone is about to get eviscerated. Then what is it about? I run my hand through my hair again, wishing I could disappear into the floor. It's about Natalie, too. The silence stretches between us like a taut wire, ready to snap. When Jocelyn finally speaks, her voice is so quiet, I have to strain to hear her. What about Natalie? She's the love of my life, Jocelyn, and I'm not sure I can marry you while still loving her. And there it is. The truth. It slipped out of my mouth as easy as breathing, and now Jocelyn Whitaker looks like she wants to tear my head clean off my body.
Chapter 13. Natalie. The worn paperback in my hands might as well be written in ancient hieroglyphics, for all the sense I'm making of the words. I've read the same paragraph 3 times, and I still couldn't tell you what happened to the heroine who's supposedly fighting for her life on a sinking ship. All I can think about is Paul. It's been 2 days since I've seen him. 2 days since he texted about coming over to see whatever glittery masterpiece Harry had been working on. 2 days of radio silence that has my stomach twisted in knots and my mind racing through every possible explanation. Maybe he came to his senses. Maybe the reality of having a son hit him like a freight train. and he decided he wasn't ready for the responsibility. Maybe Jocelyn found out and gave him an ultimatum. Maybe he realized that a single mother from the wrong side of Eagle Point isn't worth risking his perfect, privileged life. I shift against the pile of pillows propped against my headboard, trying to find a comfortable position in the narrow twin bed. The bedroom feels even smaller than usual tonight, the pale yellow walls closing in around me like they're judging my life choices. Harry's asleep in my old bedroom upstairs. The hopeful look in his eyes every time a car drove past our house nearly broke my heart. How do you explain to a 6-year-old that sometimes adults make promises they can't keep? How do you tell your son that the father he's just starting to love might disappear as quickly as he appeared? I close the book and toss it onto the nightstand. Giving up any pretense of reading, the digital clock glows 9:47 p.m., and I should probably try to sleep. But my mind won't quiet down enough to let exhaustion take over. The house settles around me with familiar creaks and sighs. Mom's upstairs watching her evening news, the faint sound of the television drifting down through the thin walls. A dog barks somewhere in the distance, and a car drives by with its radio turned up too loud. Just another quiet Thursday night in Eagle Point, Texas. Nothing special, nothing exciting, just me, alone in my childhood bedroom, wondering if I'm destined to repeat the same patterns forever. My phone sits on the nightstand next to the abandoned book, screen dark and silent. I've checked it approximately 47 times today, hoping for a text, a call, some sign that Paul hasn't just vanished from our lives like morning fog. The rational part of my brain knows I'm being ridiculous. 2 days isn't forever. People get busy. He has a job, responsibilities, a fiancé who probably demands his attention. Just because he spent every day with us for 2 weeks doesn't mean he owes us his constant presence. But the irrational part of my brain, the part that's been burned before, whispers that this is exactly how it always starts. The slow fade, the gradual withdrawal, the careful distancing that comes before the inevitable goodbye. I've seen this movie before, and it doesn't end well for the single mom. A soft tapping sound interrupts my spiral into self-pity. At first I think it's just the house settling again, but then it comes again. Tap, tap, tap. Rhythmic and deliberate. Someone's knocking on my window. My heart jumps into my throat as I sit up straighter, listening. The tapping comes again, more insistent this time, and I realize it's definitely coming from the window that faces the backyard. Who the hell knocks on a bedroom window at almost 10 o'clock at night? I slide out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cool hardwood floor as I creep toward the window. The thin curtains are drawn, blocking my view of whoever's outside, but I can see the shadow of a figure silhouetted against the streetlight. This is how horror movies start. This is how women end up murdered in their own homes by random psychopaths who tap on windows in the middle of the night. But then a familiar voice calls out, muffled by the glass but unmistakably warm and deep. Nat, it's me. Paul. My heart does something complicated in my chest. Part relief, part joy, part exasperation at the sheer ridiculousness of the situation. I yank the curtains aside, and sure enough, there he is, standing in my mother's flower bed, like some kind of overgrown teenager. He's still in his work clothes, dark jeans and a button-down shirt that's rumpled like he's been running his hands through his hair. His face is partially hidden in shadow, but I can see enough to know he looks tired, stressed, like he's been carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. "What are you doing?" I hiss through the glass. "I need to talk to you." His voice is urgent, desperate in a way that makes my chest tighten with worry. "Paul, it's almost 10 o'clock. Use the front door like a normal person." "I can't." He steps closer to the window, his palms pressed against the glass. "Your mom will hear. Harry will wake up. I need to talk to you alone first." The intensity in his voice stops my protests cold. Whatever this is about, it's serious. Serious enough to make him climb through flower beds and risk looking like a complete lunatic. I unlatch the window and push it up, the cool night air rushing into the room along with the scent of Mom's jasmine bushes. Paul's hands immediately appear on the windowsill, and I step back to give him room to climb through. "This is insane," I whisper as he swings one long leg over the sill, then the other, dropping into my bedroom with surprising grace for someone his size. "We're not 17 anymore, Paul. You can't just show up at my window like—" The words die in my throat when he straightens up, and I get a good look at his face in the lamplight. His blue eyes are wild, desperate, and there's something raw and vulnerable in his expression that makes my breath catch. "I told her." The words come out in a rush, like he's been holding them in for so long, they practically exploded out of him. "I told Jocelyn everything. About Harry, about you, about how I feel." My heart stops. Actually stops for a full 3 seconds before it kicks back into overdrive, hammering against my ribs so hard I'm surprised it doesn't wake the entire neighborhood. "You told her?" I repeat the words slowly, trying to process what he's saying. "You told Jocelyn about Harry." "I told her about Harry. I told her I've been spending time with you. I told her I can't marry her." He runs both hands through his hair, making it stick up in dark spikes. "I called off the engagement, Nat." The room tilts sideways, actually tilts, like someone picked up the house and shook it just to see what would fall out. I grab onto the edge of my dresser to steady myself, staring at him like he's speaking a foreign language. "You called off the engagement." My voice sounds strange, distant, like it's coming from someone else's mouth. "You ended things with Jocelyn." "Yes." He takes a step closer, his eyes never leaving my face. "I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't pretend I wanted to marry her when all I could think about was you." "How?" I swallow hard, trying to find my voice. "How did she take it?" Paul shakes his head, dismissing the question with an impatient gesture. "That doesn't matter?" "Paul, of course it matters. She's been planning a wedding. Her family. None of it matters." He cuts me off, taking another step closer until there's barely 2 feet of space between us. "Nothing matters except this. Except you and me and Harry and the fact that I've been an idiot for 6 years." The air in the room feels electric, charged with something dangerous and thrilling and terrifying all at once. Paul's looking at me like I'm the only thing in the world that makes sense. Like I'm water and he's been dying of thirst. "Nat." My name sounds different when he says it, rough and reverent and full of things I'm afraid to hope for. "I love you. I've always loved you. And I'm done pretending otherwise." Before I can respond, before I can think or breathe or do anything rational, he closes the distance between us. His hands frame my face, thumbs tracing the line of my cheekbones as his eyes search mine for something. Permission, forgiveness, hope. "I love you," he whispers again. And then his mouth is on mine. The kiss is everything, desperate and gentle and passionate and sweet all at once. It tastes like coming home and taking flight at the same time, like all the words we've been too afraid to say, and all the dreams I've been too scared to dream. His hands tangle in my curls, and I grip the front of his shirt like it's the only thing keeping me anchored to earth. 6 years of longing and regret and what-ifs pour into this kiss, and when he deepens it, I think I might actually dissolve into nothing but sensation and want. This is it. This is the moment that changes everything. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, This ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake Southern fiance. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 14. Paul. The taste of her lips sends fire straight through my bloodstream. 6 years of wanting, of dreaming about this exact moment, and nothing I imagine comes close to the reality of having Natalie in my arms again.
I know. We were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixAvaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going. Well, she says finally, her voice slightly hoarse. That was worth the wait, I suggest, pressing a kiss to her temple. She laughs softly, the sound vibrating against my chest. Definitely worth the wait. I pull her closer, and somehow we manage to arrange ourselves on the tiny bed without falling off. Her head rests on my chest, her curls tickling my chin. And for the first time in years, everything feels right.
Chapter 15. Natalie. I wake to the gentle pressure of an arm around my waist and the steady rhythm of breathing against my neck. For a moment, I'm disoriented, then the memories of last night come flooding back in vivid detail. Paul's hands on my skin, his mouth on mine, the way he filled me completely on this ridiculously narrow bed. The early morning light filters through my curtains, casting everything in soft grays and pale yellows. I can't believe he stayed the entire night. We must have fallen asleep tangled together after everything changed between us again. His body is warm and solid behind me, one muscled arm draped protectively across my middle. I can feel the rise and fall of his chest against my back, and despite the cramped quarters of my twin bed, I've never felt more comfortable, more right. The clock on my nightstand reads 6:17 a.m. We have this stolen moment, this perfect bubble of quiet intimacy before the real world intrudes. Paul shifts slightly behind me, his arm tightening around my waist as he begins to wake. I feel the exact moment consciousness returns to him. His breathing changes, becomes more aware, and his lips find the sensitive spot behind my ear. "Morning," he murmurs, his voice rough with sleep and impossibly sexy. "Morning," I whisper back, not wanting to break the spell of this quiet dawn moment. His hand splays across my stomach, fingers tracing lazy patterns on my skin. "How'd you sleep?" "Better than I have in years," I admit, and it's the truth. Despite the narrow bed and the awkward positioning required to fit both our bodies, I slept deeply and peacefully. Having him here, feeling safe and wanted and loved, it's everything I've been missing without even realizing it. Good. He presses a kiss to my shoulder, and I can feel his smile against my skin. Though I think I might be permanently shaped like a pretzel after sleeping in this bed. I laugh softly, careful to keep my voice down. It's not exactly built for two. "Worth every crick in my neck," he says. And there's something in his voice that makes my heart flutter. The same sincerity that was there last night when he told me he loved me. I turn in his arms, which requires some creative maneuvering on the tiny mattress, but eventually I'm facing him. His brown hair is messed up from sleep, sticking up at odd angles, and there's a pillow crease on his cheek. He looks younger somehow, less polished than the successful businessman I've been seeing around town. He looks like the boy I fell in love with in high school. "Hi," I say softly, reaching up to smooth down his unruly hair. "Hi yourself." He catches my hand and brings it to his lips, pressing a gentle kiss to my palm. "Any regrets?" The question catches me off guard, though I suppose it shouldn't. We crossed a line last night that we can't uncross, changed everything between us in ways that will ripple out beyond this room, this moment. "None," I tell him honestly. "You? Are you kidding?" His blue eyes are intense even in the dim morning light. "Last night was the best night I've had in 6 years. The only thing I regret is how much time we wasted." Before I can respond, his phone starts ringing from somewhere on the floor where his clothes landed last night. The sound is jarring in the quiet morning, way too loud for a house where people are still sleeping. "Damn," Paul mutters, untangling himself from me and rolling toward the edge of the bed. "Sorry, I need to..." He leans down to grab his jeans, fishing his phone out of the pocket. When he sees the caller ID, his entire demeanor changes. His jaw tightens, and something cold flickers in his eyes. "My father," he says grimly, then swipes to answer. "Morning, Dad." Even from my position on the bed, I can hear the raised voice coming through the phone. Paul's father is clearly furious about something, his words too fast and angry for me to make out individual phrases, but the tone is unmistakable. Paul sits on the edge of the bed, running his free hand through his hair as he listens to what sounds like a lengthy tirade. His shoulders are tense, his back rigid with the kind of defensive posture I remember from high school, whenever he'd get called into the principal's office or caught doing something his parents disapproved of. "Are you finished?" Paul asks finally, his voice cool and controlled, in a way that tells me he's gotten very good at handling his father's anger over the years. More shouting from the phone. "I'm 30 years old, Dad. I don't need your permission to make decisions about my own life." Paul stands up, apparently deciding he needs to pace for this conversation. He starts pulling on his boxers and jeans as he talks, the phone pressed between his ear and shoulder. I pull the sheet up to cover myself, suddenly feeling exposed and vulnerable. Whatever his father is saying, it's clearly about the engagement, about Jocelyn, about the choice Paul made yesterday to walk away from everything his family expected of him. "No, it's not about the business," Paul says, stepping into his jeans and zipping them up. "And no, I'm not having some kind of breakdown. I'm finally thinking clearly for the first time in years." His father's voice rises again, and I catch the word embarrassment before Paul moves toward the window, apparently trying to keep the conversation from waking up my family. "You want to talk about embarrassment?" Paul's voice drops to a dangerous level that I remember from our teenage years. It's the tone he'd use right before he did something particularly rebellious or reckless. "How about the embarrassment of forcing your son into a loveless marriage for the sake of a business merger? How about the embarrassment of treating people like chess pieces instead of human beings?" I can practically feel the fury radiating from the phone as his father responds to that. "I don't give a damn what the Whitakers think," Paul continues, pulling his shirt on but not bothering to button it. "And I sure as hell don't care what this means for your precious social standing. I'm not marrying Jocelyn, and that's final." There's a long pause where his father seems to be delivering some kind of ultimatum. Paul's face goes completely blank, which is somehow more intimidating than if he'd looked angry. "Is that supposed to be a threat?" Paul asks quietly. "Because if it is, you're going to be disappointed by my response." More angry words from his father. "Then I guess we don't have anything else to discuss." Paul's voice is ice cold now. "When you're ready to treat me like an adult instead of a rebellious teenager, give me a call. Until then, we're done here." He hangs up without waiting for a response and immediately turns the phone to silent mode. For a moment, he just stands there by the window, his jaw clenched and his shoulders tight with anger. "Paul," I say softly, "are you okay?" He turns to look at me, and some of the tension leaves his face when our eyes meet. "I'm fine. That's how conversations with my father usually go. He thinks if he yells loud enough and makes enough threats, I'll fall in line like I'm still 17. What kind of threats?" I ask, though I'm not sure I want to know the answer. Paul shrugs, but I can see the hurt beneath his casual demeanor. "The usual. Cut me off financially, remove me from the company, disown me entirely." He's made those same threats dozens of times over the years whenever I've done something he doesn't approve of. "And you're not worried?" "About the money? No." He starts buttoning his shirt, his movements sharp and efficient. "I've got my own accounts, my own investments. I stopped depending on him financially years ago, specifically because I knew this day would come eventually." There's something in his voice that tells me this isn't the first time he's disappointed his family. That rebellion isn't new for him. It's a pattern that goes back years. "I'm sorry," I say, because I feel responsible somehow. If he hadn't chosen me, if he hadn't broken his engagement for me, he wouldn't be dealing with this. "Don't." His voice is firm. "Don't you dare apologize for this. I made this choice because it's the right choice. Because I'm tired of living my life according to someone else's plan." He finishes dressing quickly, tucking his shirt into his jeans, and running his hands through his hair to make it somewhat presentable. When he's done, he comes back to sit on the edge of the bed next to me. "I have to go," he says, and there's genuine regret in his voice. "I need to deal with this situation before it gets worse." "I know." I reach for his hand, lacing our fingers together. "Just be careful, okay? Don't do anything you'll regret just because you're angry." He squeezes my hand and leans down to kiss me, long and deep and thorough. It's the kind of kiss that promises this isn't over, that whatever happens next, we're in it together. "I love you," he murmurs against my lips. "And I'm not going anywhere. My father can threaten whatever he wants. I'm not giving you up again." "I love you too," I whisper back. He stands up, grabbing his shoes and socks from the floor. Instead of heading for the door, though, he moves toward the window. "Seriously?" I ask, trying not to laugh. "Old habits," he says with a grin that transforms his whole face, erasing the tension from the phone call. "Besides, I don't particularly want to run into your mother in the hallway right now. She might have questions I'm not ready to answer." He unlocks the window and pushes it open, cool morning air flowing into the room. "Some things never change," I say, shaking my head. "Some things do." He leans back down for one more kiss, this one quick but no less intense. But the important stuff, the stuff that matters, that stays the same. And then he's gone, disappearing through the window with the same easy grace he had at 17. I hear his feet hit the ground outside, then the sound of his footsteps moving away from the house. I lie back against my pillows, pulling the sheet up to my chin, and try to process everything that just happened. The night we shared, the phone call, the promises we made to each other. Everything feels different now, charged with possibility and danger in equal measure.
Chapter 16. Paul. The drive to my parents' house takes 20 minutes through the quiet streets of Eagle Point, but it feels like hours. My hands grip the steering wheel tighter than necessary as I rehearse what I'm going to say, then immediately discard every practiced speech. There's no diplomatic way to handle this conversation. No polite way to tell your parents that you're throwing away everything they've planned for your life because you're in love with a woman they've spent years trying to make you forget. My father's black Cadillac is parked in its usual spot, along with my mother's pearl-white Lexus. They're both home, which means I get to deliver this news to both of them at once. Lucky me. I sit in my truck for a moment after parking, gathering my resolve. The morning sun reflects off the windows of the house, making the whole place look like something out of a magazine spread about successful Southern families, all surface perfection hiding the dysfunction underneath. The front door opens before I even reach it. Margaret, our longtime housekeeper, gives me a sympathetic look that tells me she's already heard the shouting match from this morning's phone call. "They're in the study," she says quietly. "And Master Paul, maybe take a deep breath first." I manage a smile for her. Margaret's been with the family since I was 8 years old, and she's seen me weather plenty of storms with my parents over the years. "Thanks, Margaret. I'll try not to break anything." "I'm more worried about them breaking you," she mutters under her breath, but I catch it anyway. The study is my father's domain, all dark wood paneling and leather-bound books that I doubt he's ever read, with oil paintings of long-dead Montgomery patriarchs glaring down from the walls. He's standing behind his massive mahogany desk when I walk in, still wearing his navy suit from whatever early morning meeting he had. My mother sits in one of the wingback chairs across from him, perfectly dressed as always in a cream-colored blazer and pearls. They both look up when I enter, and the temperature in the room seems to drop 10 degrees. "Well," my father says, his voice dripping with disapproval. "Look who decided to grace us with his presence." "Good morning to you too, Dad." I close the door behind me and move to stand in front of his desk, deliberately not taking a seat. This isn't going to be a long conversation. "Mom." My mother's lips are pressed into a thin line of disappointment. "Paul, darling, please tell me you've come to your senses, that this whole business with breaking your engagement was just some sort of temporary lapse in judgment." "No lapse in judgment," I say evenly. "If anything, it's the first smart decision I've made in years." My father's face flushes red. "Smart? You call destroying a beneficial union between two of the most prominent families in Texas smart? You call humiliating the Whitakers and us smart? I call refusing to marry someone I don't love smart. Yeah. Love." My mother says the word like it tastes bitter. "Paul, darling, marriage isn't about love. It's about compatibility, shared values, mutual benefit. Love is what teenagers think matters." The irony of that statement isn't lost on me, considering I was a teenager the last time I felt this way about anyone. Maybe that's why your generation has such a high divorce rate. "Our generation?" My father's voice rises. "Our generation built this family's wealth. Our generation made the Montgomery name mean something in this state. And our generation knows that sometimes sacrifice is required to maintain that legacy. Your generation also raised a son who apparently can't make his own decisions about his own life." I can see my father's temper building, that familiar vein in his forehead starting to throb. "You're damn right. You can't make your own decisions. Look at the stuff you're doing now." "What am I doing now, Dad? What's pissing you off so bad?" "The Watson girl," my mother says quietly, and the way she says Natalie's name makes my blood boil, like she's something distasteful that needs to be scraped off her shoe. The room goes dead silent. I wasn't planning to bring up Natalie this early in the conversation, but since they've opened that door... "Her name is Natalie," I say, my voice low and controlled. "And she's not some girl. She's the woman I love. The woman I've always loved." My mother makes a sound of disgust. "Paul, please, you can't be serious. After everything we went through to separate you from that girl." My father huffs. "That girl was completely wrong for you then, and she's completely wrong for you now. She has nothing to offer this family. No connections, no wealth, no social standing. She's a single mother working as a barista, for God's sake. She's a single mother because she was raising my son," I say, and watch both their faces go white. "Yeah, that's right. Your grandson, Harry. He's 6 years old, and he's incredible, and I've missed 6 years of his life." The silence that follows is deafening. My mother's hand flies to her throat, clutching her pearls like they might anchor her to reality. My father's face cycles through several different shades of red before settling on a deep purple that probably isn't healthy. "Your son?" my mother whispers. "Harry Watson," I confirm. "Smart as hell. Funny. Brave. Everything I could have hoped for in a kid. Everything I would have known if you hadn't driven Natalie away before she could tell me she was pregnant." My father recovers first, as I knew he would. William Montgomery has never met a problem he couldn't bulldoze through with enough money and intimidation. "How do you know it's yours?" he demands. "How do you know this isn't just some scheme to get money out of this family? Women like that?" "Women like what?" I take a step toward his desk, and something in my expression makes him lean back slightly. "You want to finish that sentence, Dad? Because I'm really interested to hear what you think women like Natalie are like." "Paul," my mother interjects, clearly trying to play peacemaker, "your father didn't mean—" "He meant exactly what he said. And for the record, I know Harry is mine because he looks exactly like me. Same eyes, same stubborn chin, same way of tilting his head when he's thinking. But more than that, I know because Natalie isn't the kind of person who lies. She never was. She lied by omission," my father points out. "She kept your son from you for 6 years. Because you made sure she knew she had no choice." I'm fighting to keep my voice level, but it's a losing battle. "Because you made it clear that any connection to this family would be met with lawyers and threats and public humiliation. She was young and scared, and you used that against her." My mother stands up, smoothing her skirt with hands that aren't quite steady. "Well, I suppose the question now is what you intend to do about this situation." "Situation?" I laugh, but there's no humor in it. "My son isn't a situation, Mom. He's a little boy who deserves to know his father, and I intend to be the best father I can be." "And the woman?" my father asks. "I suppose you think you're going to marry her now? Make this whole mess legitimate?" "I'm going to marry her because I love her," I correct. "Harry just makes it more urgent." "Absolutely not." My father's voice cracks like a whip. "I will not allow you to throw away everything this family has built for some childhood infatuation." "You will not allow?" I repeat slowly. "Dad, I hate to break it to you, but I stopped needing your permission for my life choices about 12 years ago. As long as you bear the Montgomery name, your choices reflect on this family. Then maybe I should consider changing my name." The words hang in the air like a bomb that hasn't quite detonated yet. My mother gasps audibly, and my father's face goes from purple to white in the span of a heartbeat. "You wouldn't dare," he says, but there's uncertainty in his voice now. "Try me." I cross my arms over my chest, meeting his stare head-on. I've spent my entire adult life trying to live up to expectations that were never mine to begin with, trying to be the son you wanted instead of the man I actually am. I'm done with that. "Paul, please," my mother says, tears starting to gather in her eyes. "Think about what you're saying. Think about the family legacy, the business, everything your grandfather and great-grandfather built." "I'm thinking about family," I interrupt. "I'm thinking about my son, who needs a father. I'm thinking about the woman I love, who deserves better than to be treated like she's not good enough for this family. I'm thinking about building something real instead of maintaining something hollow." My father slams his hand down on the desk, making the crystal paperweights jump. "Hollow? This family's legacy is hollow? When it comes at the cost of basic human decency. Yeah, it is." I turn toward the door, then pause. "I came here to tell you about my decision, not to ask for your blessing. Natalie and I are together. Harry is my son, and I'm going to be part of his life. You can accept that and try to be part of our family, or you can keep playing these manipulation games and lose me entirely. If you walk out that door," my father calls after me, "if you choose them over this family, there won't be any coming back. No trust fund, no inheritance, no place in the business. You'll be on your own." I pause with my hand on the doorknob, but I don't turn around. Good. Maybe it's time I found out who I really am without the Montgomery money propping me up.
Chapter 17. Natalie. The mimosa in my hand tastes like freedom this morning. Mama and I are sitting on her back porch, enjoying what might be the last truly warm day before autumn settles in for good. Harry's at school, the morning rush is over, and for the first time in weeks, I can actually breathe without feeling like the world might collapse around me. "You look different," Mama observes, cutting into her French toast with surgical precision. She's always been one to notice the small details, the way I hold my shoulders, the set of my mouth, whether my laugh reaches my eyes. Lighter somehow. I lean back in the wicker chair, letting the sun warm my face. I feel different. Like maybe things are actually going to work out for once. Paul, I assume? Paul. I confirm, and can't help the smile that spreads across my face. He broke up with Jocelyn, told her everything, about Harry, about us. He said he's done pretending to be someone he's not. Mama raises an eyebrow over her coffee cup. "And you believe him?" I do. The certainty in my voice surprises even me. I know how that sounds, considering our history, but this feels different. He's different. Or maybe he's exactly who he always was, underneath all that Montgomery pressure. The doorbell rings before Mama can respond, and we both frown. We weren't expecting anyone, and most of her friends know to come around to the back during brunch. "I'll get it," I offer, setting down my mimosa and padding through the house in my bare feet. The bell rings again, more insistent this time, and irritation flickers through me. Some people have no patience. I swing open the front door and immediately wish I hadn't. Jocelyn Whitaker stands on Mama's front porch like some sort of avenging angel, if angels wore Chanel suits and carried designer handbags that cost more than most people's cars. Her blonde hair is perfectly styled despite the humidity, and her makeup looks like it was applied by a professional. Everything about her screams money and privilege and the kind of confidence that comes from never having to worry about whether you belong somewhere. "Well," she says, looking me up and down with undisguised disdain. "So you're the one." I'm suddenly very aware that I'm wearing cutoff jeans and one of Paul's old high school t-shirts that I never gave back. My hair is in a messy bun, secured with what looks like a pin but is actually Harry's Spider-Man pencil, and I haven't bothered with makeup beyond mascara and lip gloss. "I'm sorry, can I help you?" I keep my voice polite, even though every instinct I have is screaming at me to slam the door in her face. "Natalie Watson, right?" She doesn't wait for confirmation. "I'm Jocelyn Whitaker. Well, I was supposed to be Jocelyn Montgomery until you decided to destroy my life." The accusation hits like a slap, even though I was expecting it. "I think there's been a misunderstanding." "Oh, there's been a misunderstanding, all right." Jocelyn pushes past me into the house like she owns the place, her heels clicking against Mama's hardwood floors. "The misunderstanding is that you think you can waltz back into Paul's life after years of absence and pick up where you left off." I close the door slowly, my mind racing. This woman is clearly unhinged, and I need to get her out of here before Mama comes to investigate. The last thing I want is for this confrontation to upset her. "Look, I understand you're hurt." "Hurt?" Jocelyn spins around to face me, and there's something wild in her green eyes. Hurt doesn't begin to cover it. "Do you have any idea what you've done? What you've destroyed?" "I haven't destroyed anything. Paul made his own choice." "Paul didn't make any choice." The volume of her voice makes me wince. "You manipulated him. You used that child to guilt him into breaking his engagement to me." The accusation about Harry makes my blood run cold. Harry isn't a manipulation tactic. He's Paul's son. "So you claim?" Jocelyn's lips curve into a cruel smile. "But how convenient that you only decided to tell Paul about this supposed child when he was engaged to someone else. How convenient that you came crawling back to Eagle Point right when Paul was finally moving on with his life." I came back because I had nowhere else to go, I say through gritted teeth. And I didn't tell Paul about Harry because your future in-laws made it very clear that I wasn't welcome in their son's life. The Montgomerys have excellent judgment. Jocelyn moves closer, and I catch a whiff of expensive perfume mixed with something that might be desperation. They knew exactly what kind of person you are. The kind who gets pregnant to trap a man, then disappears when that doesn't work, only to come back years later when it's convenient. The words hit their target, finding every insecurity I've ever had about my choices, about whether I did the right thing by keeping Harry from Paul. But I refuse to let this woman see how much her accusations sting. You don't know anything about my situation, I say quietly. You don't know what I've been through or why I made the choices I made. I know enough. Jocelyn's voice drops to a venomous whisper. I know you're nobody. A high school dropout with a kid and no prospects. Trying to social climb your way into a family that's completely out of your league. I graduated high school. I correct automatically, then immediately hate myself for taking the bait. Barely, I'm sure. Jocelyn looks around Mama's modest living room with obvious disdain. Look at this place. Look at your life. What could you possibly offer Paul that I can't? Money? Social connections? A family name that actually means something? I can offer him love, I say simply. Real love, not some business arrangement between families. Jocelyn laughs, but there's no humor in it. Love? You think love pays for private schools and country club memberships? You think love maintains the kind of lifestyle Paul was born into? If money and status are so important to him, then maybe he's not the man I thought he was. He's not. The words burst out of her like she's been holding them back. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Paul Montgomery is not some romantic hero from your teenage fantasies. He's a rich man's son who's been groomed his entire life to maintain his family's legacy. This thing between you two is just nostalgia. A midlife crisis. He'll come to his senses eventually, and when he does, you'll be left with nothing. Natalie? Mama's voice calls from the back of the house. Everything all right, baby? Everything's fine, Mama. I call back, not taking my eyes off Jocelyn. Just give me a minute. Jocelyn's gaze sharpens with interest. That your mother? I'd love to meet the woman who raised such an ambitious daughter. The threat in her tone is unmistakable, and protective fury flares in my chest. You need to leave. Now. Oh, I'll leave, Jocelyn says, moving toward the door. But this isn't over. You think you've won something, but you have no idea what you're up against. The Montgomery family doesn't just roll over when someone threatens their interests. Is that a threat? It's a promise. She pauses with her hand on the doorknob, turning back to give me one last venomous look. You ruined my life, Natalie Watson. You destroyed my engagement, humiliated me in front of everyone who matters in this town, and stole the future I was supposed to have. But you'll pay for it. One way or another, you'll pay for what you've done.
Chapter 18. Paul. The ice cream parlor buzzes with the kind of energy that only comes from sugar-hyped kids and exhausted parents trying to make it through another Tuesday afternoon. I watch Harry attack his double-scoop chocolate chip like it personally offended him, chocolate already smeared across his chin despite having napkins tucked into his shirt collar. Slow down there, buddy, I laugh, reaching over to wipe his face. That ice cream isn't going anywhere. But it's melting, Harry protests, holding up his cone as evidence. A drop of chocolate lands on the red checkered tablecloth between us. Natalie sits across from me, barely touching her strawberry cone, and I can tell something's eating at her. She's got that look, the one where she's trying to appear calm while her mind races through worst-case scenarios. I've seen it enough times to recognize the signs. You gonna eat that or just let it melt all over your hand? I nod toward her cone. She glances down like she'd forgotten she was holding it. Right. Yeah. She takes a small lick, but her heart isn't in it. Daddy, can we get ice cream every day? Harry asks, swinging his legs under the table. Please. I promise I'll eat all my vegetables. Every day might be pushing it, I tell him, grinning at the way his face falls dramatically. But we can definitely make this a regular thing. Maybe once a week? Twice a week? Don't push your luck, kid. Harry considers this seriously, then nods like we've just negotiated a business deal. Okay. But can we try different flavors? I want to taste everything. Everything, huh? That's a tall order. I catch Natalie's eye over Harry's head, hoping to coax a smile out of her. What do you think, Mama? Can we handle taking this guy on a mission to try every flavor? She manages a small smile, but it doesn't reach her eyes. I think we can manage that. The forced cheerfulness in her voice confirms what I already suspected. Something happened today, and she's trying not to let it show in front of Harry. I respect the hell out of her for that, for always putting his needs first. But I also want to know what's got her so rattled. Hey, Harry, I say, pulling out my phone. Why don't you pick out some songs for us to listen to on the way home? You know how to work Spotify, right? His eyes light up like I've just handed him the keys to Disney World. Really? I can pick? Within reason, Natalie adds quickly. Nothing with bad words. Harry takes my phone with the reverence of someone being trusted with precious cargo, and immediately becomes absorbed in scrolling through playlists. The kid's got decent taste in music. I'll give him that. With Harry distracted, I lean across the table toward Natalie. All right, talk to me. What's going on? She glances at Harry, making sure he's still engrossed in the phone, then meets my eyes. Jocelyn came to my house this morning. The blood in my veins turns to ice. She what? Showed up at the front door while Mama and I were having brunch. Started accusing me of ruining her life, using Harry to manipulate you. All kinds of things. Natalie's voice stays level, but I can see the tension in her shoulders. She wasn't exactly stable. Rage builds in my chest, hot and immediate. The thought of Jocelyn cornering Natalie, making accusations, threatening her in any way, makes me want to put my fist through something. What exactly did she say? Does it matter? The important thing is she knows where my mother lives now. She knows our business, our schedule. She was... Natalie pauses, choosing her words carefully. She was angry, Paul. Really angry. And she made it clear this isn't over. Screw that! The words come out harsher than I intended, and both Natalie and Harry look up. Harry doesn't seem bothered. He's heard worse from his playground friends, I'm sure. But Natalie raises an eyebrow. Language, she murmurs, but there's no real heat behind it. Sorry. I take a deep breath, trying to get my temper under control. But seriously, Nat, she had no right to show up at your house, no right to harass you or make threats. I can handle Jocelyn Whitaker, Natalie says, but I hear the uncertainty underneath the bravado. You shouldn't have to handle her. This is my mess to clean up. Our mess, she corrects. We're in this together, remember? That's what you said. She's right, and I love her for it. But that doesn't mean I'm going to sit back and let my ex-fiancé terrorize the woman I love and my son. Together, yes, but Jocelyn is my problem. I'll handle it. How? It's a fair question and one I don't have a complete answer to yet. But I know I can't let this continue. Jocelyn's clearly not handling the breakup well, and if she's escalating to showing up at Natalie's house, who knows what she'll do next. I'll talk to her. Make it clear that harassing you is unacceptable. And if that doesn't work, then I'll involve the police if I have to. I reach across the table and take her hand, threading our fingers together. I'm not going to let her hurt you, Nat. Not physically, not emotionally, not in any way. I promise you that. Daddy, I found the perfect song, Harry announces, waving my phone in the air. It's called Thunder, and it has drums and everything. Thunder, huh? Sounds pretty epic. I squeeze Natalie's hand before releasing it, giving her a look that says we'll finish this conversation later. Let's hear it. Harry hits play and immediately starts bobbing his head to the beat. The song is loud and energetic, exactly the kind of thing a 6-year-old would love, and his enthusiasm is infectious enough that even Natalie starts to relax a little. This is my favorite part, Harry says as the chorus kicks in, drumming his sticky fingers on the table in time with the music. You've got good taste, buddy. I mean it too. The kid has somehow managed to find a song that's both age-appropriate and genuinely catchy. We listen to 3 more of Harry's selections while we finish our ice cream, and by the time we're ready to leave, some of the tension has drained from Natalie's shoulders. She's laughing at Harry's attempt to sing along to a song he clearly doesn't know all the words to, making up his own lyrics as he goes. The drive back to her house is filled with Harry's musical discoveries and his running commentary on everything we pass. He points out dogs, interesting clouds, and a truck carrying what he's convinced are dinosaur bones but are probably just construction equipment. Can we listen to music in your car every time? Harry asks as I pull into the driveway. Every time we're together, sure. I turn around to look at him in the back seat. But you might have to share playlist duties with your mom sometimes. Mama picks good songs too, Harry concedes graciously. She likes the ones with piano. I'll keep that in mind for next time. I catch Natalie's eye and see something that looks like gratitude there, mixed with something else I can't quite read. After Harry runs inside to use the bathroom and tell his grandmother about our ice cream adventure, Natalie and I stand on the front porch, the weight of our earlier conversation settling between us again. Thank you, she says quietly, for this afternoon, for letting him pick the music and making him laugh, for making this feel normal. This is normal. This is what I want our normal to look like. I step closer, close enough to see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes. And I meant what I said about Jocelyn. I won't let her or my parents or anyone else mess with what we're building here.
Chapter 19. Natalie. Grandma Rose, you're putting too much syrup. Harry's voice carries down the hallway, followed by Mama's gentle scolding. Boy, if you don't sit still and let me fix your plate proper. I secure the last bobby pin and check my reflection one more time. The navy blouse and black slacks aren't anything special, but they're clean and wrinkle-free, which is about the best I can manage on my barista salary. The dark circles under my eyes tell the story of another restless night, but concealer can only do so much. My phone buzzes on the dresser. A text from Paul. Good luck today. Call me if you need anything. Natalie, baby, you need to eat something before work, Mama calls from the kitchen. Coming. I slip my phone into my purse and head down the hallway, pausing at the bathroom door where Harry is brushing his teeth with the concentration of a surgeon. Don't forget to get the back ones, I remind him, and he gives me a foamy grin in the mirror. The kitchen smells like pancakes and maple syrup, and Mama has Harry's lunch already packed in his superhero lunchbox. She's wearing her favorite floral housecoat, the one that's soft from years of washing, and her silver hair is pinned back in neat curls. You look tired, baby, she says, studying my face with the keen eye of someone who's been worrying about me since the day I was born. I'm fine, Mama. Just didn't sleep great. I pour myself a cup of coffee and add cream, inhaling the familiar comfort of caffeine and routine. That Whitaker girl got you all twisted up. It's not a question. Mama has always been able to read me like an open book. I can handle Jocelyn. The words sound more confident than I feel. I know you can, sugar, but that doesn't mean you should have to. Mama flips a pancake with practiced ease. Some folks are just born with more money than sense. Harry bounces into the kitchen, his backpack slung over one shoulder and his hair still damp from washing his face. Is Daddy picking me up from school today? No, baby. Grammy's getting you today, remember? Daddy's got work stuff. I ruffle his hair, which immediately springs back into unruly cowlicks. But he's coming to dinner Sunday, right? You promised. I promised. The commitment still feels surreal, like I'm playing house with someone else's life. But Harry's excitement is infectious, and I can't bring myself to dampen it with my own uncertainties. Mama sets a plate of pancakes in front of Harry, who immediately begins cutting them into precise squares. Everything has to be just so with him. Another trait he's inherited from Paul, though I doubt either of them realizes it yet. Grammy, can I have chocolate milk with lunch today? Harry asks, batting his eyelashes in a move that's probably going to get him in trouble with girls someday. Nice try, Charmer. Apple juice or water? I check the time on my phone and realize I need to leave in 10 minutes if I want to make it to work on time. Harry, finish up so Grammy can take you to school. I am finishing. He demonstrates by shoving a massive bite of pancake into his mouth. The sound, when it comes, is so violent it makes all three of us freeze. Bang, 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 like someone's trying to break down the front door with their bare fists. What in the world? Mama sets down her spatula, her face creasing with concern. The pounding continues, urgent and demanding. This isn't the knock of a neighbor or delivery person. This is official, authoritative. The kind of knock that makes your blood pressure spike before you even know why. Stay here with Harry, I tell Mama, moving toward the front of the house on unsteady legs. Through the peephole, I see two people in professional attire standing on the porch. A woman in her 40s with short brown hair and a clipboard, and a younger man with kind eyes and a nervous expression. They both wear badges clipped to their jackets. My heart drops into my stomach. I unlock the door and pull it open, trying to keep my voice steady. Can I help you? Good morning. I'm Sandra Mitchell with Child Protective Services, and this is my colleague, James Rodriguez. The woman's voice is businesslike but not unkind. We're here to speak with Natalie Watson. That's me. The words come out barely above a whisper. Ms. Watson, we've received a report regarding potential child abuse in this household. We need to conduct a home visit to ensure the safety and welfare of... She consults her clipboard. Harry Watson, age 6. The world tilts sideways. I'm sorry, what? It's just a routine check, ma'am. The younger man, James, adds quickly. We're required to investigate all reports we receive. Reports of what exactly? My voice is getting stronger now, fueled by a mixture of panic and indignation. The complaint alleges potential neglect and inappropriate living conditions for a minor child, Sandra explains, her tone remaining professionally neutral. Behind me, I hear Mama's sharp intake of breath. She's moved closer to the hallway, probably trying to hear what's happening while keeping Harry in the kitchen. This is insane. I grip the doorframe to steady myself. Harry is not abused or neglected. He's loved and cared for and... Ma'am, we understand this is upsetting, James interrupts gently, but we need to complete our investigation. May we come in? I want to slam the door in their faces, want to scream that this is a mistake, a misunderstanding, a malicious lie. But I also know that refusing to cooperate will only make things worse. Of course. I step aside, my hands shaking as I gesture them into the living room. The house suddenly feels too small, too exposed. I see it through their eyes. The worn furniture, the toys scattered in the corner, the family photos covering every available surface. Everything that feels like home to me suddenly seems like evidence they might use against me. Mama? Harry's voice drifts from the kitchen, uncertain and worried. Everything's fine, baby, I call back, though my voice cracks on the words. Just some people who need to talk to Mama for a minute. Is this your son's primary residence? Sandra asks, already making notes on her clipboard. Yes. We live here with my mother while I get back on my feet. The admission feels like weakness, like I'm already failing some invisible test. And his father, Paul Montgomery. We're working things out. He sees Harry regularly. I'm babbling now, giving them more information than they asked for, but I can't seem to stop. "May we see Harry's bedroom?" James asks. "Of course." I lead them down the hallway, past family photos and Mama's collection of ceramic angels, to my old bedroom that's become Harry's sanctuary. The room is neat and cheerful, painted a soft blue with dinosaur curtains that Harry picked out himself. His bed is made, his toys organized in plastic bins, his school clothes laid out for tomorrow. It looks exactly like what it is. A space created with love for a child who's treasured. Sandra and James spend several minutes examining everything. They check the window locks, look under the bed, open the closet. Their thoroughness makes my skin crawl, but I force myself to stand quietly and let them work. The complaint mentioned concerns about supervision and care, Sandra says, turning to face me. Can you tell us about Harry's daily routine? I walk them through a typical day: breakfast with Mama, school, afternoon pickup, homework time, dinner, bath, bedtime stories. Normal things, boring things. The mundane details of raising a child with love and attention. And his father's involvement? Paul has been spending time with Harry several times a week. They're building a relationship. We'd like to speak with Harry briefly if that's all right, James says. Every instinct I have screams against this, but I know I don't have a choice. Okay, but I want to be present. Of course. We return to the kitchen, where Mama is standing protectively near Harry, who's finished his pancakes and is now coloring in a workbook. He looks up when we enter, his blue eyes wide with curiosity. Harry, these nice people just want to ask you a few questions, I say, sitting down beside him and trying to project calm I don't feel. James kneels down to Harry's level, his manner gentle and non-threatening. Hi, Harry, I'm James. That's a cool picture you're coloring. It's a T-Rex, Harry explains seriously. They had really big teeth, but they're all dead now. Wow, you know a lot about dinosaurs. Do you like living here with your mom and grandma? Yeah, Grammy makes the best pancakes, and Mama reads me stories every night. Harry glances at me and I give him an encouraging smile. That sounds nice. Do you feel safe here? Safe from what? Harry looks genuinely puzzled by the question. Just, do you feel happy and safe? Yeah. Mama takes care of me and Grammy too. And now Daddy comes over too. Harry's face lights up at the mention of Paul. He's going to teach me to play football. The interview continues for a few more minutes, with James asking gentle questions about Harry's routine, his feelings, whether anyone has ever hurt him. Harry answers everything with the straightforward honesty of a 6-year-old who's never had reason to fear adults in authority. Finally, Sandra closes her clipboard with a decisive snap. Thank you for your cooperation, Ms. Watson. Based on our observations and interview, we've found no evidence to support the allegations made in the report. Relief floods through me so strongly my knees nearly buckle. So that's it? That's it. The case will be closed as unfounded. Sandra's expression softened slightly. I know this was stressful, but you should know that Harry appears to be a happy, healthy, well-cared-for child in a loving home. After they leave, I sit at the kitchen table with my head in my hands, shaking with delayed reaction. Mama bustles around, cleaning up breakfast and muttering under her breath about fool people with nothing better to do. Harry has returned to his coloring, seemingly unaffected by the morning's drama. Children are resilient that way, able to bounce back from things that would devastate adults. But I'm not resilient right now. I'm furious. Because I know exactly who made that report. I know who would stoop low enough to try to use my child, to weaponize the system against me. Jocelyn Whitaker may be many things, but subtle isn't one of them. The realization fills me with a rage so pure and hot it surprises me. I've dealt with plenty of difficult people in my life, plenty of situations that required me to swallow my pride and keep my mouth shut. But this crosses every line that exists. Nobody threatens my child. Nobody. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 20. Paul. The reports spread across my desk blur together as I try to focus on drilling projections and profit margins. Coffee's gone cold in my mug, and I've read the same paragraph about extraction costs 3 times without absorbing a damn word. The phone on my desk rings, jarring me out of my thoughts. I glance at the caller ID, and my chest tightens when I see Natalie's name. Hey, beautiful, how's your... That brat called CPS on me. Her voice is razor-sharp, vibrating with fury. I've never heard from her before. I straighten in my chair, the quarterly reports forgotten. What? Who called? Jocelyn. She called Child Protective Services and told them I was abusing Harry. The words pour out of her in a torrent of rage. They showed up at my house this morning, Paul. 2 caseworkers with badges and clipboards asking my 6-year-old son if he felt safe in his own home. Ice floods my veins. Jesus Christ, Nat. Are you okay? Is Harry... Harry's fine. The caseworkers were actually decent people who could see through the nonsense once they talked to him and looked around. But that's not the point. Her voice cracks slightly, and I can hear the tears she's fighting. She used my child, Paul. She weaponized the system against my baby because she's pissed off that you have a son with someone else. I'm already standing, grabbing my keys from the desk drawer. Where are you now? Still at home. I was supposed to be at work 20 minutes ago, but I can't just pretend this didn't happen. Her breathing is shaky, uneven. I'm gonna find her. I'm gonna march into whatever country club or boutique she's probably shopping at right now, and I'm gonna rip every single hair out of her perfectly styled head. Whoa. Nat, listen to me. No, you listen to me. The steel in her voice could cut glass. I have put up with her snide comments and her passive-aggressive nonsense and her attempts to intimidate me. But the second she brought Harry into this, she crossed a line that can't be uncrossed. I'm moving toward the door, Rebecca looking up in surprise as I stride past her desk. I know you're pissed. I'm livid too. But if you go after her like this, I don't give a damn about the consequences. Her voice is getting louder, more unhinged. Let her call the cops. Let her press charges. At least then everyone in this godforsaken town will know exactly what kind of person she really is. The elevator can't come fast enough. I jab the down button repeatedly, my heart hammering against my ribs. Natalie, think about what you're saying. If you assault her, you could face charges. Real charges. And then what happens to Harry? Don't you dare use my son against me right now. I'm not using him against you. I'm trying to protect both of you. The elevator doors finally open, and I step inside, hitting the button for the parking garage. Just tell me where you think she is. I'll handle this. Oh, hell no. You've been handling Jocelyn, and look where it's gotten us. Her laugh is bitter, completely devoid of humor. She thinks she can hide behind her daddy's money while she destroys my life. Well, I've got news for her. The elevator doors open, and I sprint toward my truck, fumbling with the keys. Where do you think she is, Nat? The country club? Her house? I don't know, but I'm gonna find her. Eagle Point isn't that big. The engine roars to life, and I peel out of the parking garage, my tires squealing against the concrete. Don't hang up. Stay on the phone with me. Why? So you can try to talk me out of giving your fiancée exactly what she deserves? She's not my fiancée anymore. The words come out harsher than I intended, but they needed to be said. I'm done with her, Nat. Completely done. After what she pulled today, there's no going back. Too little, too late, Paul. I can hear movement on her end of the line, footsteps pounding against what sounds like gravel, a screen door slamming shut with enough force to rattle the frame, then the distinct creak and slam of a car door. My heart rate spikes even higher, hammering against my ribs like it's trying to break free. Natalie, please, just wait for me. Where are you going? An engine starts up in the background, and I can practically feel the fury radiating through the phone. I'm checking the country club first. If Princess Jocelyn wants to play games with my son's life, let's see how she handles a real fight. The country club is 20 minutes from Natalie's house on a good day. If she's driving like I am right now, running red lights, taking corners too fast, and treating speed limits like mere suggestions, she might get there first. The thought of her confronting Jocelyn alone, in her current state of mind, with all that maternal rage burning through her veins, makes my stomach churn and twist into knots. What exactly are you planning to do when you find her? I ask, weaving through traffic on Main Street like I'm in some kind of damn NASCAR race. A horn blares behind me as I cut off a pickup truck. I'm gonna tell her exactly what I think of her spoiled, manipulative brat, Natalie spits, her voice deadly calm in that way that means she's past the point of no return. And if she says one word, just one word about Harry or tries to justify what she did today, I'm gonna knock her perfect teeth down her throat.
Chapter 21. Natalie. The country club's manicured entrance comes into view, and I slam on the brakes, my tires screeching against the pristine asphalt. My hands shake as I grip the steering wheel, adrenaline coursing through my veins like liquid fire. Every muscle in my body is coiled tight, ready to spring. Paul's truck pulls up beside me at the exact same moment, dust still settling around his vehicle. He must have driven like a maniac to get here this fast. I'm already out of my car, my feet hitting the pavement with purpose, when his door slams shut behind him. Nat, wait. He catches up to me in 3 long strides, his hand reaching for my arm. I spin around to face him, and he must see something in my expression that makes him step back slightly. Don't you dare try to stop me, Paul, not after what she did. I'm not stopping you. His blue eyes are blazing with the same fury that's burning through me. But we're doing this together. She doesn't get to face just one of us. She made this about our son, so she deals with both his parents. The possessive way he says, "our son," sends a jolt through my chest, but I push it aside. This isn't about Paul and me. This is about protecting Harry from a woman who thinks she can use a 6-year-old as a weapon in her twisted games. Fine. But if she says one word about Harry being better off without me, I'm not responsible for what happens next. Paul nods grimly. Understood. The country club's interior is all polished marble and crystal chandeliers, the kind of understated elegance that screams old money. A few well-dressed women glance our way as we stride through the lobby, probably wondering why 2 people who look like they're about to commit murder are storming through their precious sanctuary. I spot her immediately. Jocelyn sits at a corner table in the dining room, her blonde hair cascading over one shoulder as she delicately cuts into what looks like a salmon salad. She's wearing a white sundress, and her manicured nails catch the light as she brings her fork to her lips. She looks so calm, so serene. My vision goes red around the edges. There she is, I mutter, my voice low and dangerous. Paul places a firm hand on my lower back, grounding me. Remember, we handled this together. We cross the dining room in synchronized steps, our footfalls silent on the thick carpet. A few other diners notice us approaching, their conversations dying out as they sense the tension radiating from our direction. Jocelyn glances up just as we reach her table, and for a split second, genuine surprise flickers across her perfect features. Then her expression shifts into that sickeningly sweet smile she's perfected over the years. "Paul, darling, what a lovely surprise." Her green eyes slide to me, and the temperature in the room seems to drop 10 degrees. "And Natalie, how unexpected." I lean forward, planting my palms flat on the white tablecloth. "You called CPS on me. I have no idea what you're talking about." She blinks innocently, but there's a satisfied gleam in her eyes that makes my blood boil. "Cut the crap, Jocelyn." Paul's voice is deadly quiet. "We know it was you." She sets down her fork with deliberate precision, dabbing at the corners of her mouth with her linen napkin. I simply express some concerns to the appropriate authorities about a child's welfare. Isn't that what any responsible citizen would do? The words hit me like a physical blow. She's not even trying to deny it. She's proud of what she did. "You told them I was abusing my son." Each word comes out like a bullet. "You looked 2 caseworkers in the eye and lied about a 6-year-old boy because you're pissed off that Paul chose me over you." "I didn't lie about anything." Jocelyn's voice remains maddeningly calm. "I simply shared my observations about a clearly unstable single mother who's obviously in over her head." That's it. I lunge forward, my hands reaching for her throat, but Paul's arm shoots out like a steel bar across my chest, stopping me mid-motion. The force of his restraint sends me stumbling backward, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Don't." His voice is granite. "She's not worth it." Jocelyn watches our exchange with obvious amusement, like we're putting on a show for her entertainment. My, such violent tendencies. Perhaps my concerns weren't so unfounded after all. "You twisted, manipulative brat." "Natalie." Paul's warning tone cuts through my rage. "Let her hang herself." Jocelyn smooths down her dress, her movements languid and deliberate. "You know, I actually feel sorry for you both. You think you've won something by destroying my relationship with Paul, but you have no idea what you've started." She stands slowly, her height advantage allowing her to look down at us with disdain. "I have resources you can't even imagine, connections that go back generations in this state. And now that you've taken away everything I've worked for, everything I deserved, I have absolutely nothing left to lose." Her smile turns predatory, showing too many teeth. "I'm going to make your lives a living hell. Every business deal, every job opportunity, every attempt at happiness. I'll be there to make sure it crumbles in your hands." The dining room has gone completely silent now. Every eye in the place is focused on our table. Watching this train wreck unfold with barely concealed fascination. "I'll destroy your reputation, Natalie. I'll make sure everyone in this town knows exactly what kind of woman steals another woman's fiancé. And Paul." She turns her venom toward him. "Your family's business relationships with half the oil companies in Texas go through my father. Funny how those partnerships might become less profitable when people hear about how you abandoned your fiancé for some ghetto trash." Paul steps forward, his jaw clenched so tight I can see the muscle jumping. "You just threatened my family. I promised you both exactly what you deserve." Jocelyn picks up her purse, slinging it over her shoulder with practiced elegance. "You wanted to play games with my life? Well, congratulations. You've just learned what it means to have a real enemy." She moves to step around us, but I block her path, my body vibrating with barely contained fury. "Harry is 6 years old," I say, my voice deadly quiet. 6. And you used him as ammunition in your petty war because you can't handle the fact that Paul doesn't love you. For the first time, something flickers in her expression. Not remorse, but irritation that I've called her out so directly. That child is living proof that Paul has been lying to me for years. Forgive me if I don't feel particularly protective of the bastard that destroyed my future.
Chapter 22. Paul. The word bastard hangs in the air like poison gas, and something inside me snaps completely. Get away from us! My voice comes out as a growl, low and dangerous enough that even Jocelyn takes a step back. And if you ever call my son that word again, I'll make sure you regret it for the rest of your miserable life. Her green eyes widen slightly, and for the first time today she looks genuinely unsettled. Good. She should be afraid. Paul, we should go. Natalie's hand touches my arm, but I can feel the tremor in her fingers. Jocelyn's words hit their mark, and the knowledge that this woman hurt Nat makes me want to put my fist through the nearest wall. Jocelyn recovers quickly, that cold smile sliding back into place. Enjoy your little family while it lasts. You'll find that happiness built on lies has a way of crumbling. She walks away with her head held high, heels clicking against the marble floor like gunshots. Every person in the dining room watches her exit before turning their attention back to us with barely concealed curiosity. Screw them all. I place my hand on the small of Natalie's back, guiding her toward the exit. She moves like she's in a trance. The fight that was burning so bright in her eyes just minutes ago has been replaced by something that looks dangerously close to defeat. We make it outside before the dam breaks. I can't believe I let this happen. Natalie's voice cracks as she rounds on me, her hands shaking. I should have known better. I should have stayed the hell away from you. The words hit me like a physical blow. Nat, don't... No, you don't get to nat me right now. She backs away from me, putting distance between us like I'm something toxic. This is all my fault. I let you back into my life. I let Harry get attached to you. And now look what's happened. This isn't your fault. None of this is your fault. Isn't it? She laughs, but there's no humor in it. CPS showed up at my door because of us, Paul. Because I was stupid enough to think we could actually make this work. The late afternoon sun beats down on the parking lot, making the asphalt shimmer with heat waves. A few country club members walk past us on their way to their cars, clearly trying not to stare at the drama unfolding in front of them. Jocelyn is unhinged. She would have found another way to hurt you eventually. No, she wouldn't have. Natalie runs her hands through her curls, tugging at them in frustration. If I had just kept my distance, if I had never let you back in, she never would have known about Harry. She never would have had a reason to come after me. Every word she speaks feels like a knife twisting in my chest. You can't mean that. Can I? Her brown eyes are bright with unshed tears, but her expression is resolute. My life was simple before you showed up again. Complicated, sure, but mine. Now I have CPS breathing down my neck. My job is probably in jeopardy, and that woman just threatened to destroy everything I've worked for. We'll figure this out together. There is no we, Paul. The finality in her voice stops me cold. There can't be. Not anymore. The words hang between us like a death sentence. I take a step toward her, but she immediately moves back, maintaining the distance. Don't you dare give up on us now. Not after everything we've been through. Everything we've been through? She shakes her head, a bitter smile playing at her lips. What we've been through is 7 years of you not knowing you had a son, followed by a few weeks of playing house before reality came crashing down. That's not a relationship, Paul. That's a fantasy. Her words cut deep because there's truth in them. But it's not the whole truth, and she knows it. What about the nights we spent together? Are you going to tell me that was all fake? Something flickers across her face. Pain, regret, longing. But she pushes it down. Those nights were a mistake. A beautiful, terrible mistake that's going to cost me everything. Nonsense. My voice comes out harsher than I intended, but I'm past caring about being gentle. You felt it too. The connection, the rightness of it. You can't just pretend that didn't happen. Watch me. She turns toward her car, fishing her keys out of her purse with hands that won't stop shaking. I follow her, panic clawing at my chest. Nat, please, just stop for a minute and think about what you're saying. I have thought about it. She spins around to face me again, and the tears she's been holding back finally spill over. I've thought about nothing else since those caseworkers walked out of my house. My life is messed up, Paul. Completely and utterly messed up. And it's because I let myself believe in something that was never going to work. Why wasn't it going to work? Because I'm white? Because I have money? Because you think I'm just slumming it with you? The accusation hangs in the air between us, ugly and raw. Natalie's face goes very still, and I immediately know I've said the wrong thing. Is that really what you think of me? Her voice is quiet now, deadly quiet. You think this is about race or money? No, I run a hand through my hair, frustration and fear making me clumsy with words. I don't know what this is about. You're pushing me away and I don't understand why. Because loving you is going to destroy me. The words come out like a confession ripped from her soul. It's going to destroy Harry, and I can't let that happen, no matter how much it hurts. There it is, the truth we've both been dancing around. She loves me, and she's walking away anyway. So that's it? You're just going to run? I'm not running. She wipes at her cheeks with the back of her hand. I'm protecting my son, something I should have been doing all along instead of getting caught up in some fairy tale about second chances. She reaches for her car door handle, but I grab her wrist, stopping her. Take it back. What? All of it. Take it back. Say you don't mean it. She looks down at my hand wrapped around her wrist, then back up at my face. For a moment, just a moment, I see the woman who was in my arms this morning, who whispered my name like a prayer as I made love to her. Then the walls slam back into place. I can't. She pulls free of my grip. I'm sorry, Paul. I really am. But this... us... it's over before it really started. God damn it, Natalie, you can't just... But she's already in her car, the engine roaring to life. I stand there like an idiot, watching her drive away, my world crumbling around me one piece at a time. The parking lot is silent except for the sound of her tires on asphalt, growing fainter with each second. A few people are still watching from the country club entrance, probably getting their fill of drama for the week. I want to punch something. I want to drive after her, park outside her house, and refuse to leave until she talks to me. I want to track down Jocelyn and make her pay for every word that came out of her mouth. Instead, I stand here in the blazing Texas heat, watching the woman I love disappear around the corner, and wonder if I've just lost everything that matters before I even had a chance to fight for it. My phone buzzes in my pocket, and for a split second, hope flares in my chest. Maybe it's her. Maybe she's already realized she made a mistake. But it's just a text from my business partner about tomorrow's meeting. The normal world, carrying on like nothing has changed. Like my heart wasn't just ripped out of my chest and run over by a car. I get in my truck and sit there for a long moment, staring at the steering wheel. The leather seats are hot enough to burn, but I barely notice. All I can think about is the look in Natalie's eyes as she drove away, like she was saying goodbye to something she'd never get back. Maybe she was.
Chapter 23. Natalie. The next morning, I wake up feeling like I've been hit by a freight train. My eyes are swollen from crying, my head pounds from dehydration, and my heart feels like it's been put through a meat grinder. Harry is still asleep in his bed, one arm flung over his stuffed dinosaur, completely oblivious to the fact that our world imploded yesterday. I envy his innocence. The coffee shop. I was supposed to work yesterday, but after the disaster at the country club, I came straight home and called in sick. Well, not sick exactly. More like emotionally destroyed and incapable of functioning like a normal human being. My phone shows 3 missed calls from Marcus, my manager at the Daily Grind. 3 calls I ignored because I couldn't bear to explain why I'd abandoned my shift without notice. How do you tell your boss that you had a public meltdown in front of half the town's elite because your ex-fiancé called your son a bastard and threatened to destroy your life? You don't. You just don't show up and hope the world stops spinning long enough for you to figure out how to breathe again. But the world doesn't stop. Harry needs breakfast. He needs to get to school. And I need to face the music at work, even though every cell in my body wants to crawl back under the covers and pretend yesterday never happened. Mama, you look sad. Harry's voice startles me out of my thoughts. He's standing in the doorway of my bedroom, his hair sticking up at impossible angles, clutching his dinosaur like a security blanket. Just tired, baby. I force a smile that feels like it might crack my face. Come here and give Mama a hug. He walks over and climbs onto the bed, snuggling into my side with the easy trust that only children possess. For a moment, I let myself absorb his warmth, his solid little presence that reminds me why I'm fighting so hard to keep our lives together. Is Daddy coming over today? The innocent question hits me like a physical blow. No, sweetheart. Daddy is busy. But he said he'd take me to see the horses again. Harry's lower lip juts out in a pout that breaks my heart into even smaller pieces. Maybe another time? The lie tastes bitter on my tongue, but what else can I say? Harry seems to accept this with the resilience of childhood. Already distracted by the prospect of breakfast, we go through our morning routine on autopilot. Cereal and cartoons, getting dressed, brushing teeth, normal things that feel surreal given the circumstances. I drop Harry off at school, plastering on another fake smile for Mrs. Cole, who thankfully doesn't ask why I look like I've been through a blender. Then I drive to the Daily Grind, my stomach churning with dread. The coffee shop sits on Eagle Point's main drag, wedged between a hardware store and a boutique that sells overpriced candles to tourists. It's not much to look at from the outside. Weathered brick, a hand-painted sign that's seen better days, and a couple of metal tables on the sidewalk where regulars gather to gossip about their neighbors. Now even that feels tainted. I park around back and sit in my car for a few minutes, gathering courage I don't have. Through the rear window of the shop, I can see Marcus moving around inside, his movements sharp and agitated. Not a good sign. The bell above the door chimes as I enter, and Marcus looks up from the espresso machine with an expression that makes my stomach drop to my toes. He's in his 40s, with graying temples and kind eyes that have always been patient with my single mother scheduling conflicts. Today, those eyes are hard as flint. Natalie. His voice is flat, professional. The tone you use when you're about to fire someone. Marcus, I'm so sorry about yesterday. I know I should have called. We need to talk. He nods toward the office in the back, a cramped space barely big enough for a desk and 2 chairs. Now. I follow him on legs that feel like jelly, my hands already starting to shake. The office smells like stale coffee and cleaning supplies, a combination that's always been oddly comforting. Today it makes me nauseous. Marcus closes the door behind us and gestures for me to sit. I perch on the edge of the chair, every muscle in my body coiled tight. Yesterday was unacceptable. He doesn't waste time with pleasantries. You called in an hour before your shift with some vague excuse about being sick. Left me scrambling to cover your hours on one of our busiest days. I know, and I'm really sorry. It won't happen again. You're right. It won't. He pulls out his phone and scrolls through something, his frown deepening. But that's not even the worst part. My heart sinks further. What do you mean? Check this out. He turns the phone toward me and I see our Yelp page pulled up. 1-star review after 1-star review, all posted within the last 24 hours. Terrible service from rude staff member Natalie. She was argumentative and unprofessional. Won't be back. Coffee was cold, and the waitress was clearly having personal drama that affected her service. Very disappointing. Overheard the most awful scene between staff and customers. Made everyone uncomfortable. This place needs better hiring practices. My vision blurs as I read review after review, each one more damaging than the last. They're all lies, of course. I wasn't even here yesterday to provide bad service to anyone, but that doesn't matter. The damage is done. Marcus, I swear to you, I wasn't even here yesterday. These reviews are fake. I know you weren't here. That's the problem. He sets the phone down and fixes me with a stare that makes me feel about 2 inches tall. Someone wanted to hurt this business, and they used your name to do it. The pieces click into place with sickening clarity. Jocelyn. She couldn't just settle for humiliating me at the country club. She had to follow through on her threat, targeting my livelihood with surgical precision. This isn't my fault, isn't it? Marcus leans back in his chair, and I can see the frustration radiating off him in waves. Look, Natalie, I like you. You're a good worker when you show up, and you've never given me problems before. But whatever personal drama you've got going on has now become my problem too. It's not drama, I don't care what it is. His voice cuts through my protest like a knife. I've got a business to run, and I can't afford to have employees who attract this kind of negative attention. The words hit me like a slap. You're firing me. I'm letting you go, yes. He has the decency to look uncomfortable about it, but his resolve doesn't waver. I'll pay you for yesterday's missed shift, but I need you to clean out your locker and turn in your apron. I sit there for a moment, stunned into silence. This is really happening. I'm losing my job because I fell in love with Paul Montgomery again. Because I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, I deserved something good. I need this job, Marcus. I'm a single mother, I've got bills to pay, and I'm sorry, Natalie. I really am. But my hands are tied. He stands up, signaling that this conversation is over. I'll write you a good reference letter. You're a hard worker, and any place would be lucky to have you. Just maybe wait until whatever this is blows over before you start job hunting. The dismissal is clear, but I can't make myself move. This morning I woke up with a job, a routine, a semblance of stability. Now I have nothing but a pile of bills I can't pay and a son who depends on me.
Chapter 24. Paul. The call from my father comes at 8:30 sharp, while I'm standing in my kitchen staring at a cup of coffee that's gone cold. I haven't slept, haven't eaten, haven't done much of anything except replay yesterday's disaster on an endless loop in my head. Paul. Dad's voice cuts through the phone like a blade. No greeting, no pleasantries. Just that clipped, authoritative tone that's dominated every conversation we've had since I was old enough to disappoint him. Morning to you too. We need to talk. My office. Now. The line goes dead before I can respond. Classic William Montgomery. Issue the order and expect immediate compliance. Today I take another sip of bitter coffee and consider letting him wait. But there's no point in delaying the inevitable. I know exactly what this conversation is about, and surprisingly I find myself almost relieved. The pretense is finally over. Today feels different. Today I'm walking toward my own execution, and I can't bring myself to care. An hour later, I'm in the elevator ride to the top floor of the office building I've worked at for the last 3 years as CEO. The same elevator I've ridden thousands of times, with its polished brass fixtures and corporate artwork that costs more than most people make in a year. Everything looks exactly the same, but it all feels foreign now, like I'm seeing it through someone else's eyes. Dad's assistant waves me through without a word. She's worked here longer than I've been alive, and the expression on her face tells me she knows exactly what's about to happen. Poor kid. She probably thinks she's witnessing the end of the Montgomery dynasty. She's not wrong. My father stands behind his massive mahogany desk with his back to the door, staring out at the view of Eagle Point spread below like his personal kingdom. He doesn't turn around when I enter, doesn't acknowledge my presence at all. Just another power play in a lifetime of them. Close the door. I do, then settle into one of the leather chairs facing his desk. The same chairs where I've sat through countless lectures about responsibility and legacy and living up to the Montgomery name. Where I've been reminded again and again that everything I am, everything I'll ever be, exists at his discretion. Not anymore. You've made quite a mess. He finally turns around, and I'm struck by how old he looks. When did the lines around his eyes get so deep? When did his hair become more silver than brown? The phone hasn't stopped ringing since yesterday. Partners asking questions, board members expressing concern, our reputation taking hits we can't afford. Funny how quickly things fall apart when people start telling the truth. His jaw tightens. Don't be glib with me, Paul. This isn't a game. No, it's not. It's my life. I lean back in the chair, surprised by how calm I feel. And I'm done letting you control it. Control it? He lets out a harsh laugh. Son, I built this company from nothing. I've spent 30 years turning Montgomery Industries into one of the most successful energy corporations in Texas. Everything you have, everything you've ever had comes from my work, my sacrifice. Your lies, you mean? The words hang in the air between us like a challenge. Dad's face darkens, and for a moment I see the man behind the corporate facade. The one who's ruthless enough to build an empire and cold enough to destroy anyone who gets in his way. What I've done for this family. For you. Nonsense. The profanity feels good rolling off my tongue. Liberating. What you've done for yourself. The environmental cover-ups, the safety violations, the bribes to local officials, none of that was for me. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? I pull out my phone and scroll through the files I've been collecting for months. Evidence I never thought I'd use. The Baxter Creek contamination that you covered up in 2019. The safety inspector you paid off after the refinery accident. The EPA reports you buried. Should I keep going? His face goes ashen, but he recovers quickly. Where did you get those? I've been CEO for years, Dad. I see all the books. I know where the bodies are buried. I slide the phone back into my pocket. The question is, what are you going to do about it? I'm going to save you from yourself. He moves around the desk, perching on the edge like he's about to deliver a fatherly lecture. You think you're in love with that girl? Fine. Young men make foolish choices, but this doesn't have to destroy everything we've built. And what exactly are you proposing? Distance yourself from her, publicly. Make it clear that yesterday was a moment of temporary insanity. Go through with the wedding to Jocelyn as planned. His voice takes on that persuasive tone he uses in boardrooms. In a few years, when things have cooled down, you can quietly divorce and find someone more appropriate. The casualness with which he discusses manipulating people's lives makes my stomach turn. More appropriate? You mean whiter? I mean someone who understands our world, our obligations. He stands up, pacing behind the desk like a caged animal. That woman has already cost us millions in canceled contracts. Her very presence threatens everything we've worked for. Good. The single word stops him cold. Excuse me? I said good. Maybe it's time Montgomery Industries faced some consequences for the stuff we've been pulling for decades. I stand up too, meeting his gaze head on. I'm done being part of this machine that chews up people like Natalie and spits them out. You're emotional, understandable given the circumstances, but you need to think rationally about... I'm thinking rationally, for the first time in my life, actually. I move toward the window, looking out at the town where I grew up, where Natalie is probably dealing with the fallout from yesterday's disaster. I'm done, Dad. Done with the company. Done with the lies. Done with pretending I'm someone I'm not. The silence stretches between us for a long moment. When he finally speaks, his voice is cold as winter. If you walk away from this company, you walk away from everything. Your trust fund, your position, your inheritance. All of it. Fine. I mean it, Paul. There's no coming back from this. You leave now, and you're on your own. No safety net, no family money, no second chances. I turn back to face him, and for the first time in our relationship, I see something like respect flicker in his eyes. Or maybe it's just resignation. I know. And you're willing to throw it all away for a woman who'll probably leave you the moment she realizes what being with you actually costs? The question hits exactly where he intended, but it doesn't land the way he expects. Instead of doubt, I feel certainty crystallizing in my chest. She already knows what it costs. She's been paying the price since yesterday. I pull out my phone again, this time opening my contacts. But she's not going to pay it alone anymore. What are you doing? Calling my lawyer. I hit the number for James Morrison, the best attorney money can buy, and someone who owes me more than a few favors. I'm going to need him to draft 2 sets of documents. Dad's face goes white. Paul, don't do anything rash. First set is going to detail every illegal practice Montgomery Industries has engaged in over the past 5 years. Environmental violations, safety cover-ups, bribery, tax evasion, all of it. The phone rings once before Morrison picks up. Jim? Paul Montgomery. I need to see you today. Urgent. Paul, hang up the phone. I hold up a finger, continuing my conversation. That's right. I'm talking full disclosure. Every partner, every regulatory agency, every environmental group that's been sniffing around. I catch my father's eye and smile. And I want criminal charges filed against Jocelyn Whitaker for filing a false CPS report. Fraud, perjury, whatever you can make stick. Jesus Christ. Dad sinks into his chair like he's been shot. I'll be there in an hour. I end the call and pocket the phone. The second set of documents will be my resignation letter, effective immediately. You're destroying everything I built. I'm exposing what you built. There's a difference. I head toward the door, then pause with my hand on the handle. You want to disown me? Go ahead. But I won't be your puppet anymore, and I sure as hell won't let you destroy the woman I love. There's no going back from this, son. The word son hangs in the air like a question, like he's asking if I still want to be his son after everything that's about to happen. I know. And I do know. I know that walking out this door means burning every bridge I've ever built with my family. I know it means giving up the only life I've ever known, the only identity I've ever had. I know it means starting over with nothing but whatever skills I can scrape together and whatever love Natalie might still have for me. The funny thing is, for the first time in my life, that feels like enough.
Chapter 25. Natalie. I'm folding Harry's laundry when I hear the truck pull into our driveway. The sound makes me freeze, a tiny superhero t-shirt clutched in my hands. It's been 2 weeks since the disaster at the country club. 2 weeks since I screamed at Paul and told him to stay away from us. 2 weeks of waiting for the other shoe to drop. Harry races to the front window, pressing his face against the glass. Mama, it's Daddy. My heart does this stupid fluttering thing that I've been trying to suppress for 14 days. I set down the laundry and smooth my hands over my jeans, suddenly aware that I'm wearing my oldest pair and a faded Eagles point-high t-shirt. Not exactly the outfit you want to be wearing when confronting the man who turned your world upside down. What's he doing here? Mama appears in the doorway, dish towel in hand, and worry etched across her features. I don't know. That's not entirely true. Part of me has been hoping he'd show up, even after everything I said to him. The rational part of my brain keeps reminding me that Paul Montgomery doesn't fight for anything that isn't handed to him on a silver platter. But there's this tiny, stubborn piece of my heart that whispers, maybe this time is different. The knock comes soft but firm. Harry bounces on his toes beside me as I approach the door, his excitement infectious despite my nerves. When I open it, Paul stands on our front porch, looking like he hasn't slept in days. His usually perfect hair is disheveled, his button-down wrinkled, and there are dark circles under those blue eyes that used to haunt my dreams. Hey! Hey yourself! I step back, gesturing him inside. Harry, go wash your hands for lunch. But Daddy just got here. Hands? Now. He grumbles but obeys, shooting Paul a wave before disappearing down the hallway. Mama hovers in the kitchen doorway for a moment, clearly torn between giving us privacy and protecting me from more heartbreak. Finally, she nods toward the living room. I'll be in the kitchen if you need anything. Paul and I stand in awkward silence until we hear Harry's footsteps on the bathroom tile. Then he runs his hand through his hair and lets out a breath that sounds like he's been holding it for days. I wasn't sure you'd let me in. I wasn't sure I would either. I cross my arms, partly defensive and partly to keep myself from reaching for him. What are you doing here, Paul? Building a bridge back to you, if you'll let me. The words hit me square in the chest, but I force myself to stay guarded. I've been down this road before with him. What about Jocelyn? What about your family? Gone, both of them. He moves closer, and I catch that familiar scent of his cologne mixed with something new, something that smells like determination. I've spent the last 2 weeks burning every bridge I've ever built with them. What do you mean? I mean, I quit Montgomery Industries, resigned as CEO, walked away from my job, told my father exactly what I think of his business practices. His smile is sharp around the edges. I also hired the best legal team I could find to go after Jocelyn for filing false reports with CPS. Fraud, perjury, harassment. They're throwing the book at her. My legs suddenly feel unsteady. I sink onto the couch, staring at him. You quit your job? More than that. I exposed every illegal thing my father's company has been doing for the past 5 years. Environmental violations, safety cover-ups, bribery. He sits beside me, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from his body. The feds are probably raiding the offices as we speak. Paul. His name comes out as barely a whisper. Your family will never forgive you. Good. I don't want their forgiveness. I want their accountability. He turns to face me fully, those blue eyes intense and focused. I want a life that doesn't depend on destroying other people. I want a life with you and Harry. The hope that's been carefully locked away in my chest starts to crack its cage. You don't understand what you're giving up. Don't I? He reaches for my hand, and I let him take it. I'm giving up money I never earned, power I never deserved, and a family that never really loved me. What I'm getting in return is a chance to build something real with the woman I've loved since I was 17 years old. Paul. Let me finish. His thumb traces over my knuckles, and I have to fight not to melt into him. You and Harry, you're what matters. You're what I should have been protecting all along. Harry's footsteps echo down the hallway, breaking the intensity of the moment. He bounds into the living room with wet hands and a huge grin. Are you staying for lunch, Daddy? Mama made grilled cheese. Paul looks at me, question in his eyes. I nod, not trusting my voice. I'd love to stay for lunch, buddy. Yes! Harry pumps his fist in the air. Can we play catch after? I've been practicing. Absolutely. As Harry chatters about his latest adventures, I study Paul's face. There's something different about him. The polished veneer is gone, replaced by something rawer and more real. This isn't the entitled rich boy I fell for in high school, or the corporate executive who broke my heart. This is someone else entirely. Someone who chose us over everything else he'd ever known. Lunch passes in a blur of Harry's stories and Paul's patient attention. He listens to every word our son says, asks questions about school and friends, and his latest drawing project. When Harry spills juice on his shirt and has to change, Paul helps clean up without being asked. "You're different," I tell him as we stand side by side at the sink, washing dishes. "Different how?" "Lighter, like you've been carrying something heavy and finally put it down." He hands me a plate to dry, his fingers brushing mine. That's exactly what it feels like. "Are you scared about starting over?" "Terrified." He grins, and it's that boyish smile that made me fall for him in the first place. "But also excited. I haven't felt excited about anything in years." "What are you going to do? For work, I mean." "I'm not sure yet. I've got some ideas. Maybe something in renewable energy consulting. Use my knowledge of the oil industry to help companies transition away from it." He pauses, considering. "I've got enough saved up to figure it out. And I'm thinking about going back to school, maybe getting an environmental engineering degree." The transformation still feels surreal. This is the man who once told me that protesters were just jealous of successful people. Now he's talking about dedicating his life to undoing the damage his family's company caused. The whole town's talking about what happened at the club. I figured they would be. He doesn't look concerned. "What are they saying?" "Mixed reactions. Some people think you've lost your mind. Others are saying it's about time someone stood up to the Montgomerys." I set the dried plate in the cabinet. "Mrs. Inglewood stopped by yesterday to tell me she always knew you were too good for Jocelyn." Paul laughs, a real laugh that reaches his eyes. "Mrs. Inglewood hated me in high school. She hated the idea of you. Turns out she likes the reality much better." We finish the dishes in comfortable silence. The kind of easy domesticity I've dreamed about, but never dared hope for. When Harry reappears in a clean shirt, demanding that promised game of catch, Paul doesn't hesitate. "Come on, buddy. Let's see how much you've improved." I watch from the back porch as they toss the ball back and forth in our tiny yard. Harry's form has definitely improved, but he still occasionally throws wild. Paul jogs after every wayward ball with endless patience, offering gentle corrections and enthusiastic praise. This is what I wanted for Harry. A father who shows up, who stays, who chooses him every single day. When they finally come back inside, both slightly sweaty and grinning, Harry immediately starts lobbying for Paul to stay for dinner too. "Please, Mama, I want to show him my new Lego set." I look at Paul, who's trying to play it cool, but clearly hoping I'll say yes. "What do you think? Ready for the full Harry Watson experience?" "Bring it on." "Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into."
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 26. Paul. The house settles into quiet around us as Rose and Harry drift off upstairs. Natalie and I sit on her small couch, the television playing some late-night talk show neither of us is really watching. Her head rests against my shoulder, and I can smell that vanilla shampoo she's used since high school. "This feels surreal," she murmurs against my shirt. "Good surreal or bad surreal?" "Good. Definitely good." She tilts her head to look at me. I just keep waiting for the catch, for someone to tell me this is all too good to be true. I brush a curl away from her face, marveling at how soft her skin feels under my fingertips. The only catch is that you're stuck with me. All my baggage, all my mistakes, all my attempts to figure out how to be the man you and Harry deserve. I can live with that. When she kisses me, it's tentative at first, like she's testing the waters. But when I respond, pulling her closer, she melts into me with a soft sigh that goes straight to my groin. This woman has always been my weakness, my one point of vulnerability in a world that taught me to armor myself against everything. "Your room?" I ask against her lips. She nods, taking my hand and leading me down the short hallway to her bedroom. The twin bed against the far wall still makes me chuckle. "What's so funny?" "We're going to need a bigger bed soon enough." Her smile is radiant. "Is that your way of asking to move in?" "It's my way of stating a fact. I'm done spending nights without you, Natalie. Done pretending I can function without you in my life." "Good," she whispers, pulling me down for another kiss. Because I'm done pretending too. This time when our mouths meet, there's nothing tentative about it. 7 years of separation, of longing, of telling ourselves we were better off apart. It all combusts in the space between us. Her hands fist in my shirt as I back her toward the bed, my body already responding to her nearness.
Sorry to stop you right there, but this chapter is about to cross this platform's very strict, absolutely not line.
We'd love to give you every detail, every gasp, every messy, passionate second. But this platform won't let us.
What they can't block is the full, ad-free, unabridged audiobook over at BWWM
Use VIXA40 at checkout for 40% off any digital product, even the already discounted bundles full of delicious chemistry.
If you want the kiss, the touch, the moment,
you'll find it waiting for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com. We're definitely going to need a bigger bed, I say, and she laughs softly, among other things. I trace patterns on her bare shoulder, still hardly believing she's here in my arms again. What other things? Well, if you're really moving in, we'll need to figure out sleeping arrangements. This house isn't exactly built for a family of 4. We can renovate, or buy a new house entirely, I reply simply, holding her close. Whatever happens, we'll be together, and that's all that matters.
Chapter 27. Natalie. The smell of bacon and coffee pulls me from the deepest sleep I've had in months. For a moment, I'm disoriented. The bed feels different, warmer, and there's a solid weight against my back that shouldn't be there. Then Paul's arm tightens around my waist, and everything comes flooding back. He's here, really here in my tiny bedroom, his chest pressed against my spine like he belongs there. "Morning, beautiful," his voice rumbles against my ear, still rough with sleep. I turn in his arms, taking in his tousled hair and the stubble shadowing his jaw. Even first thing in the morning, he's gorgeous in that effortless way that used to make me hate him a little in high school. "Morning." I press a kiss to his collarbone, tasting salt and something uniquely Paul. That's Mama making breakfast. She's probably been up since 5. Should I be worried about facing her this morning? I consider this, running my fingers through the light hair on his chest. Nah, she likes you. Always has, even when she thought you were just some rich boy breaking her daughter's heart. Smart woman. The smartest. I stretch against him, enjoying the luxury of a lazy morning. When was the last time I didn't wake up to Harry bouncing on my bed, or the alarm shrieking at me to get ready for work? We should probably get dressed before Harry comes looking for us. Paul's hand slides down my back, cupping my buttocks possessively. 5 more minutes. Paul Montgomery, you are not having sex with me while my son and my mother are awake in the house. Who said anything about sex? I just want to hold you. The tenderness in his voice makes my chest tight. This is the Paul I fell in love with. Not the polished businessman or the Montgomery heir, but the boy who used to hold me after we made love in the back of his truck, whispering plans for our future like they were prayers. Okay, 5 more minutes. He kisses the top of my head, and we lie there in comfortable silence until Harry's voice carries down the hallway. Mama, Daddy, Grandma Rose made pancakes. I laugh against Paul's chest. Duty calls. Yeah, it does. We untangle ourselves reluctantly, hunting for clothes scattered across the small room. I throw on yoga pants and an old Texans t-shirt, catching sight of myself in the dresser mirror. My curls are a disaster, and there are whisker burns on my neck that I'll need to cover with concealer later, but my eyes are bright, and I'm smiling like an idiot. You look happy, Paul observes, coming up behind me to wrap his arms around my waist. I am happy. I lean back against him, meeting his eyes in the mirror. Feels weird to say that out loud. Get used to it. I plan on keeping you happy for a very long time. Harry's voice gets more insistent from the kitchen, and I pull away from Paul's embrace. Come on, before he eats all the bacon. We make our way to the kitchen where Harry is already seated at the small table, syrup dripping down his chin as he attacks a stack of pancakes. Mama stands at the stove, spatula in hand, wearing her favorite apron that says, "If Mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy." Well, look what the cat dragged in, she says, without turning around, but I can hear the smile in her voice. Morning, Mrs. Watson, Paul says, and I don't miss how his voice takes on that respectful tone he probably learned at boarding school. Rose? Mama corrects, finally turning to look at us. We're family now, aren't we? The way she says it, matter of fact and warm, makes my throat constrict. Paul's hand finds mine, squeezing gently. Yes, ma'am. Rose? Good. Now sit down and eat before it gets cold. Harry? Quit hogging all the syrup. I'm not hogging, Harry protests, but he passes the bottle to Paul with a grin. Paul, did you know that dinosaurs probably didn't actually roar? They probably made sounds more like birds. Is that so? Paul settles into the chair beside Harry, accepting a plate piled high with pancakes and bacon from Mama. Where'd you learn that? Discovery Channel. Grandma Rose lets me watch it sometimes. I pour coffee for Paul and myself, adding cream to mine the way I've done every morning for years. Except this morning feels different. Fuller somehow. Like the kitchen that's always seemed too small for just Mama, Harry, and me suddenly fits all 4 of us perfectly. These are incredible, Rose, Paul says after his first bite. Haven't had pancakes this good since the last time I made them for you, probably. Mama finishes with a knowing look. You used to put away a dozen of these when you and Natalie were dating. Mama, I warn, but she just shrugs. What? It's true. Boy could eat. Still can, from the looks of it. Harry giggles, syrup making his fingers sticky as he reaches for another piece of bacon. Daddy, are you going to live here now? The question hangs in the air for a moment. Paul looks at me, and I see the question in his eyes, too. We talked about it last night, but in the harsh light of morning, with Harry asking directly, it feels more real. Would you like that? Paul asks carefully. Harry nods enthusiastically. Yes? Then we could watch dinosaur shows together every day. And you could teach me how to throw a football better. Harry, honey, Paul has his own house. I start, but Paul cuts me off. Actually, I was thinking maybe we could find a bigger place, all of us together. Would you like that? Harry's eyes go wide. Like a real house? With my own room? Your own room. A big yard to play in. Maybe even room for a dog if your mama says it's okay. Mama, can we? Please. Harry bounces in his chair, and I can practically see the wheels turning in his 6-year-old brain, already planning where the dog would sleep and what kind of toys they'd need. We'll see, baby. It's a big decision. But you want to, right? Harry presses, and I realize he's reading my face better than I give him credit for. Yeah, I want to. Mama clears her throat, and I realize she's been unusually quiet during this exchange. She's standing by the window now, coffee mug in hand, watching something outside. Speaking of big decisions, she says slowly, y'all might want to hear the latest from town. Paul tenses beside me. What kind of latest? Mama turns around, and there's a satisfied gleam in her eye that I recognize from whenever she's about to deliver particularly juicy gossip. Ran into Betty Hartwell at the grocery store this morning. You remember Betty? Works at the courthouse? Well, apparently there's been quite the commotion over at Montgomery Industries. My stomach drops. Paul's family has always been untouchable in Eagle Point, their money and influence protecting them from consequences that would destroy anyone else. But something in Mama's tone suggests that protection might be cracking. What kind of commotion? Paul asks, his voice carefully neutral. The kind that involves federal agents and search warrants, Mama says, settling back at the table with obvious relish. Seems like someone tipped them off about some environmental violations. Big ones. The kind that shut companies down and send people to prison. Paul goes very still beside me. I know immediately that he's the someone who tipped them off, but he doesn't say anything, just takes a careful sip of his coffee. Betty says they've been crawling all over that building since Thursday, taking boxes and boxes of files, interviewing employees. Word is your daddy's lawyer has been there round the clock. Paul, I say quietly, but he shakes his head slightly. It's fine. This was always going to happen once the investigation got started. Harry looks between us, picking up on the tension even if he doesn't understand it. What's environmental violations? It means some people were hurting the earth instead of taking care of it, I explain simply. And now they're in trouble for it. Good, Harry says, with the straightforward morality of childhood. People shouldn't hurt the earth. No, they shouldn't, Paul agrees, ruffling Harry's hair. Mama's not done with her news, though. She leans forward, lowering her voice conspiratorially, even though we're the only ones here. But that's not even the best part. Betty heard from her cousin who works at the bank that the Montgomerys are looking at serious financial trouble. All those environmental cleanups and legal fees add up quick. Might have to sell some of that fancy property they've been hoarding for decades. I watch Paul's face, trying to gauge his reaction. Growing up, Montgomery means never having to worry about money, about losing the house, or choosing between groceries and utilities. But he doesn't look upset. If anything, he looks almost relieved. There's more, Mama continues, clearly enjoying herself. The Whitakers packed up that daughter of theirs and shipped her off somewhere up north. Real sudden-like. Betty thinks it has something to do with that CPS report that got filed against you, Natalie. What do you mean? My voice comes out sharper than I intended, and Harry looks up from his pancakes with concern. Well, apparently the state investigators don't take too kindly to false reports, especially ones filed for personal vendettas. Betty says there's talk of pressing charges for filing a false report and wasting state resources. Paul's hand finds mine under the table, squeezing tight. So they sent her away. Faster than you could say criminal charges, Mama confirms. Guess money can't buy you out of every mess, but it can buy you a plane ticket to somewhere without extradition. The kitchen falls quiet except for the sound of Harry chewing and the coffee maker finishing its cycle. I try to process everything Mama just told us, The Montgomery's empire crumbling. Jocelyn fleeing town to avoid prosecution. For what she did to me, it feels like cosmic justice, like the universe finally balancing the scales. You okay? Paul asks quietly, his thumb stroking across my knuckles. Yeah, I think I am. And surprisingly, I mean it. The rage is there, but underneath it is something lighter, more hopeful. It's over. Really over. Seems like it. Harry finishes his pancakes and looks up at us with syrup-sticky cheeks. Does this mean Daddy doesn't have to go back to his old house? Paul laughs, the sound genuine and relaxed for the first time since Mama started talking. No, buddy. I don't think I'll be going back there anytime soon. Good, Harry says decisively. 'Cause I like having you here. I like being here.
Chapter 28. Paul. Later that afternoon, Natalie suggests we meet up with her best friend Maya and her family at the park downtown. We spot them easily enough. A tall white man pushing a kid on the swings while a woman with intricate braids watches from a nearby bench. The woman has to be Maya. She's got that same fierce energy I recognize in Natalie, like she could take on the world and win. Maya! Natalie calls out, waving. The woman turns and her face lights up when she sees Natalie. But when her gaze shifts to me, her expression becomes significantly more guarded. She stands, brushing grass off her jeans, and I can feel her sizing me up from 50 feet away. Well, she says as we approach. The famous Paul Montgomery. And the famous Maya who's kept Natalie sane all these years. I owe you a debt I can't repay. She tilts her head, studying me like I'm a specimen under a microscope. Smooth talker. I can see why she fell for you back in high school. Maya, Natalie warns, but there's affection in her voice. What? I'm just saying. Maya's husband approaches, extending his hand with an easy smile. Dylan Huntington. Don't mind my wife, she's got a mean streak when it comes to protecting her girls. Paul Montgomery, and I respect that about her. Dylan's handshake is firm, his demeanor relaxed in a way that immediately puts me at ease. He's got the build of someone who works with his hands, laugh lines around his eyes that speak to someone comfortable in his own skin. Caden! Dylan calls to the boy on the swings. Come meet Harry's dad. The kid hops off the swing with the fearless abandon of childhood, jogging over with a gap-toothed grin. He's got his father's easy confidence and his mother's sharp intelligence in his blue eyes. You're really Harry's dad? He asks, looking up at me with unabashed curiosity. I really am. Cool. Harry said you're rich and have a big house with a pool. I want a pool, but Mom and Dad say no because there's a new baby coming in a few months. Caden! Maya's voice carries that universal mom warning tone. What? I'm not lying. Caden shrugs, completely unbothered by adult embarrassment. Can we go swimming sometime? I glance at Natalie, who's trying not to laugh. We'll see what we can work out. Awesome! Harry, your dad's pretty cool, Caden announces, as if his approval is the only thing that matters. Maybe it is. Harry beams, grabbing Caden's hand. Come on, I'll show you the monkey bars. Daddy taught me how to do 3 in a row. The boys run off toward the playground equipment, their voices carrying back to us as they immediately fall into the easy friendship that kids manage so effortlessly. Those two have been thick as thieves, Dylan observes, settling onto the picnic table bench. Caden was asking about Harry all week. Harry too, Natalie says, pulling sodas from the cooler. He was so excited about today. I watched the boys tackle the jungle gym together, Harry showing off his newfound monkey bar skills, while Caden attempts to one-up him on the climbing wall. There's something about seeing Harry in his element, comfortable and confident with his friend, that hits me square in the chest. This is what he's been missing. Not just a father, but the stability that comes with knowing his place in the world. The security of family that extends beyond just him and Natalie. So, Maya says, settling beside me on the bench with a casual air that doesn't fool me for a second. Natalie tells me you're sticking around. That's the plan. Plans change, especially when things get complicated. Maya, Natalie starts, but I shake my head. No, it's fair. She's looking out for you. I turn to face Maya directly, meeting her challenging stare. You want to know if I'm going to hurt her again? The thought had crossed my mind. I hurt her before because I was a coward. Too worried about disappointing my family. Too scared to fight for what mattered. I won't make that mistake again. Maya's expression doesn't soften, but something shifts in her eyes. Pretty words. But I've been picking up the pieces every time someone breaks her heart. I'm not real interested in doing it again. You won't have to. How can you be sure? I look over at Natalie, who's helping Rose spread a blanket on the grass while keeping one eye on the boys. The late afternoon sun catches in her curls, and she's laughing at something Dylan said, her whole face lighting up with genuine joy. She looks peaceful in a way I haven't seen since I've been back, and I realize I'd do anything to keep that expression on her face. Because losing her once nearly destroyed me. I'm not stupid enough to risk it twice. Maya studies me for a long moment, then nods slowly. All right, but just so we're clear, you hurt her, you hurt Harry, and I will personally make your life a living hell. I don't care how much money your family has. Understood? Good. Her smile transforms her entire face, warm and genuine. Now that we've got that settled, tell me about this house hunting thing Natalie mentioned. The rest of the afternoon passes in easy conversation and the comfortable chaos of kids at play. Rose holds court on the blanket, dispensing snacks and wisdom in equal measure, while Dylan and I discover a shared appreciation for college football and craft beer. Maya gradually warms up to me, though I suspect I'm still on probation. But it's watching Natalie that really gets to me. She's relaxed here, surrounded by the people who've become her chosen family. She teases Dylan about his fantasy football picks, helps Caden retrieve a ball that rolled under the playground equipment, and settles disputes between the boys with the practiced ease of someone who's done this 1,000 times. This is her world, not the glittering social scene I grew up in, but something real and messy and beautiful. And somehow, impossibly, I fit into it. Daddy! Harry calls from the top of the slide. Watch this! He launches himself down the twisty slide with his arms in the air, Caden following close behind with equal enthusiasm. They hit the bottom in a tangle of limbs and giggles, immediately scrambling up to do it again. He's a good kid, Dylan observes, following my gaze. Yeah, he is. Takes after his mom. Gets his fearlessness from somewhere else, though. Natalie's brave, but she thinks things through. Harry just goes for it. I laugh, remembering my own childhood stunts that gave my mother gray hair. Wonder where he gets that from. Can't imagine, Dylan says dryly. As the sun starts to sink lower, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink, I feel something settle into place inside my chest. This is what I want. Not the Montgomery mansion or the oil money or the social standing that comes with the family name. I want Saturday afternoons at the park and friends who'll call me on my nonsense. I want to watch Harry grow up, to be there for soccer games and scraped knees and homework battles. I want to wake up next to Natalie every morning and fall asleep holding her every night. I want the life I was too much of a coward to fight for 7 years ago. The boys eventually tire themselves out, collapsing on the blanket between Natalie and me, with grass stains on their knees and dirt under their fingernails. Harry leans against my side, warm and solid, while Caden regales us with an elaborate story about the dragons they defeated on the playground. And then Harry said we should use the swings like catapults, but I said that was too dangerous, Caden explains seriously. Good thinking, Maya says, ruffling his hair. Someone has to be the voice of reason. That's usually my job, Harry admits, but sometimes being dangerous is more fun. Natalie meets my eyes over his head, and I see my own thoughts reflected there. Our son, fearless and thoughtful, brave and kind. We made something beautiful together, even if we couldn't see it at the time. All right, troublemakers, Dylan announces, starting to pack up their things. Time to head home. Someone has church in the morning. Caden groans dramatically. Do we have to? Yes, we have to. And you love Sunday school, so quit acting like it's torture. Can Harry come with us sometime? Caden asks, bouncing on his toes with renewed energy. If his mama says it's okay, Maya replies, glancing at Natalie. We'll see, Natalie says, which I'm learning is mom speak for probably yes, but I need to think about it first. We say our goodbyes with promises to get together again soon, the boys extracting pinky swears about future playground adventures. As we watch Dylan's truck disappear down the street, Harry yawns and leans harder against my side. That was fun, he says sleepily. I like Caden's parents. They're good people, Natalie agrees, starting to fold up the blanket. Are we going to see them again soon? I'm sure we will, baby. Good. Caden said next time we should bring a football so you can teach us both how to throw spirals. I look down at my son, our son, and feel that certainty solidify into something unshakable. This isn't just about me and Natalie anymore. It's about building something lasting, something worth fighting for. It's about giving Harry the family he deserves, the stability he's been missing, the father I should have been from the beginning. Paul? Natalie's voice pulls me from my thoughts. You okay? You've got that look again. What look? The one you get when you're planning something. It makes me nervous. Rose chuckles from where she's repacking the cooler. That boy's been getting that look since he was Harry's age. Usually meant trouble. Not trouble this time, I say, lifting Harry into my arms as he starts to nod off. Promise. But as we walk back to the car, Harry's weight warm against my chest and Natalie's hand in mine, I know exactly what I need to do. What I should have done 7 years ago. What I should have done the moment I learned the truth about Harry. I need to marry her. Not because it's expected or convenient or the right thing to do, but because I can't imagine my life without them. Because this afternoon showed me what happiness actually looks like, and I'm not letting it slip away again. The ring is the easy part. I know exactly what she'd want, and I have the connections to make it happen fast. The hard part will be convincing her that this isn't about obligation or guilt or making up for lost time. It's about love, pure and simple and as real as the boy sleeping in my arms and the woman walking beside me. It's about forever.
Chapter 29. Natalie. 3 weeks later, Paul pulls into the driveway of what he claims is our new house, and I have to blink twice to make sure I'm seeing it right. It's not the sprawling Montgomery estate I expected. It's actually normal. Beautiful, but normal. The house sits on a tree-lined street, about 10 minutes from Mama's place, a charming 3-story Victorian with wraparound porches and gingerbread trim painted in soft blue with white accents. It's the kind of house I used to dream about when I was little, walking past it on my way to school and imagining what kind of family might live inside. Paul, this is gorgeous. I breathe, stepping out of the car. But are you sure? This is so different from what you're used to. That's the point. He comes around to help Harry out of his booster seat, grinning at my son's wide-eyed expression. What do you think, buddy? Want to check out your new room? Yes, 100 times, yes. Harry bounces on his toes. Can we go in? Can we see it now? Hold your horses, baby. I laugh, though I'm just as eager as he is. Let's wait for Grandma Rose. Mama's car pulls up behind us, and she takes her time getting out, studying the house with the critical eye of someone who's seen her share of real estate dreams go sideways. Well, she says finally, adjusting her purse strap. It's not what I expected from a Montgomery. Good or bad? Paul asks, and I can hear the genuine concern in his voice. He wants her approval as much as Harry's, maybe more. Good, son. Real good. Mama's smile is soft, approving. This looks like a home, not a museum. The relief on Paul's face is so obvious that I have to bite back a grin. For a man who's used to commanding boardrooms and oil derricks, He's remarkably invested in winning over one elderly woman from Eagle Point. "All right," he says, producing a set of keys with a flourish that makes Harry giggle. "Ready for the grand tour?" The front door opens onto a foyer with gleaming hardwood floors and a staircase that curves up to the second floor. To the left, a living room with built-in bookshelves and a fireplace that's clearly been recently restored. To the right, a formal dining room that somehow manages to feel elegant and cozy at the same time. "The kitchen's through here," Paul says, leading us toward the back of the house. Oh my God. The kitchen is every mother's dream. Granite countertops, a massive island with bar stools, appliances that probably cost more than my car, and a breakfast nook with windows overlooking the backyard. But what really gets me is the little details. A chalkboard wall, where Harry could do homework or draw pictures. A built-in desk area for managing household stuff. Cabinet space that could actually hold more than 3 plates and a box of cereal. There's a pantry, Paul says, opening a door to reveal a walk-in space bigger than my current bedroom. And a mud room by the back door for shoes and coats and sports equipment. Sports equipment? Harry pipes up, clearly latching onto the important details. "Well, I was thinking we might sign you up for Little League this spring, if you want." The way Harry's face lights up makes my chest tight with emotion. These are the moments I couldn't give him before. The casual mentions of future plans. The assumption that we'll be here long enough for spring sports. The security of knowing someone else is thinking ahead with us. "Can we see my room now?" Harry asks, already heading for the stairs. "Second floor," Paul says, following him up. "Third door on the right." I trail behind with Mama, taking in the family photos Paul's already hung in the stairwell. Pictures of him and Harry at the park. One of the 3 of us at dinner last week, even one of me holding Harry when he was a baby. It's like he's been building this family in his mind, just waiting for the right moment to make it real. Harry's room makes me want to cry. It's painted in soft blue with white trim, furnished with a twin bed that has a navy blue comforter covered in baseballs, a desk by the window, and a bookshelf that's already half filled with age-appropriate chapter books. "There's space for a dresser here," Paul explains, gesturing to an empty wall. "And we could put up some shelves for toys or trophies or whatever he's into." "It's perfect," I manage, watching Harry test the mattress by jumping on it a few times. "Harry, what do you think?" "I love it." He bounces higher. "And look, I can see the whole backyard from here." The backyard is another revelation. A decent-sized lawn with mature trees, a wooden play set that looks brand new, and what appears to be the beginning of a vegetable garden along the back fence. "Thought maybe we could grow some tomatoes this summer," Paul says, noticing my gaze. Harry mentioned he likes cherry tomatoes. Of course he did. Paul's been collecting these little details about our son like treasures, storing them up to use for moments exactly like this. "What's upstairs?" Harry asks, already eyeing the staircase to the 3rd floor. "That's the master bedroom," Paul says, but he's looking at me when he says it. Not Harry. "Want to see?" The 3rd floor is one big suite, bedroom, sitting area, and a bathroom that's bigger than my current living room. It's decorated in soft neutrals, with touches of the same blue from downstairs, sophisticated without being cold. The windows look out over the tree-lined street in one direction and the backyard in the other. "There's a walk-in closet," Paul says, opening a door to reveal a space that could honestly double as a second bedroom. Plenty of room for both of us. Both of us. The casual way he says it, like it's already decided. Like there was never any question that we'd be sharing this space, this life, this future. "Paul?" I start, but he's already moving toward the sitting area, where Harry's discovered a window seat with built-in storage. "Look, Mama, I can see Caden's house from here." Harry calls from his perch by the window. "Can you really?" I ask, moving to look over his shoulder. Sure enough, the Huntington's place is visible a few streets over. Dylan's truck parked in the driveway. We measured, Paul admits. It's exactly a quarter mile, walking distance. Everything about this house says permanence, planning, family. It says Paul's not just playing house or trying to make up for lost time. He's building something real, something lasting. So what do you think? He asks quietly while Harry explores the window seat cushions. Could you see yourself living here? It's beautiful, I say honestly. But Paul, this had to cost... Don't. He shakes his head. Money's not an issue, and besides, I sold the estate. This cost about 1/10 of what that place was worth. You sold the family mansion? Mama asks, speaking up for the first time since we started the tour. Last week, some tech billionaire from Austin wanted it for weekend parties. Paul shrugs like it's no big deal, but I can see the significance in his eyes. This is better. This is what I want. Mama, can we live here? Harry asks, abandoning the window seat to throw his arms around my waist. Please? I promise I'll keep my room clean and help with chores and everything. Looking down at my son's hopeful face, then around at this perfect house that somehow manages to feel like home already, I feel something shift inside my chest. This isn't about the house, not really. It's about Paul proving that he's serious, that he's not going anywhere, that he wants to build something real with us. It's about taking that leap of faith I've been too scared to take. What do you think, Mama? I ask, turning to Rose. She's been quiet through most of the tour, but now she walks over to the window and looks out at the neighborhood, at the tree-lined streets, and the houses with bikes in the driveways and flowers in the gardens. I think, she says slowly, that sometimes letting go of the past is the only way to build a future. She's not just talking about the house, and we all know it. She's talking about me letting go of the fear that's been holding me back, the certainty that good things don't last, the belief that I don't deserve this kind of happiness. Besides, she adds with a grin, Harry needs a yard to run around in, and I'm getting too old to have that boy bouncing off the walls of my little house. So we can live here? Harry asks again, looking between me and Paul with barely contained excitement. I start, but Paul steps closer, reaching into his pocket. Actually, he says, pulling out a small velvet box that makes my heart stop completely. I was hoping we could do more than just live here. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is happening. This is really happening. Natalie Watson, he says, dropping to one knee right there in the middle of our potential bedroom, while our son watches with wide eyes and my mother covers her mouth with both hands. I know I'm about 7 years late with this, but... 7 years? I interrupt, my voice barely a whisper. I bought this ring the day after graduation, he says, opening the box to reveal a simple, perfect solitaire that takes my breath away. I was going to propose before going to business school, but I chickened out. I've been carrying it around ever since, waiting for the courage to ask you properly. The ring is exactly what I would have chosen. Classic, elegant, not too big or flashy. It's the kind of ring that says forever without screaming about bank accounts. I know I messed up, he continues, his voice steady despite the emotion I can see in his eyes. I know I hurt you, and I know saying sorry doesn't undo the years we lost. But I love you, Nat. I love Harry. I want to marry you, not because it's the right thing to do or because we have a son together, but because I can't imagine my life without you in it. Say yes, Mama, Harry stage whispers, making all of us laugh despite the tears that are definitely threatening to spill over. This has been 7 years in the making, Paul says, echoing Harry's urgency. Please don't make me wait another 7 to hear your answer. I look around at this beautiful house that could be our home, at my mother who's practically glowing with happiness, at my son who's bouncing on his toes with excitement. Then I look at Paul, still on one knee, holding a ring he's carried for 7 years, like a promise he never stopped believing in. Yes, I say, the word coming out stronger than I expected. Yes, of course, yes. Paul's grin is brighter than the afternoon sun streaming through the windows as he slides the ring onto my finger. It fits perfectly, like it was always meant to be there. Finally! Harry shouts, pumping his fist in the air. Can I tell Caden you're getting married? Can I be in the wedding? Do I get to wear a tux? Slow down, baby, I laugh, admiring the way the diamond catches the light. One thing at a time. But Harry's already off and running, literally, racing around the bedroom and chattering about wedding cakes and whether we can get a dog now that we have a yard, and if Paul will teach him how to drive the lawnmower. Paul stands and pulls me into his arms, spinning me around while Harry continues his victory lap, and Mama wipes happy tears from her eyes. I love you, he whispers against my ear. I love you so damn much. I love you too, I whisper back. All of you. This house, this life, this crazy, beautiful family we're building. So, we're really doing this? He asks, setting me down but keeping his arms around me. Moving in together? Getting married? The whole thing? We're really doing this. Harry crashes into both of us, wrapping his arms around our legs and grinning up at us with pure joy. Are we going to live here forever and ever? He asks. Paul looks at me, then down at our son, then around at the house that's somehow already starting to feel like home. Forever and ever, he confirms. And for the first time in years, I actually believe it.
Chapter 30. Paul. The sun's already setting by the time we leave Harry with Rose for the evening, painting the Texas sky in shades of orange and pink that remind me of Natalie's nail polish from high school. She's been quiet since we left the house, twisting her new engagement ring around her finger like she's still trying to convince herself it's real. Where are we going? She asks as I turn off the main road onto the old dirt path that leads to Miller's Lake. Somewhere we can talk without a 6-year-old interrupting every 5 minutes, I say, glancing over at her. Even in the fading light, she's gorgeous. More beautiful now than she was at 18, if that's even possible. There's a depth to her face that wasn't there before, a strength that comes from surviving stuff that would have broken most people. The lake comes into view through the trees, still and perfect in the evening light. I park in the same spot I used to claim back in high school, under the old oak tree that's grown bigger, but otherwise looks exactly the same. Paul Montgomery, Natalie breathes, turning to face me with a smile that's part amused, part aroused. You brought me to our old spot. Seemed fitting, I say, cutting the engine. First time I told you I loved you was right here. First time we had sex was right here too. That too. I reach over and cup her face, running my thumb along her cheekbone. You were so nervous, kept asking if I was sure, if I really wanted to. And you kept saying you'd never been more sure of anything in your life. Still true. The air between us shifts, charging with the same electricity that used to drive me crazy when we were kids. Back then, just holding her hand could make me hard. Now, with her engagement ring catching the last rays of sunlight and the promise of forever stretching out in front of us, I want her with an intensity that makes my chest tight. Come here, I murmur, and she doesn't hesitate. Well, that escalated fast, and unfortunately, it escalated right past what this platform allows.
To keep giving you free audiobooks, we've got to cut things off here before they flag us into next week.
But the full, heart-racing, naughty version?
That's ready for you at BWWM.com, along with an entire collection of unabridged romance audiobooks and ebooks.
Use VIXA40 to get 40% off your digital purchase, even on those already discounted bundles.
If you want every heated whisper, every tangled moment, every "oh my God, they're really doing this,"
you know where to find it. So don't wait. Go to VixaVaughnRomance.com and feel the heat. at a discount. I love you, she says simply. I love you too, I reply, kissing her forehead. My future wife. She grins at that, sliding off my lap to curl up against my side. I help her get dressed, then pull my own clothes back on before rolling down the windows to let in the cooler evening air. The stars are starting to come out, faint at first, but growing brighter as the sky darkens. We lie back across the bench seat, Natalie's head on my shoulder, and watch them appear one by one. Remember when we used to plan our whole future out here? She asks softly. You wanted 3 kids and a dog, I say, running my fingers through her hair. I wanted to take over the business and build you the biggest house in Eagle Point. We were going to get married right after you went to business school, then have our first baby by 25. We're running a little behind schedule, she points out with a laugh. Just a bit, but we got the first baby part right, even if the timing was off. And now we're getting the marriage part. And the house. What about the dog? She asks, tilting her head to look at me. Harry's been asking. We'll get a dog, I promise. Whatever kind he wants. And the other 2 kids? The question hangs in the air between us, loaded with possibility. We've never talked about more children, but the thought of Natalie pregnant with my baby, a baby we planned, wanted, created together on purpose, makes something warm unfurl in my chest. Do you want more kids? I ask carefully. Maybe, she says, and I can hear the smile in her voice. Do you? With you? Yeah. I want everything with you. Good, she murmurs, settling more comfortably against me. Because I want everything with you too. Above us, the stars continue their ancient dance, the same patterns we used to trace with our fingers when we were young and stupid and thought we had all the time in the world. We lost some of that time, made mistakes, took detours we never planned on. But we're here now, together. And maybe that's what matters, not how long it took to get here, but that we made it at all. Paul? Yeah? Thank you for waiting for me. For us. I tighten my arms around her, breathing in the scent of her hair, feeling the steady rhythm of her breathing against my chest. Thank you for saying yes. The lake laps quietly against the shore, and somewhere in the distance, a night bird calls to its mate. The same sounds we used to fall asleep to when we'd sneak out here on summer nights, dreaming of a future that seemed so simple then. It's not simple now. Nothing about our situation is simple. But it's real. It's ours. And for the first time in 7 years, everything feels exactly as it should be.